Well, a very good morning to you all from New Jersey Motorsports Park in Millville, New Jersey. Thunderbolt Raceway. This is the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company again this morning. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. Joined again by Ryan West. Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning.
Again by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Morning.
And Zach Johnson on the ones and or the twos, as is his wont. Let's recap yesterday very, very briefly. Maybe it was a great race for parts of the day, and we saw at least one great finish. Maybe not 8 hours of compelling action, but these are endurance races, so you'll always have your ups and your downs. GTO threw us a lot of question marks very, very early on, through the first 5 hours or so, before things were settled pretty decisively in the favor of GTR 99. And we got our great finish in GP1 against pretty much all the odds. Came down to about a quarter of a second between Moorhead Speedworks and PC Racing, the number 44. I'd love to get to the bottom of what the situation with Moorhead was at the end of the race there, but we did end up seeing, I would say, a pretty solid day yesterday for our 8-hour enduro. A little shorter today, 7 hours. A lot fewer unknowns this morning than we had this time yesterday as well. Although we are looking at a very different day weather-wise. Much sunnier, much warmer, and Ryan West, as we saw yesterday, tires are still going to remain a bit of a question mark now that the temperatures are headed up.
Yeah, it's and the tires once again. We had a couple issues wherein, I believe it was the 99, took a tire off yesterday that was in pretty rough shape. So that's probably going to be worse today, just because the track temperature is going to be a lot higher, given that it's sunny. So we've got that to, I don't want to say look forward to, because it's, unfortunate for them, obviously, but it is a strategy layer that will impact the rest of the race. I think there's a lot of these cars, especially the big power, big wheelbase, heavy cars, the M4s, I think are going to run into a lot of tire issues. I think we'll see that the Supras end up being able to handle the tire wear situation a little bit better. I think that'll come to the forefront, and I'm still waiting to see how the number 16 Economy Motorsport deals with the tire wear situation. It is a lot of front tire for what's, relatively speaking, a little bit less power. Again, today we're going to have a little bit more sunlight. I think it's going to put some more energy into those tires, so I'm really interested to see what happens there.
Yeah, it was the economy car, I don't think, suffered too much from tires. Its pace drop-off didn't really necessarily seem to be related to when they were or weren't changing tires. Maybe at the end of the day, they were suffering from wear a touch. But I think everybody was being reasonably proactive, particularly with the left front yesterday. We know GTR was, and they came off better for it. So we'll keep an eye on things at the front of GTO. This morning, the grid looks actually pretty similar to the way it did yesterday. Economy Motorsport, number 16 Hyundai Elantra and TCR, as Ryan mentioned, that front-wheel drive car will start on pole once again. The number 766 from Thunder Bunny Racing is listed in P2, although I think I saw the modern auto body car roll off. Let's take a look. Yeah, that modern auto body car sits in second there, with Thunder Bunny number 111 in third, and the number 82 from Random Vandals Racing in fourth. That's another, actually the first of the BMW M4 GT4s. The Turkey, the 944 banger in fifth. The 32 from AF Racing sits there in P6. It's a yellow BMW, the bright yellow BMW. GTR 99, yesterday's winner, in seventh. Choice Racing there in eighth. Cardorks. I'm sorry, it's Bruce Innovations, the number 333 in ninth, alongside the number 104 from Matt Connolly Motorsports. It's the Pontiac GTOR tube-frame chassis there in 10th. Just rocketing through the back of the field there, I don't see the 766 on the grid, and as Ryan mentioned, they tend not to race on Sundays. So that was a one-day-only affair yesterday. Also happy to report the NFC Motorsports Mercedes is on the grid there. That's the AMG GT4 right at the back of the grid. The 123 suffering from an incident on the front straightaway yesterday. Driver okay, car rather not, and I would assume that that is a new chassis and hence has been dropped to the back of the grid. Your GP1 pole sitter Moorhead Speedworks alongside of the 44 from PC Racing. We'll talk more about GP1 in a minute. Unruly Autosport 158 on pole alongside the 164 in GP2. And in GP3, Open Throttle Racing, the number 65, which ended, well, spent time on its side yesterday. It did not end that way. Did it end up taking the checkered flag on all fours alongside the 85 from AOA Racing, the MX-5 NC. GTO field heads onto the front straightaway with a pretty modest gap back to the production field, even though it's two separate starts. The green flag will wave on the front straightaway, and once again, it's a good jump from the number 16 from Economy Motorsport. The 914 gets bogged down very, very badly at the start as they work their way up through the gears, and it's going to get swamped by 2, 3, 4 cars and slot back in behind the GTR 99 BMW. Meanwhile, the 111 from Thunder Bunny Racing is able to jump up into second with a pretty solid start. We look back to the general production field, and it's PC Racing ahead of the 147 from Moorhead Speedworks, getting the pass done today that it couldn't get done at the end of the day yesterday. All clean through 30-odd cars and the first couple of corners. We pick the GTO field back up on the brakes into turn number 5, left-handed hairpin adjacent corner, I would say. Look at the start for the 944 banger, gentlemen. That is a rocket ship on this first lap. Now hounding the back of the GTR 99. So right out of the gate, that number 682 LS swapped Porsche 944, not taking its time getting its tires up to temperature or anything of the sort, really taking the fight to that big M4 that won the race yesterday. Slow car to the outside of turn number 7. It just missed the apex there. That is that the lay-in pipe car, the 385? Looks like it.
Possible. It should be noted that GTR started 7th and is up to 4th at this point.
Yeah, some of that was the rough start from the 914, the Modern Auto Body VAC BMW LS. But anyway, taking good opportunity, a good opportunity at the start to pick up a couple of spots, and now all over the back of the 82 from Random Vandals Racing. As we said at the top of the show this morning, a lot fewer question marks today than we had at this time yesterday. Know a lot more about how the tires come up to temperature, about how these cars behave right off the green flag, about how hard you can push them in these opening stints, and I suspect with it being a 7-hour race rather than an 8-hour race today, we're also going to see a little bit of differing driver strategy as well. That 111 looks a lot quicker first thing this morning than it did yesterday. Remember, a couple of those Supras actually struggled a fair bit in the early running yesterday before working their way back up to the front of the field. And in this particular case, these two leaders, that number 16 and the 111, really beginning to separate themselves at the front of GTO. Didn't see that yesterday either. It was a much more even start across the top 5 or 6 cars. And it really stayed that way for, I mean, a couple of hours. It was at least into the afternoon before we saw any real separation with the Thunder Bunny Supras, the 914 for a little while, and of course the 16 from Economy Motorsport. Gaggle of cars headed into turn number 1. That is the proverbial cork in the bottle at the moment, with the number 82 Random Vandals Racing BMW just maybe holding up a little bit. The GTR 99 and the 682 is in there as well. Oh, GTR's gotten through on the number 82 on the way into turn 4. That's not an obvious passing spot. It's a decent braking zone, but because of the short distance between turn 4 and the much tighter left-hander at turn number 5, you've really got to be decisive and committed to making that pass at 4. And it looks like maybe just a better run off of turn 3 for that GTR 99 allowed it to sneak through on the 82. And look at the margin it's pulled already, out to 3 or 4 car lengths over that number 82. The margin at this early stage, even 6.5 seconds up to the leading duo.
Yeah, they've just rocketed away from everybody at this point.
Yeah, I expect it to be that way at least for a little while. We know how quick that Elantra TCR is, and certainly was in the early going yesterday. Like we said, it'll be interesting to see if they can sustain that today. It certainly will be interesting to watch the driver rotations throughout the day and see where the pace of these cars ebb and flow. I'm making the assumption that Laura Hayes is back on board the number 111, 125.784 to get things started today. And if you're going to run in a 7-hour driver strategy, you would think maybe a couple of stints for Laura at the beginning and end of the race with Bill Graham slotted in the middle. It's the way these things tend to go. So Laura trying to put as much distance between herself and as many other competitors as she can. Great scrap yesterday for a little while between Laura Hayes and Jason Marks in the number 99 BMW. A little late with that flyover there, Skyhawk. Of course, they were a lap apart. With that margin being in favor of the GTR 99. But anyway, down the front straightaway, and the 16 goes defensive on the way into turn number 1. Goes about 3/4 of a car width to the inside, leaves just enough room for Laura to show the nose to the outside, but never really got far enough alongside to make a serious lunge at it into turn number 1, and things stay the same. GTR, Random Vandals, about a second between them. 7 minutes into this one, and now the 82 coming under attack just a little bit from that 944 banger LS swap Porsche. This just sounds so dirty. LS swap Porsche, what are we doing?
I mean, we talked about it yesterday, right?
No, I know. It just sounds weird to say. Like you say, LS swap BMW, which shows the nose at turn number 5 to that 944 banger. It's just such an odd thing to say. I don't know. Feels wrong. But it's a quick car. And look, if you're going to make a 944 competitive in GTO, I'm all about it. I think it is great. Just an odd thing to put together. Slow BMW, well, slow-ish BMW Z4 out of the final corner. It almost looked like it was recovering from something, but might just be settling into this one rather more gently. Back in GP1, Moorhead Speedworks leads from the 157 of Don't Panic. PC Racing, excuse me, has fallen to 3rd. We saw that again, I think, yesterday as well. Just slipped back early, and then...
Yeah, we saw they had a good start, but for some reason, by the end of the lap, they had fallen back to 3rd. Don't Panic had an exceptionally good start there, but Moorhead is leading that class. GP2's pretty much copy-paste start from yesterday, with Unruly taking the lead over Harrison Motorsports and Moorhead Speedworks. Moorhead has unfortunately dropped a bit of a ways back, 7 seconds from that lead in GP2, but Harrison is right there, making sure Unruly is not able to get away.
Good to see Harrison back today. We know they lost a ton of time yesterday.
Yeah.
Fairly early on in the morning. Leaders working their way through 11A and B up to the back of that Z4 we were just discussing. It's a 2003 Z4, which I think is where I'm getting tripped up. Very early.
First generation Z4.
Right. First year of the Z4?
I believe so.
Yeah. GTR 99 putting some daylight between itself and the pack from 4th on down, which is still being led by the 82 from Random Vandals Racing. I don't think it's quicker than all of the cars behind it, but it's quicker in the right places. which means that it's very, very difficult for anybody to get a legitimate run in a decent passing opportunity for any of those cars. And in particular, it's caused some chaos behind them because the 914 has been able to get past the 944. Okay, so this is some pretty heavy defense from that 82. Kind of parks the car in the middle of the road on the way there into turn 5. It's certainly not a block, right? He's choosing his line very early on in the process.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we've got a train now of 6 or 7 cars that's being locked up behind that number 82. And nobody should be getting desperate at this stage, but I think you can start to feel a little more sense of urgency and maybe even a hint of frustration from, I mean, the 914 and maybe even that 682, who has already lost a spot as a result of being held up now behind this number 82. The 32 from AF Racing is in there as well. That's the other LS-swapped BMW, local to the northeast here. Does a lot of regional endurance racing up in this part of the country. As we mentioned yesterday, this is the WRL's first visit to this part of the world, furthest north, certainly northeast that the series has been. I think Brainerd's probably a little further north, but anyway, nice to be here and nice to have a few of these local teams. We have seen AF before, to be fair.
Yes.
But anyway, decent showings here early on. Big slide out of the 82. And that is what Modern Auto Body needed to make the move into turn 5. You could see back on the throttle coming out of that quick right-hander at turn 4. The back end of the 82 was not as compliant as it has been for the last couple of laps. And that little hiccup in acceleration is just what the 914 needed to just squeeze the throttle a little bit and make the dive down into turn number 5. Now, does that open the floodgates for the rest of the cars behind it? And let's take a look at the lead battle on the way into turn number 1. The 111 sneaks up the inside of the number 16. Finally, a decent run out of turn number 12. And that is a lead change 12.5 minutes into the Sunday 7-hour enduro at NJMP. Thunder Bunny will lead from Economy Motorsport.
Yeah, it looked like a nice, clean setup there and execution. Both drivers playing, the roll heads up to make sure, safely facilitated pass. And, I doubt that the Thunder Bunny is going to really get away at this point. We'll see if Economy is able to attempt to get back around here.
Moorhead, Speedworks. Chad Moorhead leaves us a note in the YouTube chat regarding the end of yesterday's race. The throttle position sensor failed after yesterday's last pit stop. So they were nursing an issue that was not immediately obvious to us. Remember, that car had a throttle position sensor fail
early in the
day. Yeah, very early in the day. So let's keep an eye on that car. I'm sure they'll have addressed or attempted to address the issue after the race yesterday. And to be fair, they did get away with it. I mean, they did end up taking the class win anyway.
I wouldn't be surprised if they have a monkey holding a TPS right now, just in case.
Hot swap the TPS. Look at the margin that the 914 has pulled on the 82. That is where being quick in the right places counts, right? If you're the number 82, maybe you're quick in a straight line and decent enough on the brakes. Even if you're slower in the corners, you're backing up the field behind you and not allowing them to get a run where they would normally be quicker. And if you are quicker in sustained corners, let's say you're that number 682, 944 banger, the 32 from AF Racing, that 7, 8, 9, 10 complex is just, it's so difficult to make a pass there if you're not in different classes or categories of cars, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you are basically parked if you're in a GTO to GTO battle or anywhere near similar performance brackets. And I get the sense that's kind of what's happening here. Now let's keep an eye on that 914. Personal best immediately, a 125.973, which is not all that far off the fastest lap of the race. I mean, 3/10 to choose between them. And having lost 17.5 seconds to the overall race leader is not going to be the end of the world. Certainly we'd expect a full course yellow or two throughout the course of today. But you'd prefer not to give up that time. Oh man, they're charging up to the back of the 99 here. 4.5 seconds becomes 3.3 and backs up his 25.9 with a 26.1. Personal best as well. Well, the 82 puts in a personal best.
Yeah.
27.6. The 944 does as well. So maybe just starting to find their feet a little bit in that Random Vandals M4, and actually gapping those two now, beginning to gap the GTO cars that run 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, which is that next little pack.
Yeah, it seems like it's definitely starting to stretch a little bit, especially between like Bruce Innovations to Choice Racing. They're about a second and a half back, and then the Matt Connolly GTOs another 2 seconds back or so.
Battle into turn number 1, second place in GP1, 44 of PC Racing inside the number 157 from Don't Panic. And much like that 82, I think that 44 just takes a couple of laps to start to find its feet. And once it does, that'll run with the best. Maybe a little conservative on setup to try and preserve that left front tire a little bit now that it's up to temperature. And pressure that car's driving a little more like it's meant to. That is happening 13 seconds behind the 147 of Moorhead Speedworks. We know that PC car has pace. No Rubin Performance Garage cars today.
Yeah, I noticed. I'm just looking down to see who we do not have today.
It's actually a pretty short list, JT.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Only 4 cars.
Yep, and we know the 766 was almost certainly not going to run today, just as a matter of personal choice. Nothing technically wrong with the car on their debut weekend with Thunder Bunny Racing. That is still the Works 45 team, but no longer with the Audi R8. And then the AVR number 231 BMW. I'm a little more surprised not to see because they were competitive yesterday. But that E46 not on the grid this morning either. The Rubin cars, I'm a little more intrigued by. The 600 sounded rather ill at one point yesterday. That was the NC Miata in GP2. And then the GP1 car, very competitive through most of the day, really kind of took the fight to Moorhead and PC Racing and led for a good portion of the morning before it started to slip away. And I'm fairly certain I saw a post at some point yesterday from Alex Rubenstein of Rubin Performance Garage asking for a lift and timing equipment that I am going to assume never appeared for them.
Even if it did, that's a big job to do with the track, to try to retime what's effectively a race motor from the factory, those S52s. That's probably something you'd rather do in a machine shop, frankly.
Yeah, and it's a short drive home for them, so it's not like, well, we can run it for a while because, we're not going to be home for 2 days anyway. They're not terribly far up the road in central Jersey, northern Jersey. I don't know where that line is, but anyway, they're in state. So maybe just deciding, hey, rather than try and force the issue here in a garage overnight, like you say, let's take it home, get it repaired, and try again. Nice to have them here anyway. It was great to see another really competitive car in GP1. Margin at the front of GTO, I think being managed just a little bit. We don't think that Thunder Bunny car is massively quicker than the Hyundai Elantra TCR, but couple of tenths here and there, and it's out to 3.5 seconds. Even in traffic, both cars running mid-128s at this stage, which, again, not exactly the ultimate pace of either car, but we know that you've got to manage the pace and the tires, in particular that left front, over the course of today, especially with the weather conditions being so drastically different from what we had yesterday. This time yesterday it was 61, humid, damp, and very overcast. Today, a little breezier, which is always welcome, but we're headed for a high of 79. And not anticipating a whole lot of cloud cover, even if we have a little bit of haze just hanging around at the moment. Not enough to deter the touch-and-go traffic at the Millville Airport just behind us. You see, appears to be a Skyhawk or a 152 up there behind the, just headed behind the timing tower.
While Brendan is looking skyward, if you look back down on the horizon, you would have seen a modern auto body taking third from GTR.
Oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed.
So just a report from regarding the 293 here from John Ryan Lewis. Says lifter and cam failure. Not hard at all to retime. Metal everywhere in the motor.
Yeah, that's no fun.
Yeah, okay, so it was more than just needing
More
to
than just a
retime
timing thing or having to redo. Okay, got it.
Yeah, we didn't have that
I
information
assumed
at
that
this time
maybe they
yesterday.
needed like a valve job, like that maybe they had clashed some valves and that was kind of what they needed to reattach. At which point, like I don't know if I'm replacing valves at the track personally, but yeah, that makes sense too. If there's metal everywhere, that's no fun.
I certainly wouldn't be replacing valves at the track because I have no idea what I'm doing.
Yes.
Yeah, I could do it. It just wouldn't be the correct clearance.
The engine would never be usable again.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
I'm just terrible at it. That just comes down to patience and having the right feeler gauges, which I also don't have. So. It's important to note here, the one... Oh, go ahead. No, that's fine.
No. I'm just watching this 82 again, getting a little defensive on the way into turn number 5. Thinly veiled is a passing opportunity there for one of the open throttle BMWs. But did again balk that number 682 Porsche 944, and this pack is starting to string together again now that they've worked through some of the traffic. 944 is in there. AF Racing still sits third in queue. Choice Racing there in fourth. And then again, the Bruce Innovations number 333, fifth in line, ninth in the running order. Not sure who's in that 82 at the moment.
Anyway, to finish up my statement from earlier, it's important to note that because we have all the data and information from yesterday with regards to driver lineups to some extent, the 111 really has all of the advantage here, because all they have to do really is match the 16, because as we saw yesterday, the quick driver in the 16 starts the car, and then the pace slowly goes out of that car. So as long as Thunder Bunny can maintain a sort of 5 to 15 second gap and just pit when economy pits, they're going to, in general, stay in the lead. I think they're probably, even today, even with 3 positions separating them, I think the 111's probably racing the 99 right now and not the 16.
I don't know about that. And my only hesitation is that we already are seeing something different than what we saw yesterday. Right? I don't think that 111 was as competitive right out of the gate as it was, or as it has been today. Right? Yesterday, I think it took a little longer for that car to get up to pace. And the 16 was kind of just able to escape out of the front, at least to the tune of 15 or 20 seconds. And the 16, I think, was it felt quicker yesterday at this stage. Right? It felt like it was able to be a little bit more authoritative in how it established this early part of the race. And I just think we are actually going to see something a little bit different as a part of this 7-hour race rather than yesterday's 8-hour race.
sprint, as it were.
Yeah, I think Economy probably learned a little bit yesterday, too. Remember, they haven't had a ton of experience in the World Racing League. I mean, historically, you want your quicker drivers in at the end.
Right.
You know, slower drivers in at the beginning. Certainly, it gives you a little bit more flexibility at the end of the race. And if you get some full course yellows, you can regain a lot of the time loss from running a slower driver at the beginning. Now, of course, the target will be forever and always to stay on the lead lap. But if you're successful in doing that, it puts you in a much, much better position at the end of the race. And I think that was where Economy lost a little bit when it came to the run to the checkered flag yesterday afternoon. That car is not slow by any account.
But no, I don't think the car's slow at all. That's not what it is.
You can see visually, like from where I'm standing at the start finisher, when I look out to turn one, the quickest cars are braking at about the 4 board, or about where the curb starts on driver's left on the way into the corner. And that included Economy Motorsport yesterday. Even in a front-wheel drive car backing things up a little bit, they were braking as late as the latest breakers, which particularly was the 914. That Economy car is now braking back at the 5 board this morning, right?
Okay.
Which is roughly 100 feet. I mean, that's not, insignificant. So I'm getting the sense either they are really babying that left front tire, or both of the front tires for that matter, or they've got a different driver in that car this morning than they had yesterday and are running this race with a different approach to try and take advantage of, the pace that they really do have. They had a noticeable advantage early yesterday. So Let's see how this pans out. I'm excited. Still
Absolutely.
some question marks here. Pit stop here for the 385. Lane Pipe Racing. To be clear, they are all plumbers, or some of them are plumbers.
Okay, that's that would lay true with the name.
Mm-hmm.
Man, most unfortunate for PC Racing with that early start. Unfortunately, losing so much time to Moorhead.
Yeah.
They're lapping relatively similar, but they lost so much time. It's a 19-second gap.
We did see yesterday those two cars run at a similar pace. I do think that we'll see at least one more yellow today. Moorhead lost a ton of time yesterday with an extra pit stop dealing with their throttle position sensor issues. So I don't think that race is over by any stretch of the imagination. It is a little bit of a big gap right now for sure. But I think here in 3 or 4 hours, we'll see those cars right back together again.
Yeah, we're also seeing in GP3 the 65 open throttle already pulling out a large gap over the number 85 AOA Racing.
Absolutely. Just kind of running down the order here. I've been trying to do production stuff in the background. GP2, Harrison Motorsports back in the lead again. No. Oh no, it shows that they're 14. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 158 Unruly.
Yeah.
It's only a 7/10 gap. And they're there. That's the battle we're watching on track right now. The 82 is kind of in between those two cars. They're going to try to get by on the straight here. And the 82 does clear that battle. It's going to be the Harrison car right at the back of that crew. I think they maybe just check up there.
Yeah, keep eyes on this. That 158 is sliding back through the GTO cars, whereas the 164 has already kind of paid the price for letting all those cars through, and it's going to close these cars up absolutely nose to tail in GP2. Watch the back of the shot here. You look for the orange BMW. I think the position's changed. It has. Ooh! 90 gets shoved off to driver's right there.
Ooh.
That was very awkward.
Yeah, it looked like just a little bit too much speed, and the tires just losing grip there.
Ryan, you weren't wrong about GP2. We're just early.
That's true.
Harrison does not lead.
Whatever.
Anyway, as you are.
As is standard when Harrison is running a GP2, and they are not opposed by other full season entrants. Harrison, of course, very much the class of the field in GP2 this season. I think they will comfortably win the outright championship as well as the East championship. I would have to double check on the Midwest one, but I suspect they are in the lead of that one as well. Less than a tenth of a second, however, between the two cars battling in GP2 right now. We see that. So the other car down the inside, the unruly Autosports BMW, and then they're going to file back in right behind on the 158. That would be the orange BMW that's almost, if you squint at it, looks an awful lot like the Moorhead Speedworks car, which it isn't.
I want to be clear about the Turn 2 and Turn 3 cameras that Zach is mostly skipping at the moment. They were not unintentionally left crooked like that. Those are very intentional art shots. Very creative decision being taken there by yours truly to make the horizon roughly 15 degrees off of center. Yeah, look at that. Even a broader view there. Nice view of the airport in the background. Let it really give a sense of depth and elevation right on that climb up out of turn 4.
So you can see the climb. It's
really that's really what I was going for there, and not at all leaving the camera 15 degrees off center.
You know, it does make me feel good, Brendan, just from like an HR and et cetera perspective, that you are calling that out yourself, because it is like my #1 pet peeve of walking 100 yards away from the camera and just having you be like, oh, actually, it's not centered. And I'm like, I don't care. You missed your opportunity to complain about that one. I'm moving on.
It was much easier to see the screens yesterday when I was setting it up because of the cloud cover. Right, but the sun came up this morning. You're really working with a lot less light coming off the screen, and just taking a guess, man.
Right.
Eventually, we'll get some post-production stuff set up to where Zach can just tilt them manually, zoom in a little bit, and get it framed properly. But we don't have.
I think the production iPad is going to be the way we solve
There's
all of this.
There's a lot of things to come in the future here that I'm intrigued for. We don't use proper tripods at the moment for a whole variety of reasons, but maybe 3 or 4 of them traveling with the series wouldn't go amiss.
I think that you're now trying to level 2 separate pieces of equipment at that point, and I'm not looking forward to the tripod thing. Let's just put it that way.
No, so a good tripod will have a ball head, or like a fluid head with a little ball center.
Yeah.
Right. So
I'm aware, but then you're leveling the tripod, and then you're leveling the phone mount.
No, the phone mount is always level with the tripod. It is always square to the tripod.
Oh, so you're going to get different mounts than the ones we're using now.
No. They just screw onto the top of the...
You'll see. The head of the tripod.
I used a great one back in February. Well worth it. Trust me. You got to trust me on this.
All right.
I work with tripods almost daily. They can be great.
I didn't know they had tripods at Arby's.
Oh.
Yes,
the
Atlantic
AW
City,
branded tripod.
go.
Oh, goodness.
Is there a New Jersey appropriate fast food restaurant? I don't think so.
Is it the gas station?
I mean Wawa. It would be Wawa, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Hardee's? I don't know.
No.
It probably is
definitely
Hardee's.
Wawa.
Hardee's country out there.
It's
out
never
east?
Hardee's country.
You know, Culver's.
Nobody needs Hardee's.
Culver's did just announce the Herder Burger, which I am now missing out on. Not living in the Midwest anymore.
I still haven't been to Culver's, and I don't feel upset about it.
It's fine. Again, and we've had this discussion a lot. Scott Michaels doesn't understand. I give you a lot of credit as a fast food establishment if you can just deliver me the food hot. And at Culver's, it takes 15 minutes to get your food because it's hot. At In-N-Out, it takes a little while because it's hot. That's really all I can ask for at this point.
They just leave it next to the heat coming off of the ice cream machines.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that.
Anyway,
Podcast
mode, 35 minutes in. Let's go.
Hey, I mean, it is what it is. We're here for it. RJ knows what he's getting. We're a known quantity at this point.
I'm not worried about RJ. I'm worried about the viewers.
The viewer.
Poor guys. Chad Moorhead's trying to run a race team and stay engaged in what we're talking about, and we're chatting about Culvers.
I do have another amusing fast food anecdote later, but we'll save that one for later. We'll put that one in the bank.
Do we have something going on now that you can't talk about it now?
Oh no, I don't want to front load all of the fast food discussion. So
that's fair. We were advised recently by our friend Scott Michaels that occasionally in sim racing broadcasts you'll get podcast mode like 2 laps in.
Well, see, okay,
we waited till 25.
The 511 I think is going to start to get impatient here.
I think everybody's getting impatient.
I'm sure, but the 511 is now very much, I think, creating the correct gap where they can set up a move on their terms.
I actually feel frustrated for the 944 because it was certainly quick enough to get by the number 82 for like the last 15 laps.
Right.
Couldn't get the move done, and now it's starting to lose positions, right? It's lost the spot to the 511 already. It's under attack now from the AF Racing number 32. And, you would anticipate that you'd want to make hay while the sun shines, you've got fresh tires, all those things, and instead you're wasting all of that potential trapped behind a car that is quicker in, the right places, but holding you on the course of a lap.
Big slidey boy there from the open throttle BMW. Yeah, I think the 511 here is going to dispatch the 82 probably at the end of this lap would be my
Yeah, you would
guess.
say that, but I don't know.
The move is being planned. You can totally see they're doing the textbook, okay, back up a little bit so that you can get the run where you want to get the run move.
Only car that has passed the 82 is the 914. The only one.
And 99.
Oh, that's true. The 99 was behind them. So that's fair. 2 cars have gotten past them. And
so you mean the V8 BMWs, which the 511 is.
But it took traffic. And it took a mistake out of the 82. And I'm not sure I see that happening again. On board the 32 of AF Racing. This is stuck up behind that LS-swapped Porsche 944. A couple LS-powered cars here.
Is the sound working appropriately on that feed?
I'm not listening, actually.
No, okay. No, I'm not either.
Well, we cut away just in time for me to check the volume, so it's good.
Awesome. You love to see it. Mm-hmm. I'm currently at 45% CPU as well, so we've got plenty of headspace here.
That's what our TMP will get you.
Yeah.
If I had to put money on it, I'd say the 82 stays in this position until the end of the stint.
How much money? I mean, we're in New Jersey. How much money would you like to put on that?
You can't bet on New Jersey.
Is it really amateur?
Sports.
Is it really amateur though? There's people being paid.
I mean, that's true. Everywhere.
That's a great question. How much do people have to be paid for it not to be amateur? And what percentage of them? What really determines that?
Yeah, I mean, the series doesn't say amateur racing.
If you're part of an NIL collective, if there's a WRL NIL collective, does that mean you're being paid professionally?
WRL NIL powered by DriversEye Live.
Yeah.
Who are we going to go
We're going to sign everybody up. The 511 draws ever closer to the 82 here. They're going to dive down and make the move on the inside.
I might have been wrong within a lap.
I think they're going to have another shot here.
So, the harder the 82 defends, the quicker they are going to wear their tires out. I mean, it's just...
And the 511, I think, is going to take another swing at it here through the carousel thing.
The carousel thing.
Look at it.
Some people would call that turn 10.
Would they?
Some people would, yes.
It looks like a carousel. Look at it.
It actually does, the way it kind of dips into that bowl.
Yeah.
And then rises out the other side. That's fair.
I got it. We're on board. I am going to switch to this Z4 on board because it looks great.
Nice.
Damn. There we go. That's just the best on board right now. I love it. That's a car that's being driven. Look at it. Of course, now they're on the straight, and you can't really tell.
I was going to say, hefty amount of vibration out of the front of that C4.
Yep. Almost like they hit a wall yesterday.
Did they hit a wall yesterday?
Yeah, that was part of the tire barrier.
Oh, yeah, down at turn number between 4 and 5.
Yep. Happy to see the car back on track today. This, of course, is the AF Racing number 30. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is the HC Auto 577 Z4. The car that I think we're unanimous as a commentary crew as being one of our favorites this weekend. You know, in the absence of a 128i, I will accept the same motor in a slightly different chassis. There goes the 82. There goes the 511.
I don't think we're getting the...
Oh, man, that's quite the thing. I kind of have the 914, but it's not mega stable. And I have the 32.
Yeah, we were on 32 a minute ago. The 32 is really well settled in that battle. So let's jump on board there. It's not all that far behind. They're across start finish as we speak. So
yep, it is a good view of that battle. We'll be able to see this car also being just driven, really driven right here. Big motor in there. Of course, the E46 chassis, very, very good for club racing, as we've seen. Got that big V8 power. They're going to find third gear here.
Husband and wife team.
Yep.
AF Racing, Justin and Jessica Tracy. Whoa, good slide out of 2.
They're really pushing
that.
Really, really pushing it on the gas. They're trying to get to stay in touch with the leaders there. The leaders of the pack, anyway.
I love that corner. It reminds me of the local track we have up here. That blind crest while turning is so good.
Is that, are you talking about 2 or 3?
I believe it's 2.
2, yeah.
The 511, they're also showing the nose. I think the 511 is going to make it very clear that they would like to be around. If that's Will Choice in the car, I bet we can get Will Choice to come on in and talk about it.
I would have almost expected Will to be further up the field than this. Now, granted, he's been held up in this pack for the last 43 minutes. So.
And he doesn't want to be in the car. Ooh, he loses a little bit of time there, I think, trying to back up again, but he's got that Porsche right underneath him. You've got 2 big American V8 powered swapped cars following 2 factory-built BMW M4s. Just what a series.
Isn't that interesting?
What a series, man. I love it. That's absolutely fantastic.
I'm getting the sense here that the 82 is better on throttle, and everybody else is better everywhere else.
I do have... Oh, see, it was just paused. I have the 82 on board, but it does not have a rear view camera.
Yeah, this is a better shot then.
Yeah.
There you go, up over JT's turn 2 there.
Yep.
They've extended that curb layer by layer on the exit over the years. See, I've always thought it was a very strange concept to just build curbs further out as cars drop wheels, because eventually you are people are just going to keep using the curb that you give them.
Yeah.
And then drop 2 wheels on the backside of that. So they're up to 3 layers of curb on the exit of corner, trying to deter drivers from building ruts on the backside. You can add a 4th layer, and people are still going to drop wheels. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so I am going to switch cameras here. Because...
Wow, look at that transition.
The 82 is going to catch some traffic here. I believe this is them catching up to the GP2 pack.
Yeah, this will be... is that RRT in front of us?
I think so. Ooh, they braked very early, so I believe this is going to give an opportunity for the 511 to get around here as they're stuck in this traffic. So we'll try to take another little bit better view here. We can see the 511, that's the black car up there.
Everybody's been ahead.
Everybody's trying to go wide. Oh, this could be it. Is the 511 going to get stuck behind here? We'll switch back.
Loses 2
This
places.
camera's a little bit far behind, but we'll be able to see the results here.
Yeah, something of an instant replay here. The 511 loses 2 places as a result of all this. The 82 backs up turn 1 again, but damage has been done if you're Choice Racing. AF Racing has gone through. The 944 banger. The 682 has gone through. Man, so tentative in traffic.
Yep.
Now we speed up again to some degree. Oh, sorry, the 32 didn't get through. Oh,
Wow, they're trying to pass on both sides of that car.
2 wheels in the grass for the 82.
The 32 also having to take, that's not a wide bit of track there to go 3 wide to try to go around some slower traffic. So I would not have been a fan of being in that GP3 car at that moment. That would have been pretty scary. You're just hoping everybody's wise enough to do what they need to do there. So now this is going to give the opportunity for the Porsche 944 to try to get around the 82. A much, much lighter car, so I almost wonder if they're going to have a better opportunity to be on the brakes a little bit later, but they almost certainly are going to get outclassed on the straight. So if they do something, they need to get it done and check out quickly, which I think they'll be able to do given the relative pace of the 82 right now, as we still ride on board the 32, just because it's got the best view of this battle right now. The 82 ekes out just enough of a gap on the 944 Porsche there. The 944 Porsche is going to start to come back on the 82 as we get into the more technical bits on the track, but it's not going to matter. So they really have to do something not crazy, but you have to have just the perfect moment to actually make this move happen. So the 82 making life difficult, I think, for this bit of the GTO field.
Yeah, the setup so far has been to wait till the 82 is balked in an obvious passing zone, and that's usually down at turn 4 or 5, because it is a deep enough braking zone to get a pass done, but not so obvious that just anybody can fire it up the inside. See, the 82 actually got pretty defensive there on the way into turn 7, even without traffic, faded driver's right pretty early, and blocked the 682, not blocked, but prevented the 682 from being able to make a move up the inside. Again, you can see everybody right up to the back bumper of the Random Vandals car at the head of this pack. And just now, 82 is on the throttle early and will begin to draw away. Let's stay with this, because as they come through start-finish, everybody gets held up just a touch by an open throttle BMW, and they all accordion together behind the Random Vandals car. Again. I don't know if we are. 511 will definitely take a look up the inside of the 944, but not far enough alongside to actually be able to make the move. And now the 82 has a little bit of breathing room over that Porsche 944.
Now the big issue here is that this has basically allowed a 40-second gap between the 82 and the 99. So the top 4 of this class
slow 944 there to driver's right, Ryan.
Okay.
Go ahead, we'll identify that car in a second.
Yeah, that of course not the 682, given that they are in this line still. But yeah, that's a 40-second gap that they're now going to have to overcome. That's not quite a full pit stop, but it is a lot to have to worry about here. 10 seconds the gap between the Economy Motorsports Hyundai in second position and the Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra up in first. They're followed by the number 914 Modern Auto Body VAC BMW. Very similar car to what we ride on board with right now. Followed by the GTR 99. Those two cars very close together. I sort of have a VAC on board, kind of, but it is not tremendously stable, so I'm electing not to show that car at this time. I still think this is the best available shot.
It is, and it's actually going to get a lot more interesting. You look in the rearview mirror, and there is a Bruce Innovations BMW that is tucked up right under the rear wing of the AF Racing M3. Looks to the inside on the way into turn number 1, and through goes the BMW M4. Do they? Well, we are a little behind there on the onboard.
Yep, and they do get through. Because that is them right ahead now. Yeah, it
just cost the 32 enough time. This has started to string itself out a little bit, but as we know, it doesn't take too much for the 82 to get backed up in traffic and for this long train of 5 to become a much shorter train of 5. And as we said, the other issue here is that everybody is kind of chewing their tires up. Right, looking for places to pass, the 82 being a little bit more defensive, focusing on corner exits, right, using the rear tires up a little bit more. It is creating different challenges for everybody. that certainly in a 7-hour race you could do without. But it is exciting for us to watch here. 50 minutes in.
That Supra, the number 90 Toyota R&D Racing, is going to start to catch up to this pack now as well. And then followed by them is the 104 Matt Connolly Motorsports GTO.
Yeah, unfortunately the Supra lost a little bit of time behind the GTO. And so that the group of 5 were able to pull away a bit. Also good to see the NFC Motorsports closing in the gap on that Matt Connolly Motorsports GTO as well.
They are. They're about to go a lap down too, actually, JT, that Mercedes AMG.
Yeah, just it's not quite at the pace we saw yesterday. But I mean, it's, you know, in the 29s and 30s right now. They did lose a lot of time at the very beginning, so they've been trying to claw their way back.
Paul Sparta makes a comment, just get turkey, that was some time ago. They eat tires pretty hard. That is the Porsche 944. So 944 may not be competitive as long as these other 4 around them, but with that being said, they've been trapped behind the 82 for long enough that maybe they've got something in reserve.
I was gonna say, don't tell them that.
I was going to say, is this Paul Sparta saying that they're actually doing the 944 a favor?
I mean, look, I don't think the 82 is running anybody's race but their own, right? Like, this is them just kind of cruising there, and if nobody can find a way around them, then, hey, so be it, you know? Now,
I believe what we just saw the end of there, Brendan, was the number 111 coming around to lap the Mercedes.
What did I just say?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. You are absolutely correct.
I'm trying to keep track of a lot of stuff.
And
a lot of moving parts.
The Mercedes, JT had mentioned, was in a battle with the Pontiac GTOR, which is now in the pit lane doing a driver change and picking up a visor up warning in the process.
Right then.
Paul does say, no, we're not doing any favors at all.
Yeah, I think everybody's noticed. It's been good stuff, though. And again, like, you would like to... Ooh, automatic is way deep there at turn 6. You'd like to see everybody figure out a way to get past. And to be honest with you, now it matters less. Right, we are now really stringing this pack of 5 out. Almost, are we out to a second now? Between the 82? Yeah, 1.4 between the 82 and the 682. So, I think at this point, it feels much less corked or under pressure than it was even just a couple of laps ago. 111 gets through on the 123 at start-finish.
Do you think the 511 tries to go for the undercut here?
If you're not changing tires, I don't know that the undercut makes a huge difference. But I get what you're doing.
I mean, if they're going to be in clear traffic and able to click some laps off.
True. Yeah, that is true. So, ironically, now I think that the Turkey is starting to hold up a couple of the cars behind it. Actually, is that the Turkey? No, that is the 511.
Yes, the 511.
I don't know.
Now fighting with Cruise Innovations.
It's tough to tell who actually is or isn't quicker now. It was very obvious that the 82 was one of the slower ones out of the pack, despite being out in front. But now, a little tougher to tell.
Is the 82 saving tires and gambling on a yellow?
That could be. Even without the yellow.
Or a goldenrod flag, as it were.
Listen, you put that 32 and the 82 side by side and tell me which one's yellow.
Well, one of them is green.
Which one's green? Oh my God!
Is it not a Dayglow type color?
No.
So what's great is the grass here in New Jersey.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, you put that 32 next to grass. Tell me which one's green.
All right. All right.
A couple of seconds being taken out of the race lead by the number 16 of Economy Motorsport. Been so focused on this battle for fifth over the last few laps that we've kind of put the battle for first and the battle for third to the side for a little bit. GTR 99 actually, I think, just got back through.
Yeah.
For P3.
They did.
That's the number 914 of Modern Auto Body VAC, the New Jersey locals. And the lead margin is down from 10 seconds to 6.5.
Ooh, 82's coming down pit lane.
This feels early.
55 minutes, yeah, with a couple pace laps.
It's less about 55 minutes and more 37 laps. I mean, that's a good 7 to 8 laps shorter than they ran yesterday. Comes to the attention of the Random Vandals Racing crew. And I would offer commentary on their pit stop because it's only a couple of yards away from me, but being blocked by NFC's construction down there at mid-pit. Back into, or headed down into turn one. 914 shows the nose on the 99. Move done at the apex. Let's pick him up on exit. Crossover, no. Good work for Modern Auto Body VAC to pick third back up. Get held up just a touch here by the 147 of Moorhead Speedworks. Coming up to the end of hour number one at New Jersey Motorsports Park, Thunderbolt Raceway. Welcome along. This is your first time watching the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. This is DriversEye Live. Brendan Kazmarek, Ryan West, JT Tammy on the mic, Zach Johnson on production. Been a clean but very interesting start to this one, especially up in GTO. A couple of separate battles. Battle for the lead about 6.5 seconds after 38 laps of green flag racing. Battle for third, much, much closer than that. Literally just car lengths to choose between them. And then this pack from fifth on back was being led by the 82 of Random Vandals Racing, a BMW M4 GT4. That a pit stop has now uncorked and allowed the four chasing cars to kind of get away, with the exception of the 32, who has actually slipped off the back of that that group ahead of it. Kinds of interesting cars we'll talk about through the course of the day there in GTO, our top class. GP1, top production class, led by Moorhead Speedworks, number 147 from PC Racing, another BMW M3 in second, and the number 157 of Don't Panic, also a BMW M3. 64 of Open Throttle Racing into the pit lane, fourth in GP1, a BMW M3. Shall I go on? GP2 led by a pair of BMWs, trio of BMWs as well. Harrison Motorsports, Unruly Autosport, and Moorhead Speedworks in that class. And Open Throttle Racing, GP3 leader, the number 65 from AOA Racing, and NC Mazda Miata, second place in our slowest production class at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like Harrison took that GP2 lead about 3 or 4 laps ago, getting around Unruly Autosport in another 330.
It's really too bad I don't have the VAC camera stable, because they've gone back and forth with the GTR quite a few times.
We did get sent a link for GTR.
Oh, did we?
In the Slack, yeah.
Can you... Oh, it's in the Slack.
Yeah.
I posted it in the Discord.
For the GTR?
GT.
Yeah.
Are you sure? Oh, it's right there. Okay, I was like, I'm pretty sure I already saw that. Okay, got it. Control C, Control V, my favorite combination today. Bam. Bam. All right, there we go. Oh, that's quite delayed. No, it's not. Oh, we're good. Yeah, yeah.
Looked like a little bit of smoke or something out of the number 300 Easy Riders Mercedes there. That might have just been them offline.
Yep.
Or it could just be the fact that it's a 1987 Mercedes.
Turbo
can say?
diesel.
Into the pit lane for the 914 Modern Auto Body VAC right after the end of the first hour of racing. We'll see it here in just a couple of seconds delay from on board the 99. There goes the 914 to driver's right.
Always good when a driver shows the intentions quite early to pit in.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, they've drawn that blend line pretty far back between 11 and 12.
Mm-hmm.
Almost don't have a choice. On board the Z4?
Yep, that's the 577.
577. Normally we have these things boxed in a bit so we can add a graphic, but little behind on some of the production setup here. Normally we'd get some dark blinks for the onboards. Not so much this weekend. But anyway, great to be able to ride along board. Nice rear view camera for the Z3 or Z4, which I hadn't noticed before.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the big boy.
Yeah.
That's like what you'd put on your Ford Excursion back in like 2008. So you got the big screen. So when you're backing up to your trailer, you can. Oh no, trouble!
Yes, sir.
I mean, yeah, the camera stopped.
Oh. I was watching the number 111 put a lap on the 82. And as it's been for most of the morning, that has cost the 111 about 4.5 seconds to the number 16 from Economy Motorsport. Caps down to just 1.9. Oh, it's actually less than that now.
Yeah, you can see
that is measured in car lengths.
The Random Vandals car splitting them.
Yeah, 111 got held up there by the Random Vandals car a touch. And out wide just a little bit, maybe half a car length at turn 6. 16 looks at the inside at 7. Move done.
Now the 82 doesn't defend.
Again, about 5 car lengths is your race lead battle. An hour and 4 minutes gone. We'd be expecting the number 16 into the pits within a few laps here. They're running about 42, 43 laps yesterday on a stint. 42 done plus a couple of pace laps. Not yet.
Good to see.
Did get the sense there for a while that the 111 was just sort of managing the gap at about 10 seconds. Weren't really pushing as hard as that car was capable of being pushed.
Ooh, good stop from Choice. I believe they're going to come out a couple seconds up the road from the 82.
Is that the overcut, Ryan? Stay out longer
Yes.
than your competitor and put laps
Yes.
in and clear air? Yeah.
The overcut. Yep.
Overcut, yeah.
Yep. Did you know that the KERS system in an F1 car puts out about the same amount of power as your family car?
Is that right?
Yeah.
That actually feels slightly underwhelming.
No, but they talk about it every weekend, so...
I wish they would start to use cars as references when they engage the curse system.
Yeah, with the boost of a Toyota Sienna. It was our example car yesterday.
Yes. I think a Toyota Sienna is quite representative of a lot of cars in the field here.
Do you?
Yeah, it's got 300 horse.
Oh, power output-wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's fair. Thunder Bunny gets through and puts a lap on the 511. Producer Zach says, I think the TCR is into the pit lane. Sounds about right to me. GTR also into the pit lane. The number 99 at the end of lap number 43. Again, the front brakes on these cars smoking pretty heavily. I don't remember seeing this before.
It's a little warmer.
No, I mean, I remember seeing it yesterday, but I don't remember seeing it at other tracks. I suppose we don't really have the high-speed stretches where you're getting a lot of cool air being pushed past the brakes, right? You've got this decent stretch between 10 and 12 where you're up to about 135. Maybe at the end of at the end of the back straight, headed into 4. 99 is away. I haven't seen the TCR yet. Good stop. Oh, they've actually gone through. I look to my right. They were just hidden behind some canopies. So that is not a change of position, but it is a noticeable time gain for Team GTR.
It is. As is usual with their pit stop prowess, if you will.
Coming across the line, Choice Racing over the Random Vandals car by 0.2.
Yeah, it's a scrap at the moment, I would say.
Yeah, the Random Vandal is going quite a bit quicker at this point.
Brendan, do you remember what I said about 30 minutes ago that the Thunder Bunny was actually racing the 99 and not the 16?
I mean, they're racing both. I agree. I see your point. I don't disagree. But that 16 is still going to be out in front of the 99.
Right.
Yeah.
And then it's also worth noting the 90, who, if you're watching the timing, is up into 4th position. Much like Colorado, they are fraudulent. They still need a pit stop here. So,
I'll tell you what's fraudulent. USC's defense.
Oh boy, here we go.
Actually, can you be fraudulent if you don't even pretend? I don't think you can.
Oh, trouble.
Spinner there. That is the 385. Land Pipe Racing. On the grassy outside of turn 9.
Yep. Able to get back going with no consequence there, thanks to the grassy runoff.
Into the pit lane, the Mercedes AMG, number 123. This is still listed as the 123, although I don't know exactly what chassis that is.
Great question.
It looks very pristine.
I do get the impression that whether it's a different, like substantial repairs have been made, or if they are indeed using the other car, that it does not have the same setup as yesterday.
It is the 124 because the rear number, the 1 and the 2 are in green, the 3 is in white. Which says to me they've changed stickers there. Also, the faux Montana license plate on the back of the car says side piece 2. Assuming that the 123 would be side piece 1. The original 123 would be side piece 1.
Right. Well, counter argument, the 123 was going to need a new rear bumper, though, yes?
That is true. That is true.
Okay, but so you said the back number is different, and that's the difference between the two cars. Is one has a white detail to it, the other one has a black detail to it on the stripes down the side.
Oh, is that right?
That would really be the way to tell. Yes.
Okay, I'll be able to provide some more information on that. after this pit stop.
I was gonna say, or we could just, kind of ask the team. I think that would probably be the most definitive way.
Oh, the 82 absolutely rockets
In
up
there.
the inside on the way into turn number 1, but does not get left enough room on the outside, or on the inside by the number 511. It was more of a lunge,
And we'll be able to get
by
a
the
replay
82.
of that here. There we go, if you want to switch to the onboard. There we go.
Oh, that move was kind of on.
It was. The 511
Early fade to
taking
the
no
inside.
prisoners there.
Yeah.
Do you think that's influenced by being held up earlier?
Might be.
This is a
I
case
will
of,
say
like,
this,
absolutely
in
not. I will
defense-
not let you through.
In defense of random vandals, their defense was not nearly that active.
That's very true.
Right, it was just a very passive, let's focus on corner exits, be quick in the places that we know we're quick, and let everything kind of happen around us.
Well, we didn't necessarily have a good onboard to show at the time. In
True.
a couple cases, this, for all we know, this is previous rules of engagement.
111 into and out of the pit lane comes to the pit lane speed cones at the west end of the track, and Economy Motorsport is headed into turn number 1. So this is going to pick up pretty much right where we left off, with just a couple of seconds between the 111 exiting shot left and the white and red TCR headed up over the crest at 2. Timing says 1:11. When that refreshes, it's going to be about 2 to 3 seconds.
Yeah.
111's actually been quite lucky there to come out ahead of all of that lap traffic. And the 16 works its way through most of it. The 99 just dropped a couple of tenths off the back of that TCR. It was 3.4 seconds. I think even a little closer than that after the pit stop. Shouts to Moorhead Speedworks, by the way, up to 5th overall. A lot of that is pit stop. It is entirely pit stop.
The 82's got a big run. No, not quite in time.
And
If we want to head back to that onboard, this is a battle that's still going on. It's still developing between the 82 and the 511.
Oh, I think it's fully developed. This is just a matter of the 82 trying to find space to get through. I don't believe we have audio for this these onboards, by the way.
Oh, we don't, huh? Yeah, I've got it sending on my end. This one's quiet. The 82 is pretty quiet.
Oh, that might be it.
I can artificially enhance that.
No, that's okay. Don't worry about it.
All right.
Setting up the switchback between 9 and 10. 82 keeps it... I can hear it now. 82 keeps it much tighter to the inside, but the 511 able to carry a little bit more speed with the wider radius. Sort of in the middle of the track there at...
And see, right here, the 82 starts to gain in a big way on the straights here. I've been watching this for the last couple minutes, and then they just can't quite get enough headway to make a move. But on a lot of these little short shoots and straights, they've got the pace.
Well, and we've seen that that was how they defended through, I mean, the majority of that first stint was by
Right.
having the pace in a straight line and not allowing anybody to make a move on the brakes where it would have been easy or comfortable to make the pass.
Yep.
Also, guys, wrong New Jersey Motorsports Park in the upper left. Hadn't noticed that till just now.
You know, we have seen that before where they have the kart track for Road America loaded into the V-Box.
Maybe this is a bit.
Maybe it is.
908 finally pits.
That was out of 4th at the time.
That's Stefan Sarrazin bringing the car in.
Sure.
So I gotta say, biggest winner in terms of pit stops here was not the 99, but the 333 from Bruce Innovations. Because
Yeah.
they jumped quite a few cars, like AF Racing, like 944 Banger, Choice Racing, and Random Vandals.
From memory, their pit stops were pretty on point back at the Road Atlanta GP event. That car was quick anyway, being an ex-choice car, but despite not really having a fully flushed out crew at the time.
NFC Motorsports also doing pretty well, getting around AF Racing and the 9x4 banger through the pit stop cycle. The number 90 Toyota seemingly doing well, just slightly ahead of NFC at the moment.
Lead battle is what we're featuring on screen at the moment. Number 111 leading the number 16. The margin is down from, well, 6.5 seconds before the stop. A couple of seconds after the stop is now a couple of feet. Good run out of turn 10 for the Toyota Supra. And a good drag all the way down the front straightaway into turn number 1.
Do we have a driver list for the entrance today?
Yes, I posted it somewhere yesterday.
Interesting. All right. I had the one that was just the cars, but it did not include the drivers.
Stand by.
Aha. Thank you, sir.
Around the outside at turn 5, 111 is successful. The 16 is not. It's a little bit of daylight between them.
As I anticipated, the number 333 is being driven by Steve Weber, who I believe is the owner of the M4 specifically, and then DriversEye Live favorite Glenn McGee.
Oh, hey.
Holding up the other end of that driving tandem.
Ooh, that's close this time by.
Yeah, that economy motorsports car has drawn right in on the 111.
Yeah, 111 got held up by PC Racing a little bit and by the 64. And it's allowed that 16 TCR right up onto the back of the car. Right on the back of the Supra, anyway. Again, so much a question, as we've learned here, of being fast in the right places. Right? Even if that 16 is a little bit quicker right now, and I don't think there's a whole lot to choose between the two cars.
Side by side into turn 1.
Down into 4, actually. Move's done. Lead change between between turns 3 and 4. The Hyundai Elantra and TCR leads at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Did lead early on for just a couple of laps. Conceded the position to the 111 of Thunder Money Racing, and now finds itself back into P1.
Simultaneous passes there as the 82 also gets around the 511.
Interesting.
Already pulling a small gap as they head towards turn 8 here.
That's actually a pretty substantial gap. We're talking 8-10 car lengths within 3/4 of a lap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now the 90 is right behind by, what, 2.5 seconds?
If you're watching on live timing, 90 listed down in 10th place overall at the moment. Remember, there are 2 GP1 cars, the 2 class leaders that have yet to pit, that are inside the top 10 overall. Would expect them into the pits here within the next 10-15 minutes or so. Actually, I think it's going to be earlier than that. Moorhead definitely ready down in the pit lane, just up and to my left.
Should have PC Racing on pit road right now. Second in GP1.
believe you're right. Yes, on their way now, actually. They're not in a portion of the pit lane that I can see from here. A relatively quiet morning, all things considered, from Thunderbolt Raceway at New Jersey Motorsports Park. By no means a bad thing. 511 now under attack from the number 90 Toyota R&D Racing on the way into turn number 1. They go past the Mercedes 300. Actually, that's not the Mercedes. It's the 721 of RRT Racing. On the corner exit, 511 goes wide, drops 4 off behind the curb, and opens the door for that non-GT4 Super to sneak through up the inside. So that'll be through into 9th place overall, 8th place in GTO. That Michigan-based Super Squad. Up at the front of the field, slower lap from the 111 Thunder Bunny Racing. Caught up behind the Don't Panic car, possibly also the Z4 on that lap, and the margin went out from 0.2 of a second to 2.6.
And that's not the time to do that because GTR is lapping a full second quicker than Economy and is coming up quick.
Yep, this is exactly what we talked about earlier this morning. Slightly different driver rotation than we saw yesterday. And we've now got 3 cars very, very much in contention as we settle into a more established part of the race. Modern Auto Body VAC, 5th overall, 4th in GTO at the moment. And they're 56 seconds off of the overall race lead. But a decent margin up ahead of the number 333 of Bruce Innovations. Bruce Innovations car is the first car off of the lead lap. So I think I was right in saying that about this stage on Saturday, we had 8 or 9 cars still left on the lead lap. It lasted a long time. Already now, down to just 4 GTO cars on the lead lap, with that Moorhead car now into the pit lane. And as we come up to the 1.5 hour mark, it's just under 90 minutes gone. We'll hang up on our camera there at turn 11. Let's go ahead and step aside from New Jersey Motorsports Park. Thunderbolt Raceway on DriversEye Live. This is a World Racing League powered by Hagerty, and we'll be back on the other side of this brief commercial break.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at New Jersey Motorsports Park, Ryan West rejoins us post-burrito.
Indeed.
JT Tammy with us as well. I'm Brendan Kazmarek. Zach Johnson is quiet to y'all, but busy behind the scenes, pressing
He is
buttons,
fired up
doing the
today.
things.
We are ready. We are fully in on Zach Johnson today. He is doing the thing, folks.
Well, it's Dega. I mean,
Talladega. That's
This
the only
is
line I know
Dega.
that song. This is. Do you think NJMP is going to have the big one?
no.
I hope not. I'm just really hoping that the number 82 can finish well enough to stay in the playoff hunt here.
Race for the chase for the quest.
For the cup, for the thing. They really should have patented, or not patented, they really should have got a copyright on that.
So,
specifically.
I attended my first NHRA event a few weeks ago.
What?
2 weeks ago, as a matter of fact.
What does that have to do with Talladega?
No,
Or-
I had totally forgotten that they also do a playoff structure for their championship. So, they had the PA and they would interview the crew chief or the car chief right after the run, whoever won. And on several occasions, the chief would say, this countdown has got us all pretty stressed out, It's like, countdown? What are they talking about? And then I remembered that they also do the countdown for the championship or whatever they call it. But they have decided that, why have a bunch of little brackets when you can just have a big bracket for your playoffs,
Speaking of big bracket, you know what I'm particularly excited about, and we've now departed just completely from reality here, is that there's going to be a mid-season NBA tournament this season.
Gross? I mean, I don't care. I don't watch the NBA
I think
anyway.
I think it's going to be fantastic. I love it. They're trying to make it like the FA Cup, kind of. So there's like a reason to play early season basketball, basically. And they're offering all kinds of money for players.
Is it
and
an
stuff.
all-team tournament, or...?
Yes, and it happens like your wins and losses from the tournament count as season wins and losses.
Sure, that makes sense. But does everybody get the same number of games inside the tournament? Like, are you playing consolation games so everybody plays 8 games or whatever the winner has to play?
I think
Maybe
so.
6. Interesting.
And does it take place at Thermal Raceway?
No, it does not.
$1 million challenge.
Dude, what's wild to me is
Being
all
held
of the
in
people
Palm
who are like, well,
Springs.
why isn't it a spectator event? Why isn't it for points? Like, because Thermal's not a spectator track. It
Yeah.
sucks.
Yeah.
Have you been there before? But these are the same people
They
that
should-
think that NOLA is a great spectator venue.
It
They
will
should
be
do-
limited to spectators. There will be some available.
Yeah, okay.
Paul Ricard 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Exactly.
More
Yeah,
headline
we're not
news
doing this again.
From lead in GP1.
Yes, they do. Lots of smoke out of the left front there. That's just the brakes again. Car being held very briefly and now being sent.
Good monkey.
A note from Edwin Serrano. in the YouTube chat that says economy has a problem. If they do, it's not obvious to us at the moment. The car.
Yeah, the problem is they haven't got away yet.
I mean, I suppose it's possible that they are nursing something. And that's preventing them from kind of escaping off the front of the Thunder Bunny number 111. But these cars have been evenly matched, pretty evenly matched all weekend. And none of this is really terribly surprising. So if there is a problem, it's not obvious to any of us here. If you have more information, Edwin, by all means, send it our way. But it certainly looks like that car is right up to pace. If anything, it does seem like when they're not in traffic, the 111 is quicker at the moment. And that would be a change, a more recent change. But again, whatever it is not immediately obvious. Drivers left, a couple of wheels being dropped there by the 85 from AOA Racing. Can't confuse the NCs today because there is only one NC. A good progress here for the number 90 from Toyota R&D Racing, closing up to the back of the number 82 from Random Vandals Racing. It's 1.2 seconds in the battle for 6th in GTO.
So 5 hours and 28 minutes remaining here. Fortunately, we have been able to go green the entire way so far. Yesterday we had a handful of yellows, I think, which impacted strategy for a lot of the field. I don't think we're going to be seeing the same type of situation today, but we'll have to wait and see, I suppose.
Alright, it looks like after the pit stops, Moorhead has continued to extend the lead over PC Racing in that battle for GP1. The gap is looking to be, I believe, about, 50 seconds or so. 53 seconds. So Moorhead definitely having the upper hand here. As we have a spin.
Gotta spin it to win it.
That looks like the 300 Mercedes or GP3 car from Easy Riders. New entrance at WRL this weekend.
Yep. I'm told a car which is regionally very popular that runs in a couple different series here in the Northeast. It, of course, being allowed to participate here, get some track time in. I don't think that car is quite on the pace that is demanded in WRL, frankly, but it sure is cool to see a 300, I believe would be an E-Class nowadays, being driven around. Got a replay here, and that is the Mercedes going around. They hold the brake, you know, they do what they gotta do.
Yeah, just a little bit too quick. While rotating the car there, the rear just losing grip and swapping around there. No harm, no foul, other than a little bit of driver ego. But yeah, it's good to see them running in WRL this weekend with us and netting a podium yesterday.
You know, it's one of the things I like about WRL, because there are core, I think, WRL tracks, but every event we go to does attract a level of entrants that come specifically from that region that maybe don't run every race of the season, maybe only race 1 or 2 races, but it gives you that nice variety so you don't end up looking at the same, 20 or 30 cars all season. You end up with sometimes 40 and 50 car fields that are very much populated by entrants that we don't see all the time, which I think is a cool way to, watch racing, especially like across the board. I love it when the WEC goes places and occasionally they have a couple spaces for a local entrant there. It used to be a little bit more common with the ILMC. It happens a little bit less so nowadays. But yeah, that's one of the things I've really enjoyed is just watching, getting to see people compete who don't usually get to compete, and sometimes them being successful as well.
Yeah, we're seeing that right now coming into turn 8, I believe it is. We're seeing Random Vandals, who is a season-long entry to GTO, and the 90 from Toyota R&D, which is just occasionally joining us.
Right.
So we're seeing this excellent fight develop here as they go into, I believe, turn 11.
And of course, not to mention VAC and AF Racing with their very cool BMWs with the LS swap. Also being kind of a regional sometimes entries. And so there goes the 82 being followed by the Toyota Supra. That's the number 90. Cruise Innovations going around there to lap the Aston Martin is what we were just seeing. And so there we see that was the 111, yep, right on the back bumper of the Hyundai TCR car. I believe they'll be able to get something done on the straight there because that 111 does get down the chutes a little bit better. They are going to pull right in behind. Big hole in the air provided by a TCR car. And we'll see if they're able to make the move into turn 1. I don't think they'll have had enough time to get it done here. They do not. So the driver of the 111, of course, very conservative. We've seen this before too, JT, where the 111 will stay behind somebody for quite some time and just wait for them to make a mistake while defending.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's at this point, you have so much time left in this race, so much that can develop. You don't really want to take any unnecessary risks because you really want to put yourself in a position to capitalize at the end of the race. Now,
on the other hand, the GTR 99 drew in by a full second this last time by, and they are now 6 seconds behind. So the 111 does have to start thinking about, okay, we do have to make a move here, or the 99 is going to catch both of us. And then you're in a situation where the 99 has, I think, a little bit better straight line performance just by virtue of it being a heavier car. Therefore, it gets a little bit more power allowance for the straights. So you would hate to be caught up behind that TCR and then have the M4 pull out, which we see just entering the shot now, chasing these two cars. That's the GTR 99 BMW, an M4 GT4 car with some modifications to it to make it a little bit more quick in this series, where those types of things are allowed. 111 will not be close enough again to get around the 16, so they're going to have to wait at least another lap. The GTR has drawn closer. We'll have to see what the gap is. It's 6 seconds right now, but they are about to trip through timing and scoring. Just waiting for the script to update here. It looks like they lost a little bit of time there almost. Let's see if it's updated here. Yeah, now within 5 seconds of the 111. So they're drawn in about a second a lap on the leaders here, the 99 is. So that is going to end up being a problem here in a couple laps for the 111. So again, the 111's running their own race. They're going to make sure they do what they need to do and not take any inappropriate risks with that car. The great looking purple and white Toyota Supra. But they are going to have to start to figure out what the plan is going to be when the 99 does eventually draw close enough to start making a move on both of those cars. I do have the 99 on board here, and it is going to be a little bit delayed.
While we look at that, just note real quick, the number 90 Toyota R&D Racing Supra is back on pit lane for an unscheduled stop here. We saw them fighting with the Random Vandals BMW. But unfortunately, something has developed there. We'll try to figure it out.
As we see the number 82 Random Vandals BMW, they have a little bit of a gap there to the GTO.
That GTO from Matt Connolly Motorsports had a relatively good start, but unfortunately ran into problems early on. Had a 10 minutes pit stop dropping a ways down into 15th, I believe, in class. They have since got past Lane Pipes Racing Porsche 944, trying to make up for lost time.
And there we did just also see the 511 go through the shot. The 511, I believe, now back behind the 82 again. So they work really hard to try to get it done, and they cannot quite make it stick and stay ahead of the 82 or even get ahead of the 82. So the 511 about 8 seconds behind the 82 right now, and a whole gaggle of traffic between the two of them. So if the 511 does draw closer, I think we may see a return to what we saw earlier in the race, which is the 82 being very difficult to pass. The 511, I think they were doing their best to keep the 82 behind, but that just has not stuck. So we'll see if the 511 has some pace later in the race to kind of come back on the 82. I believe the two teams using two different tire suppliers, so that's something we're going to have to start seeing relatively soon. Is the tire wear is going to start to come into play as we approach halfway through the race. Teams are going to have to start making decisions on whether they want to change tires now, just change left fronts, change all four halfway through. We'll have to see what they decide is the best move. In that regard, the number 99 now draws within 4 seconds of the 111, and if we go to the onboard or find them trackside, they are now on the same straights at the same time. You can now firmly see the other cars ahead of the 99. This is the number 99 GTR BMW onboard here. And that is the group ahead, and it looks like they're going to catch some traffic as well, so they should make up an enormous amount of time here. They've been making up about a second a lap. I think they'll make up a little bit more this time, just given the traffic they'll have to go through. Now, in theory, they will also have the disadvantage of going through the traffic, but it looks like they're going to catch the traffic on the straight, and they're going to catch it right here in the turn, so that's going to cost them a little bit of time. But they should catch this other open throttle BMW in a little bit better. No. So they're going to be held up about the same degree, I think, as the other two cars. Oh, shuts the door pretty firmly there in the GP3 car. If you're going to do that, at least you're decisive. So you don't end up having a GTR BMW get it right alongside you. And they are losing tons of time to the two cars ahead right now. So what could have been a disaster for the 111 has actually worked out and given the 111 a little bit more breathing space. I think we will see timing and scoring update here shortly. There is the 111, followed by the 16. So the 111 has got by the 16, I think, as a result of playing in that traffic. Or no, but that one, no, they have not. What car am I seeing? Oh, that's the 90. Okay. That's the 90 up ahead, followed by the traffic, followed by the 16, and then the 111. That 90, of course, being the Supra there. That's the Toyota Research and Development Supra.
A little bit further back in your battle for 8th, AF Racing is coming across the line within a half second of NFC Motorsports Mercedes, having reeled them in a bit here. Stuck in traffic, so hasn't been able to really take advantage of any pace difference.
Nice to see NFC moving up the order today. After, especially in the early going, they didn't quite have the pace at all in that car. In addition to them potentially having a different car to run with today after their incident yesterday, which I imagine caused a lot of damage to the original 123. We believe this is the 124, which is their backup car, which of course you can renumber and try to carry the points forward. That is completely allowed in WRL as long as the car is substantially similar, which in this case being a GT4 Mercedes-Benz, it would be. The 511 just giving up a little bit more time to the number 82 there. So I do believe they are now in defense mode here against the 123 versus trying to catch the 82. Meanwhile, Bruce Innovation still firmly inside the top 5 here. About 30 seconds or so behind the VAC BMW. GTR 99 still about 4 seconds behind the 111 and the 16. The 111 now a 1.5 second gap back to the 16 from them to the 16, but they close up to within 2/10 just as they come across timing and scoring here. So the 111 takes a big chunk out of the lead, and they're going to go down the inside in turn 1. And it's going to be done. The 111 takes the lead into turn 1. It looks like the 16 almost certainly caught up in some traffic there, and that allowed the 111 to pounce and make the move they needed to make to get back to the lead. They no longer have to worry about the 99 for the moment. The 99 still having to work through that same traffic that the 111 and the 16 did. So the number 99 GTR BMW really does want to get around the 16 as quickly as possible here so they can set off in chase of the 111. And we have a repeat of yesterday, JT, wherein the 111 and the 99 played together at the front of the field for quite some time.
Yeah, it's standard GTO racing for us.
Absolutely. It's been those two cars. The 111 usually has thundering pace at the front of the field. Whereas the 99, as we spoke with Harold Petit a few races ago, they talk about they're not the fastest. They have a very consistent lineup wherein all the drivers run around the same type of pace, and they try very hard not to make mistakes. So, we're seeing both of those things paying dividends, both the 111 in just having developed that Toyota Supra in exactly the right way to be incredibly competitive in what's a pretty competitive environment. Versus the 99, making no mistakes and doing what they have to do. Now, unfortunately, the 111 doesn't make too many mistakes either, and that is why they have the lead in the championship right now, is almost purely on pace differential between them and the 99. And then the consistency of the 123, as far as penalties and things like that, has really been their downfall for sort of the top 3 dogs in the GTO fight this season. So we've still got a few races left to see how that pans out. I have a sneaking feeling, JT, that at COTA specifically, we're not going to see the 111 be as dominant, and I think a bigger power car might be what's called for there. And I do think that the NFC Motorsports Mercedes-Benz will have a natural advantage at a bigger track.
Yeah, I don't know. Thunderbolt tends to do very well. Looking at the entire race, maybe not outright pace will be in their advantage, but I think execution would be.
All the 123's got to do is play themselves correctly and give themselves a shot. They just set their fastest lap of the race at 1:28.6. So early on in this race, the 123 was looking a little sad. They have now found the pace. I don't know if that's a driver change issue, if that's a getting a hold of the new car on new tires issue, but they have now found the pace I think that they would imagine that they would have had, at least getting sort of towards the average lap time in GTO right now. The outright pace isn't there, but nobody's running at their outright best performance right now. Whether that's just because we're in traffic or being conservative versus the track conditions, as far as the heat and tire wear, I am not certain. But yeah, we'll see how that plays out for the rest of the race. Because again, I don't think we've heard the last of the tire story today. We're only an hour and 48 minutes in. I do think that the tire wear situation is going to start to come to the forefront. One thing I am surprised by, JT, the 111 has not checked out from the 16. The 16 has held its ground and has stayed behind the 111. I do think that they are going to be at a disadvantage in not having the same straight line potential as the Toyota Supra.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Thunder Bunny right here, you're not going to be pushing.
Around goes a 3 Series right in front of the 16. I believe that is going to be the 147's stablemate, the Moorhead Speedworks car. I, of course, will want to double check that. But they go around right in front of the 16. That's going to cost the 16 a little bit of time. Indeed, the gap goes out to 2 seconds, and the GTR 99 gains 2 seconds on the 16. So that's exactly not what they needed.
That may have been our class leader from Harrison, the 164.
Harrison is white and
okay, and that was
blue
silver.
and red, whereas that one was silver. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that was indeed the 160 from Moorhead.
Yeah.
So they have been running quite consistent times in GP2, which allowed them to jump the 158 from Unruly Autosport to grab second in class. But after having that spin right there, that has allowed Unruly to gain several seconds and get that gap back within 10 seconds.
If we could go to the 99 on board, Zach, that would be fantastic. We're going to see the 99 trying to pick through some lap traffic, but it's lap traffic in the same class, so it's the worst type of lap traffic to deal with. That's the number 90 Supra right ahead, and then ahead of them is this Porsche that runs a little bit wide on this turn. The 99 is going to get around them, but still be stuck behind the Supra here. This is really what's holding up the 99 right now from chasing those 2 leaders in GTO, is they're going to have to find a way past the Toyota R&D Supra. This one not a GT4 car, but simply a, can you call it home built if it's the factory employees doing the home building?
Yeah, kinda.
Anyway, the home-built Supra that predates the GT4 Supra, so quite a lot of running under the belt of that team. But again, very much a non-professional team in that it's Toyota Research employees running the car. That's sort of a fun side project. Reminded of many other side projects, including that Z4 Coupe, I believe. The predecessor of which, the Z3 Coupe, was a side project by BMW's M division, at least initially. Something they worked on themselves in the after hours. I think a lot of interesting cars have come out of that sort of arrangement, wherein engineers and designers work after hours on a car that they think would be really cool, and then try to pitch it to the board. So, always happy to see what was formerly known as TAPG, but is now Toyota R&D Racing. Honda Research West, in another series, they run a very similar type of program as the number 99 goes around the Toyota R&D car. They're back to that 4-second gap that they were dealing with before, but alas, there is more traffic ahead. So, a little bit of a hill to climb here for the 99, but I think the drivers of the 99 are up to it and are consistent enough to make this happen over the course of the next 5 hours or so. I do think that they will be able to catch up. The next car is going to be the 147 of Moorhead Speedworks. They are the current leader in GP1, having had the PC racing car fall away by quite a bit of time there, actually. They have the number 908 automatic racing car separating them. So the 99 GTR BMW, the dark blue Johnston Paint Supply car, needs to get around the GP1 leader and then can set off back in pursuit of the 111 and the 16. We'll see the 333 there going around the GP1 open throttle BMW. That's the Bruce Innovations car.
Yeah, unfortunately for Bruce Innovations, they're kind of in a no man's land right now. They've got a largish gap ahead to the modern auto body BMW ahead, and a 30-second gap to the Brandon Vandals BMW behind.
Yep. The perfect opportunity to hone your craft, I reckon, where you just worry about trying to get through traffic cleanly, you worry about taking appropriate lines, doing the things you got to do. I would venture to guess that is not Glenn McGee in the car right now. So it'll be a good opportunity, I think, for Mr. Weber to be in the vehicle, just getting some more lap time, or some more track time, as it were.
I mean, their lap times are very consistent.
Yep.
AF Racing, number 32 BMW, has closed up to the 511 Choice Racing GT4.
And I do have that on board available as well. There we go. Now we ride on board the number 32. That's the LS-swapped BMW M3, chasing down the factory-built BMW M4 of Choice Racing. That's the father-son duo of Bill and Will Choice. Pretty liberal on the throttle, this number 32, especially on corner exit. It seems like they've been fighting the wheel on exit all day. I don't know if that's it's behaving differently to what it was yesterday because of the heat, or if that's just really a desire to get on the gas as quickly as possible. Either way, I guess if you're going to come in to change tires anyway, you may as well burn the rears off. But at the same time, it seems unnecessary. I don't know. Either way, they're doing what they need to do to stay near the front of the GTO field. I mean, not the front, but at least on the lead lap here.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how they take turn one quite a bit differently than the Choice Racing BMW. Choice Racing BMW carries a lot more speed onto the entry and loses a bit on the exit, whereas it's the opposite with this this AF Racing BMW. Being a bit slower on entry, but making sure to carry momentum through the exit.
Yep. And we see here the Bruce Innovations car trying to go around the outside of the number 908 Automatic Racing Aston Martin. Not quite able to get it done. They are balked by a little bit of traffic. I believe that's the 160 again. Automatic Racing, of course, we're used to seeing them in the Stoner Car Care Invisible Glass liveried Aston Martin. This weekend, just going for the Dayglow yellow paint scheme instead.
Yeah, this is the sister car to the 909 that we normally see.
Yep. A team that's not super consistent, I would say, from race to race, but a team that can be relatively quick. Depending on the track. Especially at places like COTA and Road America. A little bit, I think, tracks that are a little bit bigger suit that Aston Martin, I think, a little bit more than the smaller tracks, such as this one, NOLA, Mid-Ohio, places like that. So not uncommon to see them, having a little bit of an issue. Ooh, as the 160 goes wide again, kicks up a little bit of dirt there for the cars behind.
Yeah, we did see this the 909, the sister car, getting second at Road America on Saturday.
Yep. And that's a very professional team. Usually runs the IMSA Pilot Challenge races as well. With the more modern Aston Martin GT4 car, the more Mercedes-based car, if you will. At least in the engine department. I would imagine the suspension setup is similar, so that they're roughly the same footprint of car.
Another pit stop from Random Vandals.
So that's going to kick off after having had about 2 hours elapsed, give or take. That's going to kick off the pit stop window for the GT4 cars near the front of the field. I believe we usually see these guys, they can run up to an hour and 10, hour and 15 on fuel, typically. We have had a lot of green running today. Actually, that's a good point. We've had enough green running, I think, that as soon as this round of pit stops is completed, I believe we'll be able to take a look and try to get an idea of what direction the race is headed. Again, we have to imagine that not all the drivers have taken their turn in the car, so our projections aren't going to be hyper accurate, but at least gives us an idea of what to look for going forward.
Yeah, start warming up those maths.
Yeah, so we've got a replay coming up here of a car going off in turn 1. I believe it's the Pontiac GTO. Oh, wow. And they lock up the brakes trying to get the car reeled in, and they cannot get it stopped in time. That's just a plain missing your braking point, right, JT?
Yeah, it could be. It could be just something in the car was uncomfortable, and the driver's trying not to lock up and just losing a bit of ground there, and just running out of racetrack.
Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I thought I remember that these Prep 2 cars did have a level of ABS to them, but maybe that's not correct. I do remember Grandam being very up themselves, frankly, about how the DP didn't have any driver aids, but do you know if that extended to the GT cars as well?
I don't know, but I do know your ABS that is designed more for slick tire racing can operate a bit differently when you're, having treaded tires.
I mean, on the flip side, we did talk yesterday that the tire used in that era of Grandam, I'm not convinced it was much worse than what they're using right now. So the Thunder Bunny car, it's been 33 laps since their last pit stop. And then the Economy Motorsports, they've actually run longer than the Thunder Bunny did. They went 37 laps. So whereas yesterday I was pretty convinced that the Economy Motorsports Hyundai TCR wasn't going to be able to do the same kind of stint length, they've actually run longer here than what London has.
The 82 on corner exit of turn 1 here, just a little bit of oversteer and goes off driver's right. They managed to control the car enough to not have a complete spin.
Yep. And it was pretty unexciting on the onboard.
It's just one of those kind of slow motion things. It's hard to catch. It is good to see our front 2 cars here are still relatively intact in terms of their pace difference and position on track, just staying relatively close to each other.
You know, what's wild is we'd had a couple yellows by this time yesterday, and the field, I think, was more spread out, whereas everybody's stayed, in their at least respective clumps pretty well, I think, given that there haven't been any yellows, and that this race is a lot closer than it could be, especially given the fact that there's been no yellow.
Yeah, it's good when the only yellow you see comes from automatic racing in an AF racing car.
Yep, exactly. That reminds us, of course, that it is Talladega week, and this is the pack racing that goes along with it.
Moorhead goes
wide,
having to avoid a car on the inside. That's our leader in GP1. Carefully rejoins.
And that is not what they need when they have PC Racing running running behind them, trying to make up some time here. PC Racing, of course, almost a minute 30 down. Did PC Racing lose a lap with a penalty?
No, they, unfortunately at the pit stop, they lost quite a bit of time. They haven't had the same pace this stint. It's been slowly going out. Brendan reports possibly flat left front for that 147.
Ooh. So that'll have it swing back around in the favor of the 44, because they now have to do an entire lap, limping that tire along, and then get the tire change done. And we can go on board the 147 here. Let me just see if I can spool us a replay. See if we can... see anything specific.
Yeah, so this is...
Alrighty, Zach, it is coming right here. Yeah, car just won't turn in, but you see it roll over on the front left. Like it does lose a little bit there.
Yeah, tire went down right there going in.
Yep. And so that's the first, I think, front left tire we've seen today that has a noticeable issue. They, of course, now having to run that car very slowly around the rest of the lap in order to come back to the pit lane. It does look like they'll make it. And they do. So they are going to be on the pit lane, but now all eyes are going to draw onto the 44 to see what they're going to have to say about that.
PC Racing coming through turn 7 right now, I believe.
So we'll see how they can do their tire change, but I imagine that if you're in right now anyway, you're going to have to take fuel here as well. It would be silly not to.
Well, if you're just doing tire, you don't have to worry about any visor issues. So you can just primarily work on getting the tire off, but at the same time, yeah. Oh, as we see the 944 Turkey going around there, just slightly too much momentum, and the rear end just swapping her out there. That's the 994 banger in GTO. Currently running 12th in class. So they recover, starting to get up to speed. They do not pit, so just another little spin and continue. GTR continues to lose just a little bit of pace here at the front of the field, running third. Don't think that's going to be too much of a worry, though. They tend to have the advantage in pit stops. Across the line, Economy Motorsports still 1 second trailing the 111 from Thunder Bunny.
The 147 is being sent back out, JT, so that is good news for them that they don't appear to have broken anything else, but they are going to come out very, very firmly behind the 44.
Mm-hmm. They're definitely going to be a bit off schedule now. The 147 was able to run noticeably longer than the 44 during this opening stint here. So it's going to be interesting to see how that's going to play out as we start to work our way closer to the the final hour here. Still quite a ways to go. Just under 5 hours remaining. Right. But having that 10-15 minute advantage in terms of a fuel stint can be helpful for them, definitely clawing time back.
It absolutely can, especially if it stays green the rest of the way. I think they'll be able to maximize that, whereas there is a chance here that a yellow comes at the wrong time. And, well, if a yellow comes, they're not quite a lap down yet, are they?
I do not believe so.
I think they're most of a lap down, but I don't believe they're a lap down. So maybe a yellow would help. Like, especially if a yellow comes right now, then the 44 will have to pit. Because, again, you can't not. And that will give the position back to the 147. So, whereas if no yellow comes, they are going to be off cycle, but they do have that little bit of an advantage. It's going to be really, really interesting to watch how that dynamic plays out over the rest of the race. And so I'll make sure that we kind of keep tabs on that. Unfortunately, the open throttle racing number 64 V8 M3, the newer body style, is 2 laps down on the other 2 runners in GP1. So they're hoping just to hold on to 3rd position there. Don't panic, of course. Their car appears to be in the paddock or indeed in the trailer.
Yeah, the car had been smoking a little bit about, I want to say 15 minutes ago.
Yep.
So Moorhead is now 83 seconds back from PC Racing. They are still on the same lap, though.
Okay. So, yeah, the yellow, it's really going to depend on when the yellow comes, I suppose. Do they have enough in hand that if PC just needs a green flag fuel stop that the PC car can come out ahead? Surely it takes more than that long. 87 seconds?
Yeah, I think a pit stop, total pit stop's going to be closer to 90.
Okay. It'll be close. I mean, either direction.
111 losing quite a bit of time in traffic here.
Yep. The GTR is starting to fall off. I do wonder if that's going to be as a result of a tire situation. As we see the 147 lose a tire, the GTR 99, again a bigger car, starts to lose a little bit of pace. The 82 has really dropped off the cliff as far as pace as well.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to the point where GTRs should be coming in relatively soon, I believe.
Yep.
So we're just trying to make sure that you're making it to the end of that stint.
Right.
So they could then come in and change tires at a normal time.
Right. I guess my point being that it looks like, if I had to guess, I'd say it's the M4s having trouble with their front tires at this point, because all the M4s that were pretty competitive and moving towards the front have stopped doing that. The 99, the 511, the 82.
I mean, it just did a 28.6,
Okay.
so it's not horrible by
Right.
any means. I think we're just starting to see, as the day goes on here, we're just starting to see more temperature coming into the track.
All right.
About to have a LS1 battle out on track with a Modern Auto Body within a second of AF Racing in the battle for 5th in GTO. You can see them leaving the frame right there, the yellow BMW over the orange BMW.
Unfortunately, the VAC on board not playing ball for us today, but we do have the 32 on board. So if a pass does happen, we'll be able to see the pass occur. And you can see the rearview mirror a little bit on this onboard. So not the ideal shot right now. But if that pass is made by the VAC BMW, then we'll be able to watch the 32 try to give chase.
Oh yeah, coming across the line side by side. And into turn 1, it's going to be the orange BMW of Modern Auto Body and VAC.
Alrighty, and then Zach, if we could go to this 32 on board, we will be able to see that pass happen, because again, the onboards are a little bit behind. And it should be coming up right now. Yep, there goes the 914 down the inside. Pretty clean pass there, all things considered. Everybody giving each other the space they need. The 32 is going to try to hang on here, but it seems that the VAC, the 914, is just going to start to walk away off into the distance there. Not a whole lot doing there for the 32. Not a whole lot of answer to be had on this stint, at least. So we'll see if there a driver change or maybe a tire change kind of influences that.
Yeah, so keep in mind the 914 had pitted, 5 laps ago or so.
Right.
Whereas with the AF Racing BMW is due. Ooh, as we see the Hyundai head onto pit road there.
It does, and so that's going to come in. roughly around the time that we would expect them.
And before Thunderbolt.
Yes, indeed. And that's still only a 39 or 40 lap stint, whereas I believe they were able to run a little bit longer yesterday. Thunder Bunny, of course, 36 laps into this stint. So if my theory holds true, the Thunder Bunny 111 should be able to extend in a big way here, and I just don't get the feeling that's going to happen.
No, but keep an eye on the GTR, though.
Yep, GTR still 10 seconds back of the leader. They are going to be due to pit soon as well. Also 39 laps into their stint.
But are generally very quick in pit lane.
Yes, they are. Making up sometimes as much as 20 or 30 seconds in the pit lane, depending on who they are fighting with.
Thunder Bunny stays out. It's been fascinating watching the pace difference in GP2 between Moorhead and Unruly. Just how that gap has expanded over this single stint up to the tune of about a full minute now. Moorhead just going as quick as they can, trying to match Harrison Motorsports' pace.
And that Moorhead car has not had a clean run today either. So that really, I think, speaks volumes about their pace. They're able to hold on to that second position after having spun, I think, twice so far today. Once for sure, and then I think it was just them running a little bit wide on the second one. Also great to see the 65 Open Throttle Racing BMW. They're able to stay out in the lead of GP3 after having a near rollover incident yesterday. It's not often I've seen in professional racing where a car ends up on its door after hitting a tire wall and then comes out very shortly after and then runs competitive times. So good bit of luck for them there in the 65 camp.
Yeah, it just goes to show, you know, we've seen this quite a bit. I believe previously Mid-Ohio, they had a very large comeback in terms of having to work on a car and to get it back out there to see the checkered flag. They're a team that definitely does not give up. So the 147 from Moorhead in GP1 after their unscheduled pit stop to take a new tire have been making slight grounds on PC Racing. I believe PC Racing is going to be due in about 5 laps. And at this pace, Moorhead will be able to jump the car into the lead as we see a fun excursion for the 385 there, getting quite a bit of air off track, driver's left exiting turn 1.
Right.
but safely rejoins, and other than having a brief experience at Rallycross here in New Jersey,
Yep.
no harm, no foul.
Thank goodness. The DriverSeye Live timing monitor is currently not working correctly somehow. It's showing the running order not correct in GP1, which means irresponsible math. I don't know if it's going to work correctly or not.
Well, it is having to do calculations based on Moorhead's pit stop, the second pit stop, which is kind of throwing things.
No, but the actual timing monitor isn't correct either. It still shows the 147 in the lead. Yeah. And it hasn't updated. Yeah, it still shows the same laps from pit as when I was talking about it from before. So something not quite correct there. That's too bad. So we may not have irresponsible math today, folks.
What?
Yeah, the timing monitor is not working.
The website?
Yeah.
No, it is. It's just 12 minutes behind.
Oh, all right. Well, there you go.
Does that mean Race Hero is also 12 minutes behind?
No, Race Hero's current.
Interesting.
So I can run 12 minutes behind predictions then, in theory.
Oh, it
All
hasn't
right.
taken any... Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
11:05. Huh.
Yep,
try
I
some
don't
things
know
out.
what to do about that. So there... Oh, there we go. It worked. Did you
Yeah,
do something, Brendan?
I prompted a refresh.
Ah, I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah. These things are a little bit quirky.
Gotcha.
It's all good now.
Excellent.
To be
So as soon
fair,
as we-
the,
oh, go ahead.
the projections that you're going to run are still going to be not terribly accurate anyway. I mean, if everything goes green, then, maybe, but you're still not factoring in all of the potential driver changes and
Yeah.
and all
No,
of
I
that.
was going to run it just for fun to see kind of what direction we were headed, at least.
Stint
But
lengths
then
we should be
preparing to do that, I noticed that it wasn't working correctly, and I was kind of clicking around to see what was going on.
We should be accurate on stint lengths,
Yeah,
to be clear. We've had enough green flag running here.
exactly.
Did we have confirmed that it was a flat left front for the 147?
I mean, you confirmed it, and
Well,
then they went into the pit lane.
That's the way it looked to me from turn 3, but I didn't actually get a look on the tire, so...
It kind of looked like that when it was going around.
Thanks for carrying things in my absence.
Yeah, I don't know about you, JT, but my back hurts.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see GTR easily jumped economy during the pit stops here.
If I had to guess, that would be a tire change for for economy.
For economy, yeah,
That would
I
be
think
my
that
guess.
may have been necessary.
It is the warmest it's been all weekend.
Mm-hmm.
It is by no means unpleasant, but it is. We definitely weren't this warm even yesterday. 111 is into the pits.
We're going to see where they are going to be able to come out in relation to GTR.
Yes, airgun is being grabbed as well. And it looks like a couple of tires at the ready here.
Is it truly an air gun?
Air wrench.
But it is air powered. It has an air hose attached to it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. The electric stuff is getting more and more prevalent. I
believe that's fine for GTO. I'm not sure about some of the general production classes.
I'm pretty sure you can have air tools. I just think a lot of teams opt to not do that. I mean, air tools are a solved science that's been around for, 100 years or so.
crew member took a little tumble there on the backside of the pit wall.
Ooh.
Everybody okay there? They go to work on... It's tough for me to tell from here. Because the car is hidden by its own canopy. Looks like maybe a left rear tire coming off. Doesn't look in terrible shape. I think maybe a left front has already come off. Actually, the left rear looks a little bit worse than the left front, to be honest with you. And the car is sent, so 2 tires for the number 111 from Thunder Bunny Racing. Reasonably quick stop. We're on board with the GTR 99, who would be in contention for the race lead. Now, this onboard is a couple of seconds behind. In real life, they are exiting the final corner, so this is going to be a matter of a couple seconds here between 99 and 111.
Yep.
As the 111 accelerates out of turn 1, there it is in the center right of your shot. GTR 99 is a blue BMW in the back. Now, the 111 is going to be balked by the traffic here and slow getting up to speed. Here comes the 99 with a head of steam. Goes to the inside of the open throttle BMW and closes right up to the rear bumper of the 111. And in these right-handed corners with warm left side tires on the Beamer, you would think there's a good shot at a run into turn number 4 here for GTR 99, and move is done. Lead change just after the pit stop in favor of GTR 99. 111 slides back into second. Both of them well out in front of the number 16 of Economy Motorsport, who sits about 35 seconds behind this lead battle.
GTR 99 strikes again with the quick pit stop and able to overhaul the number 111 on track for position. Outstanding work by that team.
And what this tells me, now that we've had only green flag running today, it'll be likely one more tire stop before the end of the day.
Yeah.
And the question is then, do you do left sides only, or do you have to do all 4 because you wouldn't have changed right sides?
I think you got to do all 4 because the track's
so.
just going to keep getting hotter.
Yeah.
And you've already put a bunch of stress on the right side.
Unless you're Economy, in which case you just do fronts all day. David at Automatic Racing sends a little notification through to DriversEye Live, our phone number hotline. A pinhole leak in the radiator ended their day yesterday. That is in...
That's our Z4.
It is
a Z4.
Call. Way off. Drivers left there at turn 4.
Unfortunately, that camera has given up the ghost a little bit, unfortunately, so we can't see that happen.
Camera, to be clear. The trackside, however, does have a replay. Zach Johnson cues that up for us. There is... Oh, backwards.
Yep, just a little bit too quick on entry, and the rear end just gives out.
Didn't look very quick on entry. And very tentative in recovering as well.
There may be a problem.
Tell you what, Moorhead's still really leaning on those outside front tires. You can see it there in transition into turn 10.
They got to make up time.
Yeah, you got to be careful, though. I mean, if the left front failure was a wear issue in the heat, then, I mean, 2 hours, 20 minutes is kind of brutal. Very impressed with the tire changes this weekend. I think so many times, we look at tire changes as a huge loss of time. You really got to balance. Can you make up the time if you do change tires just for pace rather than for life? And both GTR and Thunder Bunny have really gotten them down to a science to where they're not costing them very much time at all, and you can afford to do maybe an extra left front or set of left sides over the course of the day today. I think Economy will get there, but certainly something like half a minute being given up to the 2 leading cars up in GTO. Better report,
Okay.
we're now live on the PA down in the paddock, gentlemen.
Ooh, fun.
In something like real time.
So here is the kicker here, Brendan. I just ran the projections for GTO. No respect for the 111 right now. So it's pretty much a two-way fight between the 99 and the 16, according to this.
I think that is unreasonable.
I also think that's unreasonable. It then also gives the 111 a little bit better chance of kind of a 27% chance of coming in second, with the 16 and the 99 being 31 and 36 respectively. But then the 111 and the 333 have equal chances of coming third. So that's where I start to be like, I don't know if that's really the case, because the 333 is pretty far back there.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing that at the moment, but
I'm not either.
yeah.
The GP1, as one would expect, it thinks that we're pretty firmly in the hands of the 147 here, followed by the 44, followed by the 64, and that's pretty well sussed out at that point, which
But
I think is fair.
I don't. I think the 140. It looks at the 147 slow lap and the pit stop as an outlier. I don't think it's taking into account the actual time loss there by Moorhead.
Gotcha.
We'll see.
All right. And then in GP2, thinks the 164 is going to win, which is, again, I think reasonable. And then the 160 coming in second. Again, reasonable. And then the 158 has a 73% shot versus 23% shot to the 721. So that's Unruly versus RRT. So it seems like the top 3 there pretty well figured out in GP2. And again, anything can happen. We got 4.5 hours left. I'm just looking at what the projections look like, if everything stays green, if everything goes perfect, which we know that it won't. In GP3, it's pretty comfortable for the 65, with the 85 having a 25% chance of taking home the win. The 65 will almost certainly finish first or second, is basically what this is saying. So there we go. That is the current projections. Again, probably not tremendously accurate, given that it thinks the 111 doesn't have a chance at the win right now, and they very firmly are still in the thick of things, but that's just something to talk about, something to do, something entertaining, something fun. Not even halfway there yet. We're trying to predict the end. That's my type of style here.
Yeah, we can see how well that's gone.
Yeah.
Good
You see
pace on
pits.
the 16 at the moment, starting to close that gap up to the 99 BMW, and actually making pretty good headway on the 111 in particular, who, after a driver change, is just giving up a little bit of time both to the first and third place cars. Worth keeping an eye on the 914 as well, because I think that car is still on the lead lap. I think that was it just about 10 seconds ago through the shot there at turn 8 and 9. Wait for it to appear on the front straightaway. Economy has already come through. It's 34 seconds up to the race lead and 22.5 seconds up to the 111. Modern Autobody comes through, and they're under a minute to the race lead at the moment. So, definitely going well in that bright orange BMW with the LS V8 in the front. our Sunday 7-hour race here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. We talked about it yesterday a little bit, but this is the last weekend in the World Racing League where we won't be awarding a championship. It is all regular season, so to speak. There is no winner-take-all sort of function to the series, but next time out, 3 weeks from now, we'll be at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit in Jennings, Oklahoma for the Midwest Championship. We've already had the scene setter for that event, so to speak, and the 40 cars that will take place or take part in that event out in Oklahoma are mostly in contention for the Midwestern Championships overall title there, as well as GTO GP 1, 2, and 3. Looking forward to that event immensely. Of course, that'll be here on DriversEye Live as well. 2 8-hour races run different directions on both days. Go counterclockwise on the Saturday, clockwise on the Sunday. Definitely join us for that weekend. And then this event being part of the Eastern Region Championship, we'll have our championship weekend down at Sebring on November 11th and 12th. And then, of course, the national titles to be awarded at Circuit of the Americas at the beginning of December. And somewhere in there, we're going to get a 2024 calendar release. And then we're really going to have something to talk about. Probably. I don't know.
Come on, 10 hours at Lime Rock Park.
I don't know how I feel about that.
No chicanes.
Oh, of course. Yeah, it's a no-brainer. I'd go to Lime Rock in a heartbeat. I don't know how that would be received in the paddock. Like, okay, if you're going to talk about the Northeast, right, like, Watkins Glen is for sure a bucket list track. You get a chance to go race Watkins Glen, you should probably go race Watkins Glen. Say you did it, right? And the venue absolutely holds up in person. It is a fantastic place to go race, watch racing. Works great for us on camera as well at DriversEye Live. Like, it just kind of ticks all the boxes. I don't know if Lime Rock holds the same clout in club racing. I'm here for it. Like, I think it's a great idea, but I don't know if you get the same pull or not. Production-only weekend at Lime Rock. Let's go.
Fair comparison there between Watkins Glen and Lime Rock.
Well, but they have kind of, I mean, other than Formula One, right? They do have pretty lengthy histories. Lime Rock's been around for ages. Watkins Glen has been around for ages plus some years as a street circuit. But, you know, both have featured on pro racing calendars for a long time. And I think would suit the WRL platform very, very well. Just a question of, would you pull the trigger and would you go? I don't know. And outside of that, you really start stretching for venues in the Northeast. Like, I don't think you end up at New Hampshire Motorsports Park or anything. New Hampshire Motor Speedway? I think that's what it is these days. You end up somewhere like that, but cool to see the bull ring. Oh, slow Supra. That is the Toyota R&D number 90. Drivers left out of turn 6. And I'm being told by Zach Johnson that the piece of debris right in the center of your screen came off of that car. We believe. I can't even identify what that piece is and what would have caused it to depart the car and then that car to be going that slowly.
Splitter.
Unless it nosed into the barriers, maybe on the exit of 5 and then dropped.
Yeah, something in front of the car. Well, that could also be the paint. I'm not sure.
So that car is reported as slow by turn 10, which would back up to that 7 to 8 or 6 to 7 stretch. So it makes sense. And then debris is being shown at turn 6, but nothing connecting those dots, at least on the race control log at the moment. car, I think, will have to come past me here at start-finish. So hopefully get a look at the front end of the car. Still very, very slow, up out of 10.
Exiting turn 1, the 908 from Automatic Racing is directly behind the 82 of Random Vandals in a fight for 9th in class.
Yeah, as this car heads into the pit lane, we'll try and pick that battle up. Probably headed down into 4 and 5 at the moment.
Into 6.
There they are.
Oh,
being passed by the 914 now. Well, it was an attempted pass anyway. So I'm not seeing, at least from this distance, any damage on the number 90. It would be surprising for that debris to have been dropped and the number 90 not to have caused it at the same time. Although immediately the attention at the number 90 is to the left front corner of the car, goes up on jacks, and they will change that very heavily used left front tire.
Which may be the issue.
Yes, and would not necessarily explain the large piece of dimensional debris down there at the entry to turn 6. Well, 90's been sent, so it looks to be just a left front tire.
Okay. So if anybody is missing any body work, you don't have to tell race control, but you can tell us.
It was 4 hours and 18 minutes remaining, 2 hours 41 minutes gone. Our finale for the weekend here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Just step aside here on DriversEye Live. Thanks everybody for being with us. And we will be back with you to chat about more WRL action on the other side of a brief commercial break. Back in a moment.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh, yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at New Jersey Motorsports Park, Thunderbolt Raceway, World Racing League powered by Hagerty, rolls on in an entirely green flag affair thus far. Of course, now that I've said that, we are so doomed But in any case, 4 hours, 15 minutes remaining. A couple of notes. The piece of debris down at turn 6, I've just done a quick review of our camera mosaic here, and it was definitely dropped by the number 90. So, despite it only appearing to be a left front tire failure, I wonder if maybe it caught something on the way by. Oh, that just happened on the exit of turn 3, headed up the hill. That's also happening as we have a change for second place with the number 16 from Economy Motorsport getting past the 111 from Thunder Bunny Racing. This is again the Toyota Supra in strife, the number 90, and this time it's torn the rear bumper off of the car. Man, this number 90 is just having a brutal 10-minute span. Spin down at turn 8. That is the 333.
Fifth place, and they will lose a position to the NFC Mercedes.
Imagine saying out loud that it's been an entirely green flag affair. Ridiculous. It's all kicked off here.
You could even make it 1 minute, could you?
No, I didn't. So the most consequential thing that's happened there is the 111 and the 16, right? Thunder Bunny Racing and Economy Motorsport. They'll be across the line here in a couple of seconds' time, and it should be the Hyundai Elantra and TCR. Actually, there it is. Is that a slow Thunder? No, sorry. It is a Supra, but it's the R&D car, of course. The Economy car has pulled a massive margin on the 16. All right,
and it's past
on the
Thunder
111.
Bunny.
Yeah, that happened down at turn 1 as this R&D car was having its off at turn 3. But it's pulled 4 seconds on that lap. And closed in 2 seconds on the race lead. So that margin is down from 35 to 28 seconds. So keep an eye on this lead battle for a little while. So, good stuff from Economy Motorsport and the Hyundai Elantra TCR. The 16 has once again returned to the attention of the Toyota R&D crew. So it would make sense for the car to have been off at turn 3 before, right? But that is ostensibly a brand new tire on the front left of that Supra. They get the front left corner cleaned off. Have they pulled the bumper off, or have they taped it? Looks like they've just pulled the bumper cover off of the back of the number 90 and sent it on its way again. Cleaned all the dirt and detritus out of it. Now, what I didn't see was what else it left behind at turn 4. We caught it as it was sort of recovering away from the scene. Good pace out of the 914 Modern Auto Body VAC car as well. Losing a little bit of time to the race leader, but still very much catching the number 111 of Thunder Bunny Racing. That margin is now 26 seconds. Shouts to NFC Motorsports as well. That 123 Mercedes AMG GT4. A much more quiet day today than they had yesterday. A little bit of a slower start this morning and dropped some time. Dropped actually a full 2 laps, but nevertheless find themselves up in 5th overall. On merit as well. It's 2 pit stops done for that car, as with all of the GTO runners, and yeah, much better day today. Much more consistent and I think that's exactly what you'd like to see if you're anybody down in that NFC squad who had a really unfortunate end of their race yesterday here on the front straightaway, making contact with the Armco on driver's left, doing lots of damage to the right front and right rear of that car. Pit stop for Moorhead Speedworks. That'll be the 160, which is their GP2 entry. We ever find out what happened to the 157 from Don't Panic?
It had been smoking. They took it in and haven't heard anything since.
They were competitive in GP1 early on.
Yeah.
Like the little bit of pace compared to the 147 and the 44, but was excited to see how that would pan out over the course of the full race distance, but unfortunately it doesn't look like they're going to get quite that far. The folks down at Laying Pipe Racing, the 385, have put up a fairly substantial inflatable mascot, I guess you would say, on the side of their trailer area, just at the north end of the paddock. I mean, really, I couldn't really tell what it was as I was driving past it. It looked a little bit almost like the Buc-ee's mascot, a little bit, but it definitely had their company logo on it, and I mean, it certainly grabs your attention. Completely unnecessary, but thoroughly appreciated.
You missed it when you were doing cameras, but it had a very interesting off in turn 1.
Oh?
It hit every single bump in the grass and kept getting air.
I did see the Connolly car go off down there at turn 1 as well.
Yeah.
And to circle back to that discussion, I don't believe the GT cars had driver aids. I honestly don't remember, but I don't think they did.
I can't remember.
I could see it going either way, but I feel like there was enough GT3 adjacent machinery at that time.
Yeah, but that came later.
No, yeah, GT3 started to be prevalent like 2007 onwards.
Even later than that. I mean, GT3s weren't even a thing until 2007, 2008. No, 06. But I think
there was definitely a time where they ran that R8 with the different cage against Prep 2 cars.
That was 2012.
Was it?
Yeah. It was late.
Wow.
I mean, the Prep 2 cars ran late as well.
Yeah.
Those RX-8s ran forever. And then even when they couldn't run anymore, they made them GX cars.
Right. Well, not exactly, but yeah.
It was the same chassis, wasn't it?
I don't think so. I think you could use it, but I don't think anybody...
No. I'm saying the Mazdas in particular. The Riley two-frame chassis became the Mazda 6, didn't it? In GX, the diesel?
I thought they were different because they were like a different size or something. Like, because that Cayman definitely wasn't a two-frame.
No, I'm not saying GX had to be. I'm saying it was an option.
It was an option. I would want to look into that. I feel like those Mazda 6s were their own thing.
Let's see.
I don't think they were on
The ones that ran at
same.
Thunderhill were road cars, right? They were diesel.
Right, yeah, that's not what I'm talking
but-
about at all. Yeah. I remember having to go around and convince people that those weren't the same cars. Because, like, people were getting spanked by those. And I go, well, they've been running them in Grand Am all year. I'm like, no, they haven't. Nope. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Ooh. Is that a lockup or a spin down there at turn 10? Definitely heard a little tire chirp down there. And a little bit of smoke. 16's involved in all that as they head down into turn 12. While the engine in the 6 race car is new, the chassis, Dunan points out, is converted from the RX-8. We lengthened it 6 inches behind the driver's bulkhead, but it's essentially the same underpinnings.
Interesting. All right, then. Fair enough.
For texting in, John.
Yeah. Glad we're able to sort out the details of the Grand Am GX category 11 years after it was nerfed.
Especially when it was a, frankly, worthless category at the time.
Oh, sure. Oh, that's a backwards BMW.
Yeah, I believe that
It's
is
a
our
157.
Yeah, the Don't Panic.
Yeah.
That may.
Did he jump or was he pushed?
I'm not sure. Considering I think that car just came back out, there's a possibility it might not be fully healthy. But the circumstances and when they started to go around is a little suspicious.
Race control log says spin driver's right and continue, which would suggest no contact. Just a self-spin there at the exit of 5, which makes sense. Like I said yesterday, that camera is there because the number of cars that were out of shape exiting 5 were substantial. Here we go, the replay. Let's look for the brick red BMW. Up the inside looks the 333, and that looks clean. Oh yeah, he lost it on the curb.
On the curb.
Lucky he spun right there and not
yeah.
left. A little bit of debris blowing around there at 1. I think finally it's been kicked far enough left. Well, I'm going to say it's far enough left that it's off the racing line, but I think they're actually running over the top of it.
Economy continues to pull out a gap over Thunder Bunny there. Was 16 seconds, and now about 20.
Yeah, at the same time, Modern Autobody pulls
right there.
almost 7 seconds on the Supra. And this will be a battle for third here in a matter of laps.
Orange BMW going through into turn 9, I believe. Yeah, there's that the Thunder Bunny Supra with the Moorhead BMW. Thankfully, at this point, adding a little defense to the oncoming Chevy-powered BMW.
This was 5 seconds at the line. It's going to be a lot less than that. 1.1. At 111, just in this stage of the race, very tentative in traffic is sort of the feel I'm getting out of that car. Right, it's not that it's not up to pace or anything like that. It's just when it comes up on traffic, it's been very picky about where it decides to make its passes. And as we head down into turn 5, the 914 is going to show the nose, thinks better of it, and backs out. not making the assumption that they were seen by the driver of the 111. Head down into the 789 complex.
And, yep, move is done.
Job done.
I'm hoping Thunderbolt is just being very cautious here, just trying to make the tires' life extend as much as possible.
Right. I mean, we keep mentioning it's getting warmer and warmer. We are 4 wide down the front straightaway. Good heavens. That was the 85. The Bruce Innovations car was in there. Choice was in there. I think the AF Racing car is tucked in that battle as well.
So, yeah, that's a 3-way 5-4-6 right there.
Oh, very good.
That was Bruce Innovations in 6, Choice and AF Racing directly behind, battling for position. And it looks like Choice has gone through.
Yeah, correct. Up ahead of the neon, or bright yellow and blue BMW of Bruce Innovations, and then the 32 of AF Racing, the LS-powered M3 and behind it. That all came together. Those 3 cars, not physically came together, but in terms of their battle, came together as they were lapping like 3 other production cars. And they all arrived at start-finish at basically the same time, 4 wide. Everybody played ball, though. I mean, for as difficult as it can be to pass around the second half of the lap here, basically from turn 8 onwards to, I mean, through to turn 12, really. You're always turning, accelerating, braking, doing something. And you would think that it would invite a lot of desperation to get your moves done down the front straightaway into turn 1, and it really hasn't. Everybody's been remarkably clean. Now it's AF Racing's turn to attack the 333 from Bruce Innovations. Peeks the nose out on the way into turn 1, but job not done. Overall race leaders right now, all in the same lap time bracket. In the mid 128s, this looks... Oh, no, that's the Modern Autobody car. Disregard. Overexcited. That Moorhead car has just passed the 111.
All right.
They were nose to tail on the front straightaway, and by the time they got to our camera there at turn 3, very much out in front and pulling. I wonder if the instruction to the 111 there is just baby that left front tire.
I mean, I'd hope so, because you'd think the wear is going to start to increase, you know, as the day goes on. And you don't want to be really saving a ton in your final stints. So I'd hope you want to try to backtrack that in the middle of the race.
Yeah, it's a fair point. Right, try and get a couple of extra laps, maybe an extra stint out of it in the midpoint so you have something to fight with at the end. Very, very interesting to see how this race pans out if we do stay green right the way through, right? 3 hours, 5 minutes gone, basically, to this point. And not even a hint of a yellow flag, save for some debris down there at turn 6. 157 picking their way through traffic there at 11A and B. But I think yellow flags benefit disproportionately the teams that have maybe a less consistent driver lineup in terms of pace, right, where you've got a couple of quick drivers and maybe a couple of slower or amateur drivers. Right, you can mask some of that time loss by your slower drivers with these full course yellows, right, where let's say you end up dropping 50 seconds or a minute, you get a full course yellow, poof, now you're right up back with the queue, and maybe you change driver under the yellow, and now you're right back in the hunt. If we stay green here, are the quickest drivers in these cars quick enough to offset the time loss? And that goes for anybody, right? There aren't really any teams that have a full, driver lineup that'll go out and turn 27s all day. But as this race develops, you're going to see a lot more ebb and flow and gaps that will change drastically from further away, right? From a lap plus down. And I think you're going to see a lot more of the hard charging from further back. But we don't really know exactly who that's going to benefit.
Well, I just reran the predictions, Brendan. Do you remember how earlier I said that the predictions really weren't giving a whole lot of respect to the 111, and we were like, I don't know how accurate that is.
Is it catching up?
No, it's getting worse. So the 111 now has basically no chance to win. And
I mean, again, I don't believe that's true, but I get...
And a 4% chance of coming in second. They're basically on for third. The real interesting part of this is that fourth place is wide open. The 147 overall is being scored as a potential fourth place entrant. 23% for the 123, 34% for the 333, 17% for the 511, and 19% for the 111. So fourth place, very much up for grabs, very much in play right now. The 111, it's thinking that it either comes third or fourth, and it's basically zero chance of coming in the top two.
So what I'd say about that is we know the 111 is going to come back with pace towards the end of the race. That is almost always the way they run their driver rotation.
Absolutely.
Right, is to finish off with Laura in the car. And if not with Laura in the car, with somebody very close in pace.
Right.
I would say if they're fringe, like third, fourth at the end of the race, that they will probably trend higher because we know they're going to have the pace to take the fight to whoever they happen to be around. But you do get the feel right now that there are like 3-ish cars in the top tier that if we don't get a yellow, that are really fighting for it, right? GTR 99 and Economy are kind of the primary two at the moment because they're not giving time away the way that some other cars are. And the 914 is just kind of hanging there, right? They gave up a little bit of time early, partially trapped behind the 82, but also just, as a matter of course, through the day. And then below the 111, it's a whole separate list of cars, right? 123, 511, 32, 333, 908. You just go down the list.
Right.
And I would almost separate those battles out. One being, the top three, the other being the next five, and then sandwiching that 111 right in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, I think, what those projections are basically saying.
Yeah.
Right. 111, kind of a small chance for third, better chance for fourth, and then everybody else has, equal shots at those types of positions. So
right. It's fascinating. It really is.
Stop for the 914.
My counterpoint would be, I don't think yesterday the 111 closed out as well as it usually does. And I don't know if they're going to do that again today or not.
I think it was because the 99 had real pace, like 111 pace, right? They were equal up until the last hour. Right? Laura and Jason Marks went back and forth with the 111 trying to end up on the lead lap. And eventually, when we did get a full course yellow inside the last hour, it was the 111 was on the wrong side of being a lap down. Right. Whereas earlier in the day, been on the right side. So that race could have ended a little differently. But I agree with you. There was no obvious pace advantage to the 99. Specifically the 99.
Right.
I mean, there's no reason to assume that wouldn't repeat again today, right, where those two cars are even on pace. But like I said earlier, and I think that's kind of what I was getting at, without a full course yellow, there are chances of being right up next to each other in the standings or within a lap of each other in the standings. That chance is much slimmer today.
Yeah.
Just the way the race is developing so far.
Right. Because if it goes green the rest of the way, and you assume pit stops and relative driver pace end up even, they're down 1:10.
Yeah. stop here for the 914. 111 comes across the line. As this is happening, I'll get up from my chair and take a peek at that pit stop. Left front tire is replaced on that car. It's wheeled over next to the fence line. Actually, it looks pretty good, all things considered. Inside, definitely taking a little bit of wear. And the left rear. Left rear is actually in quite good shape. But they're going to do 4 on this car. So this is an interesting little wrinkle. We are 3 hours, 49 minutes remaining, which puts us at 3:10 gone. And it looks like the 914 is going to try and do this on 2 sets of tires total. I mean, that's what a 4-tire change here suggests to me, right? Right sides look great. Let them cool down, throw them back on the left side later. It's not a tire change that would rival the 99 or the 111, but...
Not many would.
No, exactly my point, right? But they've done everything effectively and efficiently otherwise, and the LS loudly fires up out of the pit stall. It's given up a little over a lap here, including the tire change. So, all things considered, it's not bad. And I don't see any particular interest from the pit marshals down there, which would suggest that it's a good, clean stop. We've done the major work. Now, again, can you baby these tires for the next 3 hours and 48 minutes?
A long time with... That's 50% of the race.
It is.
It's getting hotter.
But the left sides didn't look that bad. The insides are worn a little bit. The outsides look absolutely fine.
I don't know, man.
If you get a full course yellow, I think maybe you consider taking left sides. But if you're really going to look for a result here, I think maybe you look at seeing what you can do with the tire life there. You know that GTR and Thunder Bunny both change tires 2 and some change in. Go ahead, JT.
Turn 5 exit. Is that a... Okay, it's
385. Yeah, the Porsche 944 and Pipe Racing. Similar colors to the Z4, off in a similar spot as the Z4, just a little earlier. PC Racing and Moorhead Speedworks are together on track. PC Racing defending to prevent itself from going a lap down, but is unable to do so with the number 147 sneaking up the inside into turn number 2, and will emerge over the crest. About a car length ahead of that number 44.
That's important for Moorhead, since they are off strategy due to their tire issue earlier.
Yeah, how far off strategy are they? Oh, it was half a stint.
Yeah. Now, they had been going longer than PC Racing in terms of the first stint. So it's possible it could even out towards the end.
Yeah.
But that tire wear issue may play a role as well.
Paul Sparta notes in the chat on YouTube, back with both cars at Sebring and Coda, which is good to see. Concerned that the 28 was casualty of the season, but apparently just a casualty of the hectic schedule. Nice
I hope at Coda they bring the new one. That would be fun.
Oh.
The car was just at Sebring.
Did see ACP brought a new M4, didn't they?
I think so, yeah.
Back at VIR?
Yep.
Expecting another round of pit stops to begin here in about 15 minutes or so. Economy Motorsports should be the first one duck in here in about 7 laps. Interesting to see what they do with tires. My assumption is double or at least double stint this next set, and pretty sure they changed fronts on the last one, so should be able to get through the day. You know, one of the, well, before I dive into that point, pick up a replay of the spin from the 385 down at turn 4. Left side of your shot, little quick on entry, back end comes around on exit, and it's kind of a lazy half spin there. Well, it was a full spin, but only went halfway around. And again, didn't hit anything. Grabbed a gear and recovered safely. Talked yesterday about trying to plan out what this race was going to look like, and the closest comparison we came up with was the first event we ran at NOLA Motorsports Park back in 2022. Series' first visit to the track on a fairly abrasive surface that presented all kinds of tire wear headaches in a way that was almost unpredictable. And it seemed to affect different tire manufacturers differently, right? Some handled it significantly better than others. Other, tires would fall apart within a matter of an hour and a half to 2 hours, and then the car became uncontrollable until you got to your planned tire change at halfway. At least for today, it seems more like, well, this weekend as a whole, it seems more like it is an even wear situation or weight across all tires. That is the 721 backwards at turn 5, rolling rearward across the track to get to the inside and recover in the grass there. Self-spin for that 721?
We're going to have to check.
511 is in the pits. Anyway, it's either that this track is a little more friendly to all tires or wearing them out more evenly, or we have a lot more understanding of how these tires wear and how to be proactive about it.
I think I'm leaning towards the second one because
yeah,
we've had several of these types of races. Here's the replay for that spin.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Oh,
I think there was contact there.
That's a little unfortunate there.
Yeah, it's listed in the race control log as being a single car incident, just a spin and continue for the 721, but it did look like it took a little jolt to the left rear corner of the car. Let's take a look at the car as it comes by start-finish here. Oh, there's a big old tire mark there. Oh, actually, it would be to the left rear, wouldn't it? Yes. It was on the outside. Yeah. Well, I take it back then. There is some damage to the right rear corner of that car. Whether it came from or where it came from, I don't think we quite know.
I think there will be some memory cards being requested at the next round of pit stops.
See what the team reports, right? If it's not in the log, somebody's got to report it. But it certainly looked like there was a little tap there, headed into the turn 5 entry. Slower lap from both GTR 99 and the, actually, quite a few of the cars behind it there. 32.9 from Thunder Bunny, 31.3 from NFC, 30.9 from AF Racing. But economy, to do a 29.9. And reel in another 2.5 seconds or so, bring that margin down to 25.5. From first back to second.
Well, since we started talking about
hey, GTR 99 is into the pit lane, and this is not on schedule.
No, it is not.
91, 130. Well,
no, it is.
It's 41 laps. It does feel early. They've been going 44, 45. No, 46 according to Joseph.
It may be that they just realized that now is the time to change the tire again. But it's a feeling, and it's like, okay, well, we're close, and we don't want to keep losing any time with the tire being gone.
Nope. Doesn't look like that's the case. Just doing a driver change here. It felt... I mean, I looked not that long ago, and the countdown to a pit stop was much, much higher. We're looking at something like 11 laps for that car. We definitely haven't done them. Ooh, we are going to do a left front tire, though.
When in Rome.
Again, the brakes, front brakes on these cars, smoking.
Out of curiosity, not that you'd want to start messing with this necessarily, do you know if adjustable brake bias is a modifier in WRL?
I would have to look that up.
No, because I'm lazy and bad, I find myself using the brake bias controllers to bail myself out of stressing the front and or rear tires too much.
That's a valid strategy.
And I sometimes wonder if it's a case of having adjustable brake bias would help these types of situations where the fronts are getting a little bit hot to be able to dial it back to the rear a little bit. You're going to totally change how the car behaves under braking, and you're going to have tire wear implications as well. But I've always wondered if people in WRL do that, if that's even a thing.
I mean, the GT4 cars almost certainly have adjustable brake bias, right?
Right.
I don't know about the road cars. I can look that up, actually. The WRL rulebook does not contain the word bias.
Brake balance, maybe?
Balance, yeah. Does not contain the word balance either. Including of performance, which we love.
You love to see it.
You do love to see it.
They can't have that many brake rules. I know that brake is probably going to come up with a zillion entries, but like, there can't be that many.
I guess this is probably just not covered.
Interesting. So one would assume that if it's not covered, then it has to be allowed, right?
Brake zone.
Not disallowed.
Brake proportioning valve, maybe? Because like on a road car, when you do...
Proportioning valves are allowed.
Are allowed. Okay, cool. All right, so there you go. Is that a modifier or no?
The only modifier it says here for production brakes, other than rotors, is the racing or multi-master cylinder system, adjustable pedal boxes, any non-OE caliper, more than 4 pistons, or an ABS reprogram is a 0.3 modifier.
Okay, well, you're
That's
changing
production
the
classes only.
You're changing the master cylinder in order to get the proportioning valve, is my understanding. So that it's probably covered under that. Would be my assumption.
For production classes, it does say proportioning valves are allowed. Again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Well. Huh.
Yep.
Maybe they've been doing this the whole time. The next time we have a driver or a team owner in, I will ask. Or maybe like somebody like Chad Moorhead, who has a bunch of BMW stuff, maybe we'll ask Chad. Chad, do people use brake proportioning valves in the GP classes? Is that a thing that's worthwhile?
Oh, a couple of cars off here. That's
wow.
the
leader.
That is
and the
leader.
Mercedes? Is that the Mercedes?
I don't. Is there something on the track down here? There's a lot of smoke out of the front of that 16. That is the Mercedes recovering. You saw a couple of wheels off there for one of the general production BMWs. More wheels off in the background. That 16 is done. The driver is climbing out of the race-leading economy Motorsport Hyundai, and that car will go no further, at least for the moment. Oh, long off down there at turn 8, and a red flag is out at
there's
start
liquid
finish.
down right there.
There must be. There must be.
Oh, look at the front end of that car completely. I don't know if it's on fire yet, but that's a lot of steam and smoke coming out.
That will be the concern with the red flag, is the amount of steam and smoke coming out of the front of that car for sure.
The rest of the vehicle's wisely getting clear. I think I can pull the 99 on board. You don't get anything too interesting. Whoa, a little bit of a quick checkup by the VAC card there. I think the 99 probably wanting to get clear of the potential fire situation. Oh no, that's the 32.
Steam has subsided substantially from that number 16, so it
It's
looks like
emptied all of its fluid on the ground already.
Yeah. EV truck very much on the way.
I think it's probably gas powered. I think it's probably gas powered. That doesn't look like a Lightning or a Rivian.
That's fair. That's fair. I don't believe we have replay on this camera.
Ooh, there is steam coming from the front of the Moorhead Speedworks car, having stopped rather suddenly.
Again, I think these are brakes.
Or brakes, rather.
Yeah.
I agree.
If we don't have that, maybe it was on the 10R camera.
Oh.
So we will get a replay of something here.
Kind of a replay. Oh, see, it's already starting to spit something.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, okay. So I wonder if
there is fire. No, there is fire. You saw it there just as it went past the corner station at turn 7.
And off goes the Mercedes.
Big lick of flame and immediately dropping fluid, as JT points out.
That is a telltale sign of a turbo expiring, I would say.
Oh, that's much more catastrophic than a turbo.
It starts spewing fluid like that, and I don't know. I'd be interested to hear, but that's what my money's on. My money's on that being a turbocharger letting go. And then subsequently taking with it some coolant pipes, etc.
It would have been on brake application and a subsequent downshift. Now, obviously, those are. Actually, I don't know what the Hyundai is. I would assume it's paddle shift, semi-automatic, but I don't know. But I mean, it was right at the breaking point, and whatever it was let go pretty immediately. Although, JT, did you said it was starting to spit fluid between 6 and 7?
Yeah,
right. Ryan did, yeah.
Ryan did,
was.
Okay.
It was out of the exhaust. That's why I really
like a whitish puff.
Yeah.
That's why I really think it's a turbocharger, either a coolant line coming undone and it spilling coolant into the turbo and then subsequently blowing it, obviously, or the turbo itself blowing and then taking coolant stuff with it, or maybe the intercooler letting go if it's an air-to-water intercooler, something like that. I think that's a turbo system issue. I think if it was a actual block problem, we would have seen darker smoke because you would have more oil involved, whereas that seemed to be more water or coolant adjacent.
I mean, we had lots of flame.
Right. I don't know, man.
Pretty immediate.
I really think it would be darker if it had thrown a rod.
We'll see.
Similar.
We did mention yesterday we were having a chat with Jason Marks regarding lifetime on parts. And, I mean, TCR cars are designed to be economical to run as a touring car, obviously, at all levels, right? Amateur racing and professional touring car racing. But they are still touring cars, right? So the bulk of their running is not done 8 hours at a time, 16 hours at a time over a weekend. So you do wonder what the life of some of these parts are. I think engines in these types of cars are usually run to about 50 hours or so. Should be right in the window of how many hours that car has raced since joining the World Racing League over the summer. But that's a lot of speculation anyway.
That's what we're here for, right?
It is. This is almost exactly halfway. Having been thoroughly green to this point.
Brendan had to come and talk about, well, there's a lot of green here.
I mean, there was.
Yeah, but if I can't mess with you about it, then what are we even doing?
Fair. This is the way these races usually go, right? You have the old, if it's going to break, it's going to break early principle, where the Saturday races are a little more chaotic, and then Sunday everybody that isn't going to have something break is clear through to the end anyway. But this is really unfortunate.
Yeah, exactly.
We were setting up for a super battle between the 99 and the 16 in particular. This does open the door for the 914, which is not worth nothing. And this on screen is the recovery of the debris from the 90 down there at turn 6. It's much softer than I would have expected. Looked very pliable.
Might this be a good time for an ad?
We can do an ad.
All right, let's run an ad.
All right, 3.5 hours to go. All quiet down here in the paddock and out on the racetrack. A red flag will be recover the number 16 erstwhile race leader. Quick flash fire. All is well and all are safe. But we'll step aside for the moment and rejoin you on the other side from New Jersey Motorsports Park and Thunderbolt Raceway on DriversEye Live.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Back at Thunderbolt Raceway at New Jersey Motorsports Park on DriversEye Live, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. Thanks for being with us, everybody, whether you're watching on YouTube or Facebook or you are down in the paddock. As RJ steps over me, step aside for just a moment here.
Red flag resumption procedure. Since the leader is the car being picked up with the engine failure, we will be picking up P2, which is car number 111. As
RJ making that announcement over the PA. I'm not going to reiterate everything there because everybody at the PA or at the circuit here would have heard it already, but we are going to go to a safety car procedure here, pick up the number 111 as a result of the leader being caught, the car that failed down there at turn 8. So,
The mighty C8 pace car. I mean, that's just the course car, making sure that the surface is correct.
Remember how I said not having full course yellows might affect the number 111 a little more heavily than other cars?
Yes, I think this is the like most bold expression of that.
No, this is
Like-
the most benefit you could possibly get out of the full course yellow. You find yourself
Yes.
in the lead. Your competitors, I mean, one of them isn't running anymore. The other one just did a 4-tire change under green. Actually, two of them did the 4-tire change under green because Modern Auto Body and GTR have both been in. So anybody that has yet to pit on this cycle, right, that includes the 111, the 123, the 32, and the 333.
Oh, the 908.
The 908 getting towed, yeah.
Yeah. RJ mentioned over the PA that car has had a mechanical. Now, I wonder what that means.
I think that means the mechanical systems in the race car are not fully operational.
Did it stop before we went red? Or did it
No.
have an issue as we were getting things shut down?
I wonder if they stopped it and couldn't get it refired, and this was like a courtesy to RJ, like, hey, by the way, we can't start our car, so if you want to go get that too, that'd be great.
Nothing in the race log about any issues from it recently.
Maybe they knew they were having like a clutch issue or something and weren't going to be able to get the car. Although something doesn't look right with that car, does it? No, it's the toe strap. Never mind. I thought like the grill and the splitter were pulling away from the front, but it was just the way the camera was catching the toe strap.
Yeah, it doesn't look right. It's being towed.
I have no comments. More or less wrapped up with recovery here.
That's another car that benefits from this. Is I'm sure Mr. Innovations is very excited. The 333 now inside the top 5.
Did we get confirmation that is his last name? I assume it is, but
Yeah, Tim Innovations.
wouldn't that be something?
There's the Z4. What a car! Look at that thing. Look at it. That's great.
Oh, we are.
Oh man, what a machine!
Needs a wing.
And a V8.
No.
Yeah.
Nope. Nope.
Preferably a Chevy one.
Nope. Doesn't need that. It needs the exact engine that it has. A just nice straight 6.
When
LS swap everything.
No.
when Chad Moorhead runs out of S54s, he should go get himself a Z4 and an LS and just make it happen. This is the way.
Mm-hmm. Just a couple extra bananas for the monkeys and he'll be good to go.
So the safety car has left pit lane and is headed out to go find the number 111 Thunder Bunny Supra. Producer Zach has stepped away for just a moment, and so we're just got eyes on this turn 7-8 area right now. Going to be a tentative first few laps over there with all the speedy dry that's gone down, and the very obvious amount of fluid that had been laid down in the first place by the number 16. Is that a Bonanza there landing in the background? Sure,
Bonanzas are old news. Old news.
30.
It's all about
36 is nice.
It's all about the Sears.
Double yellow.
All right. We're going to get rolling here.
Yes. Everybody except the is that the Mercedes down there? They just start to pull away now. They were off in the grass briefly. And already takers to the pit lane. The 682 Turkey is in. That's the Porsche 944.
Yep.
Like the 721 is in. Mercedes is in from NFC Motorsports. The Toyota R&D non-GT4 Supra is into the pit lane as well. Obviously, GTR 99 stays out, having just been into the pit lane a few laps ago. Pretty quick recovery here, all things considered. Right around 15 minutes under red. I think when we go back to green here, we are going to be presented with an entirely new race to the checkered flag. I mean, obviously, we're lacking one of the main players, but I think this has happened in a way that substantially shakes up what we were expecting out of these last 3.5 hours or so.
I think so, too.
With the 914 is back in. Now, they did 4 tires, remember. This will... Oh, they're barely in their pit stall. It's an interesting decision. Oh, they didn't want to get stuck behind the 123 during their long stop. So this is just the top off for the 914. I really like this move. Gets about 2/3 of a can into the car. Refires. Pulls away. 111 is in. So this is our next area of concern. Watch the stop out of the Thunder Bunny crew. Fuel cans immediately up to the pit wall. And a driver change, which I assume was coming anyway.
Right.
Right,
Given that
on
we're
the
halfway.
stop. Yeah. I know who is getting into the car. I hear air wrenches again. Now that's out of the 123, who is definitely doing left side tires. Thunder Bunny, meanwhile, another can over the wall. Crew member over the wall. Air wrench over the wall.
Nice.
Looks like we're doing a right front on the 111.
We should be able to go to green here pretty quickly, I would imagine.
I think the light is still on the safety car in turn 8. Yeah. Quick visit from Vice President Till
there in the middle of that round of pit stops. The 123 has resumed after what I think was just left sides, but I can't confirm that. Also didn't confirm what the 111 took there on the stop. But in any case, they've already lost the lead back to that number 99. I don't think it's going to matter too much because I think they're going to be right on the same lap again.
Good news, 85 AOA is going to be on the same lap as the 65 open throttle.
Yeah, we really should run through the general production classes. It's going to be a little goofy under safety car because we don't know exactly who is a full lap down, partial lap down, you know what I mean? So maybe we let things reset there and get back to green, and then we can really parse out exactly what this looks like. I can say comfortably at the front, though, the 111 is chasing the queue and will resume at the back end of the line. GTR is there in the middle of your shot and is something like, or will be something like about 10, maybe a dozen cars ahead of the Thunder Bunny Toyota Supra.
We'll need
So that margin is fundamentally nothing.
Also, nothing is the gap between second and third in GP2 between Moorhead and Unruly Autosport.
Yeah, that one doesn't take any any thought to figure out. Less than a second between the two of them is good stuff. So that's the 914 near the front of the line, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I think they are nearly 2 laps down to the GTR car.
That tracks because it says the 16 is 2 laps down. Obviously, they've been taken away, but the 914 still reads as right behind the 16. So I do think that 2 laps down is accurate.
I mean, it's like 1.99, but it's, yeah, the sentiment there is correct. There's 4 cars in between them. .511's in there as well. We'll have a good little scrap on our hands here. I think we go back between the 333 and the 32. Bruce Innovations comes across the line 5th in GTO. AF Racing 6th in GTO, and with only the RRT number 721 between them on track. Looks like we've got a mostly clear pit lane at the moment. One driver change going on just off to my left here. Other than that, we've got the field back under control. And very gradually approaching the 4-hour mark. I prefer you all keep watching the World Racing League powered by Hagerty, of course, on DriverSeye Live. Appreciate your support. But friend of DriverSeye, Johann Schwartz, is going to go race for a national title here in about 12 minutes.
The natty, as it were.
A natty.
Nice. I thought you were going to talk like football or something.
No. That was yesterday.
No, pro football sucks. Yeah. That's...
No, that was yesterday. Johan is running STU out at VIR this weekend, and going to go try and chase down a gold there.
All right.
Man, who'd have thought? Kurt Busch, all these people that have done the double for the Coke 600 and the Indianapolis 500, and then you have Johann Schwartz going from New Jersey to VIR.
WRL
SEC runoffs.
Iron Man.
Tony Stewart, but he's up there.
A couple of green cars lead us back to the green flag.
Nice.
And they do so 4 wide
The big thundering V8 of the E90 M3 there.
Yes, and a less appetizing V8 in the Choice Racing number 511, who actually kind of gets the jump there on the 914, headed up into turn number 2. The 99 has snuck through most of that traffic as well. Spin for the 682, and with contact, we think it looked like the 90.
Gotta get it
was the
refired
next
here.
car in line there.
Nice. Look at
Pretty
this shot.
safely off to the inside. Should just be a quick recovery. We've got a standing yellow at start because they're waving at 1 for that stopped Porsche 944. That makes sense. Oh!
Ooh.
Sideways there out of turn 5 for the open throttle BMW. The 82 sneaks right through the middle. Is that? It's a GTO that was getting past there. The 123 also getting past on the exit of 5.
Now, I have to imagine that 15 to 20 minutes of sitting has really helped out some of these cars that probably would have preferred to have the tires cool down a little bit. Well,
and a thought for the number 914. Remember we said, hey, can you make these tires last? Can you maybe just do 2 instead of 4? What is that strategy going to look like? Not running around at race pace in the heat for 30-ish minutes is going to do you some good there.
Absolutely.
Obviously, both the 914 and the 99 have kind of been hampered by the red flag and the full course yellow. You would have liked to have seen, if you're in either of those camps, the equivalent green flag stop from the 111.
Right.
Especially given how much time you gave up to change 4 tires. But the way it goes, more dust being kicked up on the exit of 1. We didn't see that yesterday because everything was so wet, but now that things have dried out and warmed up.
And remember, of course, Thunder Bunny's still going to have to come in and take the prime tire. They've been running the option all day.
Do the undercut or the overcut for that? What do you think?
You do the undercut.
Okay.
And are they going to go to... thank you, JT.
I just wanted to point out issue with PC racing. Either just before the yellow or during the yellow, but they have lost several laps to Moorhead.
Yeah. So that's not a result they're looking for, and it is exactly what Moorhead Speedworks is looking for after they had a DNF a couple races ago. So that's sort of played right into their hands.
I think it was a long stop there. So the yellow flag / red flag lap for Moorhead was 17 minutes. PC's was 24.
Yeah, but it looks like PC was in during the entire yellow because timing only shows a single yellow lap, which is their pit lap, for 24.5 minutes.
Right. Well, so they're pitted before start finish, and I think what you're seeing there is either they were already in, or they were coming in after we resumed movement, but before they got to start finish. So in either case, you still lost 7 minutes relative to the laps that everybody else did, right? Where everybody else was stationary.
Yeah.
Which says, hey, that was actually a pretty decently long stop. The 99 not making a whole lot of progress on the number 914, who's escaping out in front of the Choice Racing car as well. Pit stop for the 147.
Unfortunately, we are seeing the number 111 lose a little bit more time.
That would not be scheduled.
No, definitely not. They were in under the full course yellow.
I am so confused with VP1 right now.
It's being sent. Well, stalls it. And now is underway. Huh. Is this another... Remember yesterday we made a comment about, or Jason Marks made a comment about somebody feeling like the tire was loose because the sticker was left on it?
Yes.
Or somebody felt like a vibration or something loose at the front. It doesn't look like they did anything. They didn't change a tire as far as I could tell. The car was just in the pit stationary for 20 seconds or whatever it was, and then right back out.
Back in GP2, Unruly at the restart did get around Moorhead Speedworks and has pulled out a 13-second gap to the 160.
All right.
That driver in the 158 is definitely ready to go right now.
Ready to rock, as it were. Just pulling tons of time out of Harrison Motorsports. I believe, well, I think Harrison's a 3-driver team, which means they may still have one more driver change to go.
They've got a lap and a half of safety margin, I believe.
Right. Let's see. And then GP3, the 65 has just a substantial lead. No, I'm sorry, I missed that right there, the 85. So they are on the same lap as the 85?
Yeah, I think it's like a 80-second difference.
Yeah. And both of those cars have had clean runs today. Yesterday, the 65, of course, had that issue of being up in the wall, but that seems to have not affected them today. And that 65, of course, very much the car in play for the championship. I believe the 85 is the best AOA runner in the championship as well. So that is a good battle for position in the race as well as in the championship here. Thunder Bunny, they started when we went back to green, they had about a 10-second gap. It's now out to almost 14 seconds. And it's been staying there for a couple laps now in kind of the 14, 13, 9 range. So they're not making the headway that I think they need to in order to secure a win. But they are, one step higher up the podium than they might have been otherwise. You see the 333 just getting up behind the Matt Connolly Motorsports Pontiac. That car, I think, a less than auspicious outing versus what they had probably imagined, getting with a new car. But again, it's a new car, and it's got some teething troubles, obviously. Trying to get cars adapted into a completely different rule set does take time. I'm reminded of Round 3 racing and their Porsche Cup car, which also, it's a car with a lot of history. It's a very storied car. I think all of us here at DriversEye Live think that's a great vehicle, just in the history of racing cars in general. And even Round 3, one of the better funded teams in WRL has had some trouble getting that car to play nice here in WRL. So hoping to see that car back later this season. A heck of a machine, but again, just goes to show you that you can do the outside-the-box race car selection thing, but you are trying to sort of start over from scratch. Even if the car itself is reliable and a known quantity, getting it adapted to this style of racing on a 200 treadwear tire versus what was probably a Michelin or Yokohama slick, or indeed a Continental slick used on the Matt Connolly Motorsports car. It takes a different setup. It takes a completely different suspension tune, and the car is going to behave a little bit differently, and it's not something that these custom-built race cars were necessarily designed.
Okay, and we do have a replay from the turn 1 at restart. Oh, in the back, it looks like the 944 banger just got loose on the exit rumble strips and tried to save the car, but ultimately went around. That's quite unfortunate for them. believe at the time of the restart, they were fighting the number 90 Toyota Supra for position for 9th in class. Unfortunately, now they have a 50-second gap back that they will have to claw their way back up with the final 3 hours remaining. Alright, up in the front of GTO, it's still the 99 GTR BMW with a 10.5 second gap over the 111 from Thunder Bunny Racing. Still a good fight going on for 5th in GTO between Bruce Innovations BMW and the 32AF Racing BMW E46. Coming into 5, you can see the AF Racing BMW just does not have enough. It does close the gap a bit.
I am still here with you, JT.
Radio.
Yeah. Ryan stepping away. Well, unintentionally for a moment.
Oh, we have a little bit of traffic in front of Bruce here. It's one of the open throttle BMWs, which does wisely tuck out of the way there. Not enough of a run down this front straight. At a BMW GT4 for the 333 looking pretty stable otherwise. No clear advantage for the 32. Meanwhile, a little bit further up, the 4th place Mercedes 123 NFC Motorsports gaining on the 3rd place Modern Auto Body back BMW. Previous lap to the tune of 2 seconds, bring that gap down to 8 seconds, but this time by the 914 responds full 1.5 seconds quicker. So we'll have to keep an eye on the ebb and flow of that gap there. Roughly the same gap that we see up in front in the battle for the lead between GTR and Thunder Bunny.
Yeah, I think this full course yellow benefited that 123 camp as much as it did the Thunder Bunny camp. Right? I mean, they were in the same boat, owing us a pit stop. You know, it was going to be within a couple of laps before the red flag hit. And again, that 914 having made a 4-tire change under green and giving up all kinds of time doing so, just because it was a 4-tire change. It was good things for the 123 as a result. And actually, the 333 and 32 battle we were just looking at, very much in the mix for that 3rd place as well. Within another 23, 24 seconds of that Mercedes. So, in some ways, this kind of put some new life into the end of the race. Made it look a lot different than we thought it was going to, but it certainly set the stage for some pretty fascinating stuff between now and the checkered flag. The other thing it did, that we didn't get a second stop out of the GTR car under yellow, did we?
I don't believe so.
We did get another stop out of the Modern Auto Body car, though, which would have been just to top off with fuel. And I think that puts the Modern Auto Body car pretty much into their window to do the end of the race on 2 additional stops. GTR is going to be close.
Yeah, I mean, because we went green with just a bit over 3 hours left. So as long as, you know, cars can average about a minute to, 1 hour, 2 minutes stint, you know, 2 stops should be good to make it to the end.
For everybody except GTR, right, who didn't come in under the yellow. They were in.
Correct.
Functionally, I mean, if you take the yellow and the red away, with something like 320-ish to go, 325 maybe, is sort of the equivalent timestamp of their pit stop. So I can't imagine they would have passed up the opportunity to pit if it was going to force them to take an extra splash at the end of the race. But we do have a little bit of a question mark hanging over things at the moment.
Thunder Bunny clawing in another 2 seconds. Gap is down to 5.4. Closing. Traffic definitely holding up Bruce here going onto the front straight. This may give AF Racing the chance for an overtake into 1. And pulling all the way to driver's right.
Good,
just to get around traffic.
Good reason for that 333 to be defensive on the way into 1 there. He picked the inside line to get around the GTO and the BMW, and he just parked it there.
Yeah, and that kind of forced AF Racing to back out to turn 1. The GTO this weekend has not been very cooperative in facilitating passes. So wise move
it's
there.
tough, right? I mean, that car is meant to be running to the same performance window as it's GTO, right? Everybody's running to 9-1, but obviously that car is running with us for the first time in some time. I don't know how long it's been since it's run full stop, but it's got to be different enough in the right places to make passes easy, right? You could give up, 2.5, 3 seconds a lap if that's what the car is only capable of. But if you're a rocket ship down the straights or you're decent on the brakes or whatever the case is, it makes getting past somebody who's that much slower than you actually quite difficult.
Yeah, it's just in a situation like this, it's clear that the cars move to the inside to showing their intention for an overtake. You're 25 laps down, you're 3 seconds a lap slower. Is there really a point in, I don't know, trying to make sure you're coming out of that corner ahead?
Yeah, I mean, with that said, JT, 32 really isn't picking up time on the 104 in clear air, especially.
It has been stuck behind, and it's losing time now. For whatever reason, something may have happened with the tires or whatever, because they've gone from consistent 29s to a 33, and continue to lose time. Unable to get around.
The number 147 at 12:51 reported as having a 4-off at turn 6. I wonder if that immediately preceded their pit stop.
Oh, Connolly responds doing a 31.5, so the car suddenly finding pace. Yeah. Definitely to the detriment of the BMW.
I knew the pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania would come through.
Another 2 seconds that lap from Thunder Bunny. That gap's within 3 seconds now.
99 was caught up in a little bit of lap traffic. The second of the Moorhead cars, GP2 entry.
Yeah.
Around the end of the lap.
You can see it here now. There's just a single GP2 car separating them.
Crazy how much this race turned on that full course yellow. I don't want to overstress that point, but man, just a fundamentally different looking race now.
All right, everything should be good to go.
Ha. That's what you think.
Yeah. We went ahead and reduced our 7 links down to 3, which were the 3 that were any good anyway. So. And then, yeah, we just hope my room stays cool enough.
I'll tell you what's a cool room. Second floor of the timing tower.
Yeah?
Yeah, we got the AC going in here now, full time. We are
cruising.
I was going to say we're cooking, but that's like the exact opposite of what's happening.
Yeah, that's not happening. That's not what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, my fans are probably the exact opposite of how you would want them, and I don't have a fan on my CPU cooler. So,
what?
Yeah. No.
Why?
I don't have a fan that clips onto it. I don't know. Just, yeah. It just is a heatsink.
Talk a little bit more. Just the heatsink. No fan. Just the.
Well, I mean, there's a fan like mounted to the chassis, like behind
to the case, but not directly mounted to the cooler.
Right.
The
Yeah.
heatsink.
Yeah.
Wild.
Right. Yeah. So this is the first time we've had this issue.
You don't have any issues running iRacing or anything like that?
No.
Huh. I guess it's a GPU function more than CPU.
Yeah, and that's fine because the fan's built in, obviously.
Huh. Flight sim, same thing? No problems?
Yeah, no problem.
Wild. Huh.
I don't get throttled or anything. Like, it's great. It's just like bang along, full chat.
Huh. Life choices astound me, Mr. West.
I mean, you know, it is what it is.
Sure.
We're just here trying to get by at this point. Update: the 111 does have a shot at first place now.
Yeah, go figure.
They're now sitting at a square 20% odds at first place.
I think it's higher than that.
I think it's 20% according to the data right here. Just I'm looking at it in black and white.
I think they've got one more driver change coming.
That peer reviewed? Did you get a peer review on that?
And my purely anecdotal observation of their driver rotations?
Yes.
No.
Wasn't
The
anecdotal.
44, by the way, just ever so slightly misses braking point on the way into turn 1 and had to dive to the inside of the 111 to not make contact in doing so. Everybody came out cleanly on the other side, but you could see it happening sort of in real time there. 111 was a little conservative in traffic. 44 didn't quite feel the same way, and by the time he got to the brakes, was either going to get into the back of the lap traffic or the 111, and instead chose to dive to driver's right and really drop the anchor.
Yeah, that car did have a report recently of having light smoke, so hopefully it's not a developing issue.
Yeah, I did just see that 104, is it 7 or 8 minutes ago? Doesn't look like it's continuing to smoke or anything now. It's all clean.
Nah, go figure. There we go.
Is that... Never mind.
What? Zach, let me know if the... oh, good, now they're all clocking out. Let me know if... Oh!
Turn 4-5, Random Vandals goes for a spin, exit. Looks like it got too much on the curb and sent to the right. Does not look like any contact with the tires, though. Just a moment.
Here's the replay. Goldenrod and black BMW.
Whoa.
Way off.
Moving.
Yeah,
Oh, get it stopped, get it stopped.
You could see at the apex, the rear was already starting to come out, coming in just way too hot.
Here's the deal. Production companies pay big money for plumes of smoke like that. To get that VFX'd in, and I mean, it just looks picture
to
perfect.
be fair, Random Vandals Racing has also paid big money for that plume of smoke.
Yes, they have. Absolutely.
Like, cost to dust/smoke ratio there, exceedingly high.
Good airtime, though.
Oh, sure.
Is me or has Bruce been catching back up to Thunder Bunny here?
It was a 31.8 last time from Thunder Bunny and 29.8 from Bruce. Yeah. I have to say,
yeah,
I have thoroughly enjoyed the first trip of the World Racing League to New Jersey Motorsports Park.
New Jersey?
Thoroughly enjoyed.
Wow.
You know, you never know when you go somewhere for the first time. You never know what it's going to look like on camera. As a production company is a concern, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Every track has their own quirks, a little different to work with, different policies. I've had a great time. Looks halfway decent on cameras.
It does.
Weather's cooperating, right?
Mostly, yeah. I could have done with some more rain yesterday.
Well, when I say cooperated, it didn't make things worse, right?
Right.
I'll take cloudy, overcast, and cool all the time.
Yeah.
Particularly for our cameras.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, good time of year to be here. Everybody leaving this part of New Jersey is going to get to avoid all the shore traffic on the way home. It's going to be great. Really nice.
Nice. Is this your first time returning to New Jersey since your change of employment status?
Ooh. Like the state?
Yeah.
No, because I've flown out of Newark a bunch.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Is this your first time?
I live 4 miles from the New Jersey state line, so I mean, there are other reasons to go to New Jersey as well. But
got it. Okay. So you just like to throw shade for the sake of throwing shade. Got it.
Been doing it for 33 years, man.
Yeah. You're like those people that live in Reno.
See? You get it.
At least we're not California. To which my response is, at least we're not 49th in the country in education.
Nevada is catching some serious strays here, man.
Hey, look, man, if you want to gift a billionaire $380 million to bring a professional sports franchise that nobody wants to your state, and also not fund education with that same $380 million, like, as far as I'm concerned, you deserve it.
I was trying to figure out which franchise you were talking about, because mine also has left California, but I suppose you are the Salty A's fan of the group.
I am. I don't care about the Raiders, and I have never cared about the Raiders.
I've gathered.
Yeah. The Raiders, of course, who left Oakland without paying fully for the renovation that they demanded take place at the Oakland Coliseum, which the municipality
Lipstick on a pig, man.
Which the municipality now has to pick up, which is part of the reason why they won't give the A's any money to build their new stadium in Oakland.
Where are you going to build a new stadium in Oakland anyway?
The waterfront at a giant empty pier.
Imagine JT's relief 20 minutes ago when we told him we didn't talk about football anymore.
Right. No, we're talking about baseball now. It's fine.
We're not even talking baseball. We're talking sports business.
I love sports business. That's like one of my favorite.
And really, at its core, we're just talking about politics.
I mean, it's not partisan politics.
Oh, no. But still, like, at its core, sports business, professional sports business has basically become politics.
I mean, more or less. How about the Kings, though?
Not in the World Racing League, though.
No,
not
politics
here, of course.
Only politics here are winning and, well, anyway.
I don't know what the next verb was, but I've chosen a few.
It was gonna take a turn. So.
Catch.
I think PC Racing may be on pit lane.
You know, I wouldn't Actually, I don't know about that, JT.
Okay. I just know they had a no in the race log for a pit road violation.
Oh, trouble. You hate to see it.
Just wondering if the problem they
no,
were
they
having
haven't.
is just developing.
Well, so they're not listed as missing on Race Hero, right?
Not yet.
Yeah, it just
Actually,
came
no, they
through.
just came across, so maybe
Yeah.
that's just delayed. We're good. Sorry, Peter, if you're listening, don't panic. You're good.
No, I'm panicking because I can't figure out when that penalty or that warning would have been issued.
I don't know.
Like, there's nobody in the pit lane.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
Got 4 off from Choice Racing down at turn 1.
Nice.
Pick up a replay of that from Mr. Zach. Yeah, now he says he's not ready. Unbelievable.
Never seen anything like it.
Oh, man.
Just way wide. That looks like me.
Yeah.
Went a bit deep. Yeah, getting a little bit of bumps.
Almost, I mean, the car was not making the corner regardless, but it almost looks like one of those situations where you decide not to use that outside front tire to try and help scrub speed off. Right, you just let the car go straight, use that little bit of extra pavement there to the outside, and get the car squared up to rotate without putting all that energy through the left front tire.
NFC Motorsports been doing a pretty good job pulling away from Bruce Innovations.
I would love at some point with our timing monitoring software here to be able to find average lap times over chunks of the race. Right, where you could get an output of the last 10 green flag laps for a car or something to that effect. Because I think in this case, we'd have a pretty good representation of exactly what the 914 is doing right now. Anecdotally, you look at lap times and it's 28, 28, 28, 28, 28, 27, 29, 28, 28, and it's just over and over and over again doing exactly the same thing. Whereas you look up at the GT4 cars, the 99 and the 111, 30, 29, 29, 29, 31, 30, much more up and down to where that V8 powered BMW M3 from Modern Autobody VAC is consistently picking up time and with regularity pulling off the same lap times regardless of the traffic situation. Very, very impressive stuff over the last, I call it 25 laps since we went back to green.
That sounds like it would be difficult to implement.
Would it though? I don't know. You just standardize the number at, last 10 lap average.
Sounds like it would be hard.
Oh, I get it.
Error report. What? IO error. All right. Don't know what that means. Let's try again. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would that would make sense. Okay, got it.
Continue to see a great pace from the 158 Unruly Autosport BMW and GP2. Consistently running several seconds quicker than the Moorhead Speedworks BMW behind, and slightly quicker than the Harrison Motorsports BMW in front. Unfortunately, the gap is over a lap. But at this pace, they've been doing a fantastic job building a very large gap to Moorhead behind as a safety margin. Well over a minute now.
One of our features.
One of our features, go on.
No, Zach's telling me something doesn't work, and of course it doesn't work because it's not the pull link. But we got it now. We'll have onboards back up here in a second. One of the features of our timing monitor here on DriversEye Live is the ability to tell actual time margins rather than just lap margins.
Yes.
Right?
Which is nice. I like it.
It's an exceedingly useful feature. And so when we went back to green, that modern auto body car was the better part of 2 full laps down to the 99. Right? I mean, it was 1.9 or 1.95 laps down, right? So let's even that out at about 3 minutes. In the last 40-ish, 45 minutes since we went back to green, the time gap is down to 2:08.6.
Okay, lap and a half.
Right, lap and a half. It means that he's closed in at least half a lap, if not more, since we went back to green here. This really quantifies just how impressive this 9:14 stint has been.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you look at the lap times, for the most part, they've been averaging, I'd say, a 28.5.
Yeah, exactly what I was saying earlier. The average lap time has been incredibly consistent and incredibly quick relative to the 2 liters.
Yeah. I mean, NFC's right there as well. I mean, we have a 10.5 second gap, which, you know, slightly expanding, but it's fantastic to see. We see AF Racing from the onboard we had a moment ago is slowly reeling back in Bruce Innovations after losing a bit of time to traffic. They're also putting in very consistent times.
Thunder Bunny has also closed up to within 5 seconds of the GTR. That was out as much as 14 seconds before my computer decided to not be a computer anymore.
We mentioned the stop for the 44, right?
Negative.
Okay. 44's in the pits.
Bummer. That is not scheduled.
Ooh.
March is only 2 laps back to the 64 of open throttle racing for in this battle for second in GP1. Matt Connolly Motorsports is into the pits, the Pontiac GTOR, and somebody else behind him is the 385.
Doing one more lap for the 385 will have them pass the 908 automatic Aston Martin.
There is a chance here, by the way, with this 44 pit stop. We'll know more in a little bit, but there is a slight chance that this is a little bit of back timing. Could do it from here on one more stop pretty handily.
Yeah, for
I'm
GP1
not sure that
for
should.
Sure. Well, if you take tires on this one too, then I mean that's the move, right? If you're going to back time it to only do one more, you take tires, so you don't have to worry about it.
Lead margin's coming down, 3.3 seconds.
I'm worried this little too soon to take your last set of tires, though.
Fair.
Because
231 left.
A production car could probably comfortably do that.
Yeah.
But
Moorhead had that issue of just after 2 hours.
True. And let's also not forget that the 44 has had more than at least one one report of something mechanical going on with that car. So
temperature's only getting warmer right now.
Yeah, there's all kinds of reasons that things could be going away from 44 here, but they have, as far as I can tell, haven't emerged from their pit stall. Oh, hood's up. I just saw it kind of peek up. Oh, is that the Pontiac? I can't tell. They're very close to each other.
It's almost like we need a pit lane camera.
Or a pit lane reporter, even.
GT.
Hidden paddock.
Someday.
Look, man, I can start wearing flannels and also the glasses and get a dorky beard.
Have you ever had facial hair?
I have. I do right now, in fact.
Oh boy.
It's not great, but I do have it.
Yeah.
More of a laziness thing. When I returned home from Montana State, back to my girlfriend at the time, I hadn't shaved in probably 2 months, and I actually looked and saw myself in the mirror and was like, "Oh God!" and immediately went and shaved. And she was like, "What are you doing? I thought it looked nice." And I was like, "No, not absolutely not."
Under 3 seconds, Thunder Bunny.
Wonder if there's a little bit of fuel save going on here from that 99 as well. You mentioned they didn't take the opportunity to top off under the full course yellow that followed the red flag. Wonder if they're trying to get themselves back into that window of being able to do it on 2 more stops. Just out here speculating, man. 64 is into the pits before it was able to take the second spot in GP1. The 44 has since been released. 64, meanwhile, does left side. Looks like it's doing left side tires. Yes, it is. 44 is into the paddock. PC Racing, the second place car in GP1. Makes a hard right turn there at the end of the pit lane. See it there just off the right side of the timing pylon, headed opposite direction. I think that only leaves fundamentally 2 cars running in GP1, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, Don't Panic came back out for a little while and stopped again. Yeah, and now the open throttle 64 heads back out on track. So 2 more laps will get it into second place in class and really give that 147 a comfortable margin. Now you just start doing left fronts every stop if you're down in the Moorhead camp, right?
I mean, if you have the tires. Oh, man, you can see how close Thunder Bunny is to GTR right there in that shot. 2 car lengths back.
Yeah, Bruce Innovation's hanging right in there, too. They've been right with that number 111 from Thunder Bunny for
half hour.
Back as I can remember, yeah.
Yep.
And in doing so, put a pretty comfortable margin between themselves and the number 32 from AF Racing. But there really isn't a whole lot to choose between most of the top 6, let's say, for pace. Right? A little variation in lap time here to there, but really it's the 914 and the 123 that have separated themselves on pace. Everybody else pretty much right in that window, doing high 29s, 30s, 31s with some variation. Now the 111 closes up to the back of that blue BMW M4. Really picked up a few car lengths there into braking at turn number 5, and with only a GTO car in front of them for the foreseeable future, got a little bit of a scrap on our hands for the overall race lead on lap 167.
Not going to be close enough this time by. Or
Well, shows the nose into one there, and actually pretty decisive.
That's interesting.
Almost like 99 to let that happen.
Yeah.
Again, like I said earlier, I'm not entirely convinced that we're not in a little bit of fuel save here with the 99.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at the margin that's been pulled since turn 1. I mean, already 5, 6, 7 car lengths. Either that or the 99 is nursing an issue, but lap times don't really suggest that.
Yeah. No. Knowing them more or less, it's a bit of fuel strategy game.
Or babying that left front tire.
True. Yeah, because if you're not going to have another stop until...
Bruce Innovation is going to throw it up the inside here at turn 6 as well.
And through.
Well, yeah, the sled a little wide there as a result. But yeah, that pass was made very, very easy. I don't think everything's quite right in that 99 camp.
Because for them, they're not going to have another stop until, what, a little bit over 20 minutes from now? So they're having to make that, if it's a tire issue, they have to make that last.
Yeah, it says 10 laps, right, until that car pits. We should get it to...
That's what, 15 minutes?
Is brutal, yeah. 2:08-ish to go, 2:10.
And see, they're trying to extend.
They did 4 on their last stop. $132.5, and they had no traffic. They got passed once on pace, and then obviously 333 threw it up the inside at turn 6, but there's nothing really obvious here.
No, I think they're just trying to save what they can, just trying to extend just a little bit. Because you don't really want to be saving a ton in your last stint.
No, I totally agree, which is why it would make sense that they're trying to conserve things now. But it looks to me like they've got at least 1, maybe 2 fresh tires still leaning up against the wall down there.
Yeah, maybe they have a vibration that are starting to become an annoyance.
Nobody seems particularly concerned.
By any chance, do we have Unruly Autosport? Yes, pitting. Okay. Coming out now.
Yes, 158 just pulled out of the pit stall here for the start finish.
Good. Because I also have Moorhead missing as well. The 160 in GP2. I think that may be an issue.
Nope, I think it's just come to the attention of its pit crew. Looks like they're doing tires on that car as we speak.
Yes, but because they've lost.
Due?
No, I think they would have been due. They lost quite a bit of time to Unruly, more than normal, and RRT had taken third.
The topic of third place, expecting a stop from Modern Auto Body VAC within the next 5 laps is what our data tells us.
Presented by Joseph.
Powered by, I don't...
Race Fuels.
Take it.
Can we buy out the Race Fuels trademark?
It may have lapsed. I don't know.
Then we could be presented by Race Fuels.
And they'll just make up our own presenting sponsor.
Yeah, and then that'll be the merch that we can distribute. Is like has the Race Fuels logo on it.
Just unearth all of the graphics and memes of 2016.
Yeah. And a very specific group of people who we don't currently cater to will think that that's really funny if they happen upon our broadcast.
Whatever happened to the WEC subreddit anyway?
So last season, I would post links to the race in their Reddit. And I have not done that this season because I've typically been more busy. But I used to do that, and they did appreciate it. Like, I would get some response on it.
Sure.
I'll probably do it again for COTA.
You can do it again for the last 3. They're all championship events.
That's true.
And try and get traction for the WEC to come to Hallett some year.
There it is.
There it is.
Sorry, is Hallett FIA grade 7? Or
at best.
I need the WEC to come to Long Beach. That's what I want. 4 hours on the streets of Long Beach.
Yuck.
Into the night. Like, do it at night so it's like hits the European time or whatever. Like, it'll be great.
How late?
That would be so cool. Tell me that wouldn't be cool.
I would not watch that.
Oh my gosh, how lame. I would absolutely watch that. Oh, somebody goes wide there. It's the Z4. That onboard's currently on the struggle bus.
Modern Auto Body's gap is down to 1:47.
They're coming.
If they've got more tire changes coming between now and the end of the race, or if they're going to try and make the set last to the end.
I think we're in a really weird spot with that. I think once you're inside 2 hours, I don't think anybody's going to change tires. But if you pit before that, I think you do. I would say that if you're changing tires with less than 2 hours to go, you probably would have gained an advantage having had them earlier.
You know, I'm slowly starting to realize that as we try and project out what the ends of these races look like, I mean, data helps, right? And these projections that our software throws out are intriguing.
Right.
Occasionally, they're even accurate. But as endurance races go, you know, only the team knows what their ideal race looks like, right? And how to get the most out of their car, their tires, their drivers, how to really maximize the amount of distance that you can cover in the prescribed amount, which is ultimately what any race is, but in particular these endurance races, and really getting the most out of your whole team package based on the rules. But we are looking at it from a perspective of some target, right? Because that's the only thing we really have to compare anything against. We don't know what these cars and these teams are actually capable of. So we see Modern Auto Body being 2 laps down, basically, to the leader and clawing in all this time. It's like, okay, well, how does it get to P2? How does it get to P1? And can it do that? And we assume, generally speaking, that if we do all that math and it says, yeah, 128s will get you there, then it makes sense. But we don't actually know what that team has, you know, tire-wise, driver-wise, from here to the end of the race. And in some ways, when they don't get there, it feels like a disappointment. Oh, maybe they left something on the table, you know, or something didn't go the way that it should have. But ultimately, we don't really have the answers, right? We're just looking at it from a success or failure point of view rather than a maximize what your car and your team has point of view.
Right. Exactly.
So I'm excited by the prospect of, you know, the 914, the 123 for that matter, who just put in their best lap of the race in the heat of the day, 126.9. You know, being able to take the fight to these lead two that, you know, one of which benefited heavily from the full course yellow. But I don't think that the race will be considered a success or a failure purely on that result, even as much as we would hope that, hey, we get a 3-car race or a 4-car race instead of a 2-car race.
Right.
914 right up to the back of the 99 on the brakes into turn 1. See him come out the other side here. It's the Porsche 944 banger. The V8, of course.
Yes.
They're smack in the middle of them.
2 4-bangers.
914, sure, yeah. 914 sneaks up the inside there at turn 3. Pit stop from the 511 at Choice Racing as well.
So, I don't know. I'm going to keep clicking this because it's fun.
Crashing our servers.
Yeah, there it is. I don't even see your GTO. Oh, okay, there it is. Well, that's why. For some reason, it assigned the 111 and the 99 the same color, and I was like, I don't know what happened here. What's going on? Okay, got it. So, the 111 has about a 25% chance of winning. Interestingly enough, the 123 now has a 3% chance of being in first position and a 60% chance of coming third, which I think they'll take given the situation they had yesterday. But this is giving basically no shot to the 914.
Some of that may be the fact that they are going to be the next car to pit out of this group.
Right.
And with still 2 hours and 14 minutes left, I don't know that that gets them home on one more stop.
Right. They're racing the 333 basically to pick up the bits that are left behind from the top three.
I don't know if I entirely agree with that, but success or failure here may not be determined as to whether or not they can take the fight to the race leaders if you're down in the 914 camp, right? Because, okay, you say, well, if you have to do a splash, maybe you should have conserved fuel earlier on. But, I mean, maybe that wasn't going to get them there regardless. So their best move, based on their package, was to just run it as hard as they can and get as much lap time out of it, which is the old R for R strategy.
Right.
They do seem to be preparing for a stop down there. They don't seem to be. They absolutely are. 82 is into the pits as well. There is the 914. The Endurance Radio Orange BMW comes to the attention of the VAC Motorsports crew. And in doing so, gives up the third spot to the 123 of NFC Motorsports.
Yep. Now, the 99, in theory, is the next car to stop, but we've been talking about them potentially saving fuel. But it says they should be in about 2 laps.
Yeah,
so
we're going to have our answer here in those 2 laps, whether or not they've been saving.
Whereas NFC is due in 5 laps and Thunder Bunny is due in 7. So the 3 of them very much in the same pit window here.
Hey, what's Mo Dodka doing in the GTR 99 pits?
Hanging out. Chilling.
Starting to brawl.
Yeah, there it is. Starting to brawl.
Picked his head up when I said his name. Creeping on Mo.
Yep. So, did you know, Brendan, that Cole Lofsgaard lives in Minneapolis, or in the Minneapolis area?
You can kind of hear it when he talks.
Kind of, but I don't know if I just assumed or what it was, but I didn't connect that while I lived there until he had posted a video of him going to the grocery store to buy things for his food, and then he showed the license plate of the truck he was taking, and I was like, what? Could have been hanging out with Cole.
With all his cooking videos, does that make him Cole Lunchguard?
That was
that joke has layers.
Like a sandwich.
You know what he'll be if he spills his lunch on the furniture?
No.
Cole Scotchguard.
No free advertising.
Right, sorry. Yeah. That's his name, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
Never forget the time I insulted one of the fastest drivers in the series twice on air.
Which time?
I to be honest with you, I don't remember calling him lunge guard the first time. But he called me out on it off air in the pit lane at Daytona. And then when I wrapped up the interview, I tripped over my words and I almost called him lunge guard again. Because it was on my mind.
Outstanding.
We like Cole.
Mm-hmm. And we have the number 111 at the front here with Lauren Hayes.
Who?
Lauren.
What?
I'm trying to make you feel better.
Oh, I see what we're doing. No, I did it once, so we don't need to do it twice.
All right.
Yeah. Modern Auto Body back out on track. From their first representative time since the stop. I'm sorry, that's just completing our lap. 3:20.6. .41 laps seems to be the limit of what that car can do. I just don't know, especially if they're running 128s as consistently as they have been, if that's going to get them to the end without a splash. We'll have to see.
I mean, you really want to be inside of an hour here, right?
No, I think you want to be, if you're them, you want to be inside.
But I mean,
comfortably, yeah.
I mean, any GT4 car, you want the clock to read 150 something when you stop here.
Well,
yeah,
no,
that way you don't push it.
I think the GT4s are better on fuel. I think from now on the GT4s are fine to do it on this and then one more. It's the fringe car, let's say the non-GT4 cars, right, that are not running 45, 46 laps on a stint that kind of leave a question mark out there. 32, 914. You know, we don't really know. 126.9 from the 914. That's what a couple of cool tires will get you, I think. The car stationary in the pits for a little while, come back out. That 126.9, by the way, is 0.2, less than 0.2 off of GTR's best lap of the race, and it is quicker than the 123 Mercedes has gone the whole race. Right, to say nothing of the AF Racing and Race Innovation cars ahead of it. So GTR is extended by a lap here. We've already gone one further than they had previously. Let's make it two further as they come across the line one more time. I think this is a fuel-saving situation for that 99. Which does beg the question, why didn't you just splash under yellow? But that is neither here nor there because you can't worry about it now. Shouts to the 682 squad, the 944 banger, down there in 8th in GTO, 9th overall. Up ahead of the GT4 car from Random Vandals Racing. It was a great run. That LS-powered Porsche 944.
Outstanding run. A type of car that we don't see enough in WRL anymore is just the total Frankenstein GP1 or GTO build. And fortunately, I think we're seeing a lot of that here this weekend. It's been something really fun to watch, I think.
Is Mo getting into the 99?
Oh, I hope so.
He wears his Continental suit, right?
His redacted suit, yes.
It says Continental on the suit, man. I'm just reading what it says.
I don't know, man.
Random Vandals, Continental, and V-Brick.
What about no free advertising?
Yeah.
I'm just reading the logo.
Yeah. What the hell?
Yeah, unfortunately for the 82, they've struggled a little bit, and one lap penalty for pit lane infractions is not helping.
sorry, the guy holding the signboard for the 99 waving the car into the pits just hit either a pit marshal or a crew member on the head with the sign.
Nice.
Waving it up and down, the guy tried to run underneath it. Whack.
Blammo.
I wonder if there's a penalty for that.
Depends on whether
Interference.
it's WRL official or not.
I think that's I think that earns you a walk.
So a driver gets out of the 99. It's not Jason Marks. It is a Johnstone Supply seat. Foam insert gets taken out. Oh, that is Mo. It's the Maverick helmet. Of course it is.
Nice.
Yeah.
So Mo's going to get in the 99 to
Not
have
anticipated this.
to have a fight with a 111 towards the end here.
Fascinating.
How do you think that works if you're Mo? Do you just like walk down the pit lane with your Venmo like out and ready, and you're like, all right, one more stint. Who do I got? Who do I got?
I saw Cooper McNeil do this once. I want to try it.
No, Cooper McNeil did that, but offering contracts for factory drivers. Just walked into the hauler, the Porsche
Series
hauler.
advertising contracts.
Yeah.
Did it with racetracks too. Took a flight out to Monterey.
Look, man, let's change this.
NFC leaves pit lane.
Oh, do you know who's a Colorado fan? Who's always had the Colorado Buffaloes logo on their car?
No.
Cooper McNeil.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Wow. Love that. Did we do a left front tire on the 99? I kind of stopped paying attention.
We didn't. We did not do that.
Picking up lug nuts. Anyway, it was a longer stop from the 99 that time. Not that Mo wasn't ready. It absolutely was. But the transition to get the existing driver out of the car and get Mo into it was... it's not the normal 99 sort of speed.
I mean, he's not in practice with their, thing. And he's been, he's been doing, sprint racing where he's not so super worried about, driver changes.
No, absolutely. I mean, I don't...
I'm joking. They did driver changes in his sprint racing that he was doing.
Sure. I meant more, he's not... He doesn't practice with the 99 team.
Right. Exactly.
Is what I'm trying to say there, right? Yeah. 99 has their protocol, the way they do things. Drivers ready to go to get out. You pull the driver's foam insert for him and throw it over the wall. Whatever the case is, that is well choreographed in teams that race together all the time, which, by the way, GTR has been doing for years, right? So, I don't know. It was interesting, and I would love to hear from Mo, assuming, I guess it's going to be in the car till the end, but I'd love to hear from Mo after the weekend about how this all came about.
Just hit him up, slide into his DMs. Let's do some journalism.
I haven't seen Jason Marks today, down in the pits at all. And I wonder if maybe something, maybe Jason had to go home, or...
I wonder if Jason had to go to runoffs.
His name's Johan.
No, I think Jason Marks might have also.
For now.
He's not the only one allowed to go to runoffs.
True. I thought he would have said something yesterday, but I don't know.
Maybe. Hope all's well with Jason.
Hi to Jason Marks at home.
Yes. Hi to Jason Marks wherever he's at.
I would say he's in a better place that isn't New Jersey.
But if he's at his shop, then, he's not.
No, if he's at his shop, then he is. If he's at his home, then he's not.
Got it.
His home's in Jersey. His shop's in PA.
Oh, see, I thought it was the other way around. I thought his shop was in New Jersey. Got it.
Thunder Bunny doing their pit stop. And I believe it's
Alrighty.
back out.
Do we think they did a tire change?
Yeah, I would hope so. Oh, Mercedes off track in turn 9, 10.
There we go. Able to hold on to it there. Keep it going.
That was a moment. We may have that on replay.
Yep.
All right, here we go. I believe Zach has it ready.
There we go. Here it is.
Way too much speed in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tried to pinch it down to the apex there at 9 as the radius tightens up, and not very often you see lockups on those GT4 cars.
And more importantly, just behind them was an orange BMW of modern auto body. That's important because that was a fight for position there after the pit stop. So now NFC Motorsports is a second behind after crossing the start-finish line.
Just out here solving problems, man.
We are.
AF Racing, as a result of this pit stop rotation happening around them, right up into third. For the Tracys. I think they're going to get passed on track here by the Modern Auto Body and likely the 123 cars, but I guess we'll see there.
Do you think they are also banned from Superstars Racing? Or whatever it's called?
What?
SRX.
Oh, Tracy's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep in mind the 32 still needs to pit.
Oh, sure. But to be within that kind of striking distance at this point, I'm pretty impressed. That's things have worked out well there for that 32 team. Just crossed the 5-hour mark here on the Sunday 7-hour enduro from New Jersey Motorsports Park and Thunderbolt Raceway. This is DriversEye Live in the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. As the aforementioned number 32 AF Racing car enters the pit lane, we will step aside here and take a quick commercial break and then come back on the other side inside of the final 2 hours from our Sunday finale at NJMP. Be back in a moment.
When the finish line calls. we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty, whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at New Jersey Motorsports Park, there is a car off between 4 and 5 with a ton of dust being kicked up as a result. That looks like the 944.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yep. From Land Pipe Racing. Car is, it's not in the sand or anything, but stationary there, getting restarted and back underway. I didn't catch it on the cameras, obviously, while we were at break, but out the window from the second floor here in the timing tower, just a giant cloud of that pale dust. And would love to show you a replay, but producer's computer decided that moment to have a little hiccup.
We got good computer usage today. Computer's working brilliantly. Everybody's
the best,
holding on.
Some would say.
Some would say the best. Fantastic.
Oh, no.
914.
Yeah, we're in New Jersey. So
Putting helmets on. Why would that be?
Makes them look cool.
It's hot, though.
Yeah, and about to be hotter on Instagram.
What?
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 They're putting the helmet on.
What?
What? Is JT insinuating that they're Instagram models? Is that what's happening there?
No, they're doing it for the likes.
Oh, I got you. Right. Hashtag just JT things.
No, the real determination, JT, is how wide is their visor crack?
See, exactly. That's what I was getting at. It was a Jordan Taylor reference.
Ah, okay. Man, should we get into how we feel about Jordan Taylor?
Love him.
No, we should not.
Tell an entire paddock worth of folks here at JMP about it.
I still can't find the evidence, but I remember talking smack about Jordan Taylor on Jalopnik once, and then having him tweet about it. And I have looked for the tweet.
Personalized message.
He then like posts a picture of him next to like a Make-A-Wish the kid, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm so full of myself." And I'm like, "Okay, that's not really helping you the way you think it is." And then somebody screenshotted that and put it onto I think it was Andrew Backup, put it onto the Listeners Collective.
Well done, NFC, getting through.
Yeah, battle for third here. NFC gets past the 111. 914 sneaks by the race leader as well. But the orange Beamer and the blue Mercedes are locked in a tussle for P3.
So NFC is good now. They're hoping for a yellow. Because then they'll come back around and they'll have completed the comeback.
I mean, both cars, right?
Right.
Like, both of these cars are now hoping for a yellow right now.
I just don't think VAC has the pace to, like, actually...
Oh, I disagree. In this phase of the race, it's the only thing that's gotten them there. Their pit stops have been decent to good.
I guess they are. They are consistently faster than the 111 right now.
They're consistently faster than everybody.
But is everybody else conserving is the problem.
Does it matter?
I mean, if the 111 has tires left at the end and the 914 doesn't, then like it's not really.
I think, like I said, I think the 914 strategy is just go hell for leather, use it up, get to where you need to get to. Oh no.
Trouble.
Get to, where you are in a position to contend for the race win, and then work out the details afterwards. Because I think they have gotten everything out of that LS-powered BMW M3 and more, and have clawed their way back from being fundamentally 2 laps down,
right,
to now being on the lead lap. Ooh, lock up there at 1.
A little bit more smoke, yeah. I have the 147 on board. I'm going to see if you can see it from there.
Ooh, turn 6, reporting some contact 10 minutes ago between the 123 and the 147.
So let's see. I can slew it back, and you can kind of see who it was. I think it's this Porsche ahead.
Well,
no, it's already happened since then. It's already happened since then. So it's not any of these cars that are in this group. It was before.
Yeah, that's okay. It was just whatever it was. It looked to be a pretty simple lockup down there at turn number 1. Right. If you can find the contact at the top of the hour between the 123 and the 147 down at turn number 6.
Oh man. Okay.
It would have been, like I said, about 11-ish minutes ago.
It's really hard to scrub on this bar.
Understood.
11 minutes ago?
Yeah. Top of the hour, it said in the log.
Bottom of the hour, it's the top of the news.
Side-to-side contact at turn 6, which is that right-hander after the hairpin.
I'll take a look here. There's associate producer will take a look at this.
Heck yeah. Ooh, big inside front lock there from the 721 of RRT Racing. Allows that Harrison Motorsports number 164.
I mean, it's not near any other car at all in this time frame.
Maybe the lap before? I don't know. Or lap after, potentially, because that is on a little bit of delay.
Oh, yep. Okay, yeah.
Found it.
Found it. Do we want the replay of that?
If you could find it, yeah.
I definitely found it.
Okay.
It is here.
All right. Well, let's get it rolling and queued up there. This is producer and associate producer in synchronicity.
Whenever you're ready, Zach.
This is all happening as a live pit stop takes place with the 147. This is on board the Moorhead car. We'll go out the inside at turn 3 here. Now, remember the contact was reported at turn 6. And the other car is the Mercedes GT4.
Yeah, so just watching the rear view mirror here. They're coming up on the car guy car.
Yeah. Car dorks.
Car dorks, sorry.
Yep, the 123 being held up there. Looks a little impatient. Goes to driver's left.
But they're blocked in. There's nothing they can do there.
Ah.
It looks like the 147 comes back to the left a little bit to me.
It does.
I don't know what you do about that, but under no circumstances should the 123 be right there.
I mean,
that's not a smart. Like, you're boxed in for no reason.
Yeah, you wouldn't think the 123 is going to make any the Carter's car is going to make any real progress there.
or that the car in front is going to take the racing line into the following right-hand corner, and you use the outside.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. And remember, we're GP1 versus GTO cars here, right? So maybe you anticipate, GP1's going to stay to the inside. I'll follow the GTO car and use straight line speed to my advantage.
Sure.
I think that's a reasonable thing for the 123 to do.
You're also using the white car that they're both coming up on as a pinch, basically.
Yeah, but my point is that Cardorx 561 is a GTO car. Right, so if you're picking somebody to follow there, you take the one that's in your class and figure, he'll punch by on the straight, I'll follow him through, or I'm less likely to get held up by him.
That's a Cardorx car that's currently running second in GP2, though.
I appreciate that, but if you are in the Mercedes trying to lose minimal time, you've got to pick a car to follow there. I don't blame the Mercedes for pulling up to the back of the GTO car and deciding, hey.
I firmly disagree.
Okay, that's fine.
You've been driving this race yesterday and today. You know the 147's got pace,
You've been in the car for maybe 40 minutes. I don't blame the 123 for taking that look to the outside. I really don't. And in any case, I don't know why the 147 moved back to the left.
Oh no, I don't know why the 147 moves to the left either. But in terms of like a defensive driving thing, don't put yourself in a spot where there's no room like that.
There was room there. Yeah, the 147 closed the door there for no real reason. I get defensively, I get it, but it was a fine place for that Mercedes to be.
That's fine.
Worst case scenario, I think it's a racing incident, but if you're going to assign blame there, I'm not really sure you can do it with the Mercedes. They held their line on the racing line in the braking zone, which is all you can really ask for.
But I'm willing to bet the driver of the Mercedes still gets talked to by the stewards, because that's how WRL rolls.
Maybe, and it is a learning opportunity, right?
Yeah,
hey, I really maybe didn't need to put myself here. I don't know. I'm not a racing driver, but I do talk a lot about it.
Right. No, the 147 moved over, and they didn't need to, 100%.
Yeah. I don't think they were necessarily aware.
Yeah, which goes to Ryan's point about being defensive. Don't put yourself in a spot where the other driver may not expect you to be. That's fine.
Right.
4 off on the outside of turn 1. Is that the Cardorx BMW we've been mentioning? I think it is, 561. Down the front straightaway, 123 and 914 in lockstep. The orange BMW takes a peek to driver's right and then fades back onto the racing line in the braking zone. Both cars pretty firmly in the 28s right now, and the lead margin up to the 2 GT4 cars at the front of the field is 1 minute and 5 seconds, down from something like 2:30 an hour and 45 minutes ago. Tremendous stuff.
Tremendous.
You know, one of the most interesting things about this situation, if the GTR car has been saving fuel, then in some ways the red and yellow flags affected our situation here. But the 99 and the 914 were in the same boat when it came to strategy when that red flag came out.
Right.
Right? So
I agree, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they had both pitted 3 or 4 laps before the red. And still these two cars are coming back together in real time, right? So this really hasn't been affected by the red flag. This is just the development of the race, the natural progression of things. I wonder if the 914 just be content to sit here behind this Mercedes. I don't think anybody's holding anybody up. If anything, they're maybe giving each other a little bit of tow around some of the longer straights. 127s for both cars.
Pushing bump. Can you bump draft in WRL?
Joseph and I used to run in a sim racing league where we would ask the league steward every race if we can bump draft. Didn't matter what track, didn't matter what we were doing. Every race, can we bump draft? Burke Lakefront Airport? Yep. Can we bump draft? Nope.
I do remember in the late 2000s, early teens, when you had the 3 and 4 car main factory diesel teams. I remember the Peugeots having a really specific way they would like move their formation around on the back straight, so that they weren't bumping each other, but they were constantly getting the advantage of having drafted each other around, and they would kind of rotate as they went through the chicane, and then would kind of, one would drop back, the other one would get pushed forward, and they would kind of do like a pattern. And I always thought that was underutilized in the sport.
The 147
Yeah,
is
I
back
was just
into
going
the
to say,
pits.
it had just come in 2 laps ago.
Yeah,
Yep.
so this time they are doing right side tires.
Gotcha.
And you can see one of the crew members actually pushing his hand outwards towards the pit wall, as if to say, you know, keep the car away from the pit wall so we have enough room to actually change the tires. But there's a lot of hands on hips over here, just kind of watching what's happening, as if something isn't meant to be the way that it is there.
So that's going to throw a wrench into this GP1 thing. Well, not necessarily. They have a 7-lap advantage over open throttle.
Yeah.
Which is a lot, but...
Well, I did say at the last stop, I said, if you're Moorhead now, you've got this big margin because PC Racing is back in the paddock. Just do left fronts at every stop. Right? Change tires all the time. Don't take
do
any
all 4
risks.
at every stop. I mean, you know?
Well, and I do wonder now if they... Remember that car had contact, right, on the left side. If they did tires on the last stop on that left... Oh, no, they're pushing the car further up on the jacks. Now, this wasn't the side of the contact, but I wonder if the driver felt something in the last couple of laps and said, hey, something's not right here.
I do have the onboard up now. It's not super informative, but, you know, you get to see people wandering
Were
about.
they slow on the in-lap?
It was not live, so I had to hit live, and then they were... Here, let's take a look. Oh, they're cutting it. He just gave the shut the car off. Yeah.
Oh, man.
No.
This is not what you want to see. They're taking gloves off. Pretty disappointed looks over at Moorhead Speedworks, so that's not brilliant.
Yeah, reminder, this is your GP1 class leader.
Yeah.
So this is
championship contender, for sure.
Yeah.
I think they will be safe in the championship today because they're certainly guaranteed to finish ahead of PC Racing, regardless.
Right. That's a good point.
And
we don't know if PC is done.
They're 34 laps behind.
But with an hour and 37 minutes to go, it's only going to take you an hour to get those laps done.
Right.
We'll let this all pan out down there for the 147 crew, and then maybe get a message from Moorhead Speedworks. My guess is they're putting the tire on to send it back to the paddock. Yeah, car comes off the jacks, refires and is sent. Let's see if we see anything on the right front. Oh, there are some tire marks and scuffs there. But is that contact related?
It doesn't sound great.
No. I think it's, you know what? I wonder if it's a shock failure, and what you're hearing is the splitter dragging on the right front corner. Because the tire's not down. They pulled the tire off, wheeled it away, and then put a different tire, looks like a different tire, back on it. I wonder if they've had a shock or otherwise a suspension failure there at the right front. And that grinding noise you heard was the splitter riding low. A lot of hands on heads and hips over there at MSW. Yeah, Zach points out it's below the speed limit. It doesn't look like a car that is in a rush to go get repaired.
No, it does not.
Right.
So, that does put the 64 in position to potentially get their first class win in GP1.
All right, so for reference for PC Racing, if they can go out and do a minute 40 laps to make up those, 36 laps, they need just slightly over an hour.
Yeah.
So
the clock
if
is
they
ticking here.
They need to get their car out in the next half hour to have a chance to retake second place.
Yeah, somebody in the pit lane will be able to identify whether PC is under any urgency to get their car repaired. My guess is no, but I mean, we saw an open throttle car on its side yesterday that came back out. So,
right.
We didn't mention, by the way, the 914 got back past the Mercedes number 123. So third place is swapped around again. This is all happening while they're lapping substantially more quickly than the race leaders, and the gap is down to 47.8 seconds. I'm sorry, 46.1 from that 914 up.
Right.
I just want to kind of, if I'm not conveying it, this is the element of endurance racing that I find the most exciting.
Yes.
Right. There's a comment in YouTube that said this isn't boring, frankly. It has since been retracted. But I have been kind of up on my feet, pacing a little bit here in the commentary booth, because this is the stuff that makes endurance racing. You don't have to have the wheel-to-wheel action, but we've watched the 914 and the 123 over the last 2 hours, lap after lap after lap, just eat into a 2-lap margin to the race leaders to try and haul themselves back into contention. And to watch a team and a driver, or a set of drivers, get after a task like that and get the most out of what their car and everything has to offer, like that, to me, that is just the most fun thing to watch. Right? I remember Le Mans of years past, right, where you would identify like the hero stints. Right, one year it was Nick Tandy in the Porsche 919, that overnight just lap after lap, consistently 1.5, 2 seconds quicker than everybody else. And one year it was Bourdais in a car that ultimately didn't end up winning the race, but you would sit and watch the lap times for a 2.5 or 3 hour stint. And you're just like, this is amazing. Nothing's happening on track, wheel to wheel anyway, but you know that the race is turning and being shaped by what you're seeing in those moments. And that's exactly what I think we've been watching for the last, better part of 2 hours here, is just drivers and teams getting the most out of what they have and turning the race on these last 80 to 100 laps. And I'm thrilled that this is the race that we're getting this afternoon.
So an update from Moorhead Speedworks. They broke a front control arm bushing bracket. Which, having just done the suspension on my E53, I'm something of a mechanic myself.
Oh, God.
Not you or me, an experienced BMW mechanic could, in all likelihood, replace that in the space of an hour or so. Like, it takes longer if it's on a road car, but like a race car, nothing is corroded because stuff's replaced all the time. So like, depending on how it's broken, in theory, they can get that taken apart and put back together.
It hit debris.
Theory. Yeah.
Who broke a control arm yesterday?
It was also a BMW.
It was.
I believe that would have been...
I don't remember either.
JT, is it in your... yeah, is it in your notebook?
It might be. Hold on.
Because Brendan always thinks things are broken shocks, but a broken shock doesn't do
look, if the
thing that Brendan
front,
thinks it does.
If the front wheel isn't askew, it's a shock.
But Brendan, a shock itself being broken won't make the car rest any different, because it's still resting on the spring.
I got nothing, man. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. I'm just letting you know.
I'm a racing guy, not a car guy.
I'm just letting you know. If it's in the shock,
sure,
then it's not going to rest any different. It's going to bounce different, but
right.
If you're looking at it static, it won't look any different.
That's fair. Makes sense to me.
If the wheel is askew, like if it looks like it's raised up into the fender too much, that's probably a control arm. If it's turned the wrong angle, that's probably a tie rod. Your mileage may vary depending on the car, obviously.
I'm going to take your word for it.
All right. I did note that he did say it was a bearing bracket, is what I believe that was. So that means he's got, like, spherical bearings instead of bushings on that car, which means the front suspension on that M3 is pretty serious. Like, that is not even close to a road car assembly at that point. That is very much race car bits. And we should expect no less from Moorhead Speedworks.
"90 minutes remain in the Sunday 7-hour enduro at New Jersey Motorsports Park." Thanks everybody for being with us, whether you're here at the track, out in the paddock, or with us on YouTube and Facebook. It's been quite the day so far. We anticipated a different race than we had yesterday, and by golly, that's what we've gotten. Locked in a pretty enthralling scrap for things at the front of the field.
Yep.
Thunder Bunny Racing number 111 leads the 99 from GTR 99 by 25.4 seconds. It was Random Vandals, by the way, that broke a control arm yesterday.
82.
Yeah, I thought it was, but I wasn't going to say it out loud because I couldn't remember what happened to them. It's a 25 and a half second margin at the front of the field. Mo Dodka on board that number 99, which once he's figured out that slightly different spec M4, has gotten down to things in the 29s, but not enough.
I wonder if he will speak openly about that. Since he is signed through like a contract, presumably, with Random Vandals.
I mean,
how long we're going to have to wait to get the take from him on, like, how different is the 99 from the 82?
He got
the
into 82, the car.
I mean, true, but like, what are the differences? How different is it? Because that 82 has had an understeer almost all season, especially starting at Road Atlanta. And I don't know if that was a tire choice thing, if it's a shock thing. I know there was talk about a different shock package at one point. I'd really be curious to see from Mo Dadka, who has driven a lot of these cars, the M4 at round 3.
I mean, that 99 has been massaged pretty significantly over the last 2 years.
Exactly.
That it's been on track, so I wouldn't be shocked.
No, I wouldn't either, but I want to know what that feedback is.
Yeah, that's fair. He now specifically is under attack from the number 914. That is the orange BMW headed up the hill on the back straightaway now, behind the blue GTR 99. And last time the lap time differential, 2.5 seconds. So I think this will probably go the way of Modern Auto Body VAC pretty quickly. I mean, there is the chance here, before that 914 comes into the pits, that they will have clawed back a 2-lap margin entirely on pace. Right? If they can get back to the lead in that number 111, they will have done this completely on track. That is wild. I honestly can't remember the last time we saw a margin like that erased without the assistance of full course yellows, without being done in the pit lane. Right, so that's mano a mano with the 99, but it referenced the race lead, which has been the 99 and the 111 at various points over the last 2 hours. They're not that far from getting it done there either. 21.8 seconds with the move having been complete. I can't remember the last time that this has happened.
Okay, but were they 2 laps down after the full course yellow?
When they came back to green, they were like 5 cars ahead of the 99 in the queue. And that distance from going 2 laps down. So let's say 1.95.
Okay.
Right. That is fundamentally 2 laps.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
NFC still continues to struggle to get around the Bruce Innovations BMW right here.
That's costing that 123 a little bit of time, unfortunately.
It is.
Report of contact just a couple of minutes ago between the 90 and the 333. That's Bruce Innovations and the
Toyota R&D.
Yeah, exactly. One lap penalty for the 82, by the way, as a result of a pit lane infraction. Having 6 tires over the wall.
Yep.
Stop at 1:45 this afternoon.
Yep.
Not mention that, but
I did.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, we were talking about how they were fighting with the 682 at the time, 20 seconds back from it.
Did the 99 just lose a lap?
I do not believe so.
Or did the timing just update now that they've passed? Yeah, it's just the timing's just now updated, but it says 17 seconds. That can't be right.
They are 19 from the lead, 2.5 behind.
2.5.
914.
Okay. Oh, this is gap to leader. Okay, got it. I'm like, what the hell? Okay, that makes more sense. All right, we're good. We good out here. We're going to switch back and forth between timing systems, confusing myself. So now, for fun, now that we're in the middle of this stint, we're going to try one more time with the math. It'll take a few minutes. And for the first time in almost 20 years, a Wonder Bread car leads at Talladega.
I'm so happy they're doing that livery.
I couldn't believe it when they
both
did
cars.
Doing both of them. I'm like, okay, all right. So get this. It's an even three-way fight for first place between the 99, the 111, and the 123, it says. It still doesn't respect the 914. Whereas everybody else is 28, 30, and 31. It only gives the 914 a 9% chance of coming in first. But the 914 has its odds spread pretty evenly between a top 6 finish and a first place finish. So they're truly the wild card right now. But the system is giving the 123 as good odds as the 111 at winning the race. So they are doing what they need to do as well. Now, if we look at the expected pit stops, we got 23 laps to go for Thunder Bunny. 9 laps to go for the 914. I think that might be where the system is tripping up, is that the 914 is going to have to do a splash at the end. Maybe not, because if they had 9 laps, it'll be right on the outside edge. The 99 has 21 laps to go, and then the 123 has 19 laps. So there's every chance that these other 3 cars in the top 4 end up taking tires on their last stop, and the 914 either doesn't or they also choose to, and we have a real fight, I think, going down to the end. Unfortunately, I think we see the 99 continuing to drop away, and they're going to be passed very shortly by the NFC Mercedes, if it hasn't already happened, and it has. If we go to the onboard for the 99, you'll see the NFC Mercedes right ahead, just in front of Mojadka. He's going to try as best he can to come back on that one, but I think unsuccessfully. So I do wonder if the 99 is starting to really need tires here, or if it's Mo driving an unfamiliar car, or getting too hot for the setup window they have. But the 99 is currently plummeting down the order. They are still a lap ahead of the 333. I believe.
I think some of it is the 123 just putting in work at the moment. All right, some of it is the 99 losing a little bit of pace, but a lot of it is the Mercedes and the number 914 that was ahead of it just really putting in some exceptionally consistent laps.
And the 914 now only 2 seconds behind the 111, which is the leader. So
yeah,
that's going to come to pass here. I think you missed it, Brendan. The 123, the 111, and the 99 have equal shots at first. The 914 has a 9% chance, but they're getting squeezed out.
The reason for that is because they're expected into the pits in 8 laps. The next car after that will be the Mercedes in 18, GTR in 20, Thunder Bunny in 22. So almost certainly it is going to be a splash of fuel for the VAC car. I think that's the reason that they are kind of getting pushed out of that question mark that hangs over our lead battle at the moment. Despite being the quickest thing on track for the last 2 hours consistently. I think they are just maybe on the wrong side of needing a splash. Lead battle on the run into turn 1. Side by side is not much of a battle. Not 914, just before they really even got to the braking zone, move was basically done. Now here's the question. If it's going to be another 20-ish laps before the Thunder Bunny Supra is in, can the 914 build out enough of a margin to get the stop, get their splash done without getting...
And there goes the 333 back around to claim its lap from the 99.
Wait, why do we think it's going to be some 20 laps until Thunder Bunny comes in?
Because that's what the system says.
Yes.
But there's only 18 minutes to the top of the hour.
I mean, does it...
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, if you're going to change drivers, then maybe you back time it, but...
Or you do the short fill at the end.
So, I mean, nobody is particularly interested in doing anything down in the Thunder Bunny pits. Laura Hayes is having a conversation with somebody, but does not have a helmet ready or anything like that.
Well, yeah, no, there's still, 18 minutes, roughly 18 minutes from that pit window opening up. So that's what, 12, 13 laps?
Something like that, yeah.
NFC Motorsports up the inside at turn number 1. Some Mercedes there, back of your shot. Shows the nose on the way into the first corner. And job done there.
So we now have the top 5 all back onto the lead lap. Mostly. Well, not quite. The 333 is still behind, but the 333 is now at least on the same lap as the 99. So it depends on how you cut it, obviously. If we get a yellow here, the 333 will come around and then be right behind the 99. Yeah, the 333 is a minute 40 behind the 99. I'm sorry, no, they're a minute 40. Yeah, they're a minute 40 from the lead. So yeah, the top 5 are now all on the same lap, in theory.
That is a stationary BMW on the exit of 5, and I think you're right, JT. Looks like the 82.
Now, is that a hot pole zone? Oh, they're moving.
Control, delete.
There we go.
You wouldn't think it's in a spot that would have... like a spin or anything would have caused that. At least not at 4, at 5. Yeah, maybe an issue further up the road at 4, but... Is the 82 pit here? Nope.
Interesting. So they're very convinced it was a quick issue.
Sounds just fine headed down the front straight.
Indeed.
So, with that 914 car having overhauled the race leader, now we're watching the lead gap tick up rather than tick down. And it's out to 7.8 seconds to that number 111. I'm becoming increasingly intrigued by the prospect of the number 123. In particular, because if the 914 needs a splash, I don't know that the 123 will. Right? I mean, it's been going not quite as quickly as the 914, but not very far off. I mean, within a couple of tenths, basically every lap. It's clawed back a similar kind of margin as the 914 and finds itself in a better fuel position than the BMW does.
Okay. I can't believe it. I cannot believe that this occurred in this amount of time. It's crazy.
And indeed, when we look at the projections,
I was just running.
I've been clicking. I literally just ran them. It now actually does favor the 123 for the race win. It's not a huge margin, 37% compared to 22.5% for Thunder Bunny and 29% for GTR. But I think that's where that comes from. I think it's from having this pace advantage over the last 2 hours that we've seen out of the 914, and also realizing that it's not going to have to make the splash that we think the 914 likely will. Return to the race for the number 44 PC Racing BMW.
Okay.
With an hour 13.
With an hour 13. It's going to be close.
So close.
It needed about an hour 6.
It's so close.
So,
Chad, if you can hear me, dude,
well,
get that monkey going. Add another monkey.
Some of this is going to take a review of what the championship standings actually are in the East. Right, in the East region. Actually don't know.
And that
have you looked recently?
I have not looked recently. So it's worth noting that the we'll see what happens when the 44 circulates a lap again. But right now, the system is very convinced that the positions will remain as they are. But at a minimum, the 44 will catch the 147, I think, barely.
Assuming the 147 doesn't get back out.
And here's the thing, the 44 has to do one fewer lap because the 147 lost a lap due to that contact with the NFC.
That's okay.
In reality, it actually doesn't matter a whole lot as far as the East region points are concerned. It's a 29-point differential between the 147 and the 44. So you're not going to really gain a whole lot all at once.
Okay, but what about the Natty?
16 points is the difference there.
Okay, but
so
you only have to chip away.
Well,
you just got to keep chipping away.
If you can claw back a couple of points here, right, you'd take it.
Right.
If going out and doing 35, 36 laps at the end of a race means you get an extra, point or two on your competitor, you do it, right?
Right. '99 has now closed up right on the 111.
Thunder Bunny preparing for a pit stop. Laura Hayes has the helmet on.
They are just going to back time it here and do the full fill.
With 111 left.
Nice. Yep, they've got at least one tire, possibly two there, ready to go.
Good.
For the Toyota Supra. You would assume that this is the edge of that car's window, right? And if the 914 comes in at fundamentally the same time, that would
we've
seen the 111.
We've seen the Supra go longer than 111. I think this is comfortable.
Okay.
We're certainly not going to be pushing the limit here. This is going to be pretty, I think, standard, given what we've seen them do in the past. I want to say we've seen them push it to like an hour 15, an hour 18 at one point. Not often, but I think we've seen it.
I think that's also track dependent.
100%, and this is a track that we don't know about, but that's why I think here they're going to err on the side of caution and make sure they're safely within.
See if this is in this lap for the 111, or if I actually would have already gone by, right? Because that was on something of a delay. They have already gone by. We're going to get a driver change on board the 914 here as well when they do duck into the pit lane. See what that means as far as pace in that car.
PC does a 32.4.
It's not bad.
No. Like I said, my math was based on averaging minute 40 lap.
Race leader in the pits. And through goes the 123 pretty much immediately. They've only been a couple of seconds apart for the last couple of hours or so. Driver out of the 914. A little golf clap for me up here.
Nice. Way to go.
And
hey, Brendan, nice job.
For what? What?
You're golf clapping because you called it, right? Isn't that what that is?
No, I'm golf clapping for the driver getting out of the 914.
Got it. Okay. I thought you were.
Great job.
I thought you were patting yourself on the back. I'm like, sure, man. Like,
I'm
we'll do it. Let's
massively
go all in.
impressed with the work that went on
Yeah,
in
no,
914
that part,
car over the last
absolutely.
2 hours. It's phenomenal.
Yeah.
2 cans of fuel done on that LS-powered M3. Driver change is complete, or nearly complete. Quick look at the left front tire by the driver assistant.
Just change it. Just change it.
Well, and we know that this car hasn't taken tires since 3.5 hours to go. They are going to do. They are going to do at least one on this car.
That's good. I think you have to do one. Like, if you don't want to change all 4, fine, but you got to change one so you're hedging against having a tire go down on you.
Good amount of overflow out of the drip tube out of the back of that car. It's actually dumping quite a bit of fuel into the drip tray there. Careful here. They've got one tire done. They run a left rear around, and they've got to be careful here because they've actually, it looks like they've got the air hose wrapped around the air jack hose. Now the jack hose is pulled away.
Jeez.
Left rear comes off. Nope, missed the lug. Left rear comes off. New left rear will go on. Left rear's in pretty good shape there. Left front that came off looks pretty used up.
Yeah.
But a lot has been asked and a lot has been given of that left front tire over the last 2+ hours. Here, listen to that. I don't know if you could hear that over the mic, but boy, awesome rumble out of that that V8 engine.
Great looking car, great build.
And with 1 hour and 6 minutes remaining, I'll tell you what, it's going to be close, man. It's going to be so close. It feels like it's on the outside edge, right? But
it does.
It's 41 times 1 minute and 28. Can we get there?
I mean, you have to at least try, right?
It says 60 minutes. That would put them just short. Car's last in at 175, in this time at 217. So 42 laps gets them a minute and a half closer to the end of the race. But I think you're right, Ryan. We're looking at a splash for that car, whereas I think the 123 much more comfortable position and has the pace.
Right.
The 111 is going to get a resurgence in speed here before
Absolutely.
the end of the race, right?
Especially if they go for a front left.
Right.
Or even left side tires, even, because Laura Hayes uses the entire car.
Sure. The left front in particular, right? Just
Yeah.
let her go out and send it on fresh rubber. If you're really going for the win here, and I see no reason you shouldn't.
Right.
But it's going to take that kind of resurgence in pace if the 123 doesn't change driver, and that would be kind of the worst case scenario here, is where you've still got a very rapid Mercedes to go chase down.
And I think the GTR 99 is hurting. I really do. I think they probably need tires.
I mean, that is relative, right? Because we know that there's a driver in that car that has never driven it before.
I mean, sure, but he has a lot of M4s, and that's
sure.
That again goes back to why I'm really curious what he thinks, because it could be that he gets in that and he's like, oh, this is like the M4 but better, and maybe he can then go harder even than he could in the other two. I don't know.
It's a 408 stop from Modern Autobody. 111 comes in. I'm expecting this to be a pretty lightning quick stop. Again, despite the car being the closest thing to me in the pit lane, it's underneath the projection of the canopy from where I'm standing. So
right.
I can really see it.
Now I'm kind of curious to see when Irresponsible Math decides that the 44 is doing enough laps. I'm going to keep clicking this just to see what happens.
Well,
because it said everything was 100% settled.
Does it know that the... I wonder if it knows the 147 is not doing laps anymore.
I think it knew that both of those cars weren't doing laps anymore. So I'm curious how many laps a car has to do for it to be like, oh, no, they're running again. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's really not even a question of percentage. That projection kind of is meaningless because it's, well, either you're going to do 30 more laps or you're not.
Right.
Air wrenches spool up there at in the pit stop for the 111, and that car is sent. Great stop from Thunderbolt, as always. Where is the 914 on track?
Did they do the driver change as well?
Yeah.
Okay, right now, as of just this second, I don't know if it picked it up the pit time. I don't know how all that works. You know what? I'm just going to throw it away. I'm going to try again.
Don't bother because we've got to let this stuff cycle through.
Okay, all right. I should have checked the GP1 thing, but that's fine.
No. Just let it cycle through. 111 is likely around the turn 3-4 area at the moment. 914 just crosses the stripe. So it did give up some of that time in the stop, but man, are they picking up right where they left off for pace. 127.3 on the most recent lap for that BMW. And they're going to need every tenth they can get out of that car up against the number 111. Especially, I mean, even if they don't need a stop, right? This is going to be really marginal. They're the days of picking up 2, 3, 4 seconds a lap are long over now for that car. Good work there at turn 5 to dispatch the 85.
Wish we had the Thunder Bunny on board right now because it would be frantic. It would just be clicking off laps as fast as possible.
Do we not have the Thunder Bunny anymore?
We haven't had it because it does the black thing still.
3:02.6. That crew picked up 1 minute and 5 seconds on the pit stop.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you said that 4 minutes, that sounded like a long stop.
It was.
Yeah.
Okay, there's somebody walking through the paddock with a Bucky's Beaver. right? Like an inflatable, or not inflatable, a stuffed, plush toy. And I'm now not entirely convinced that the giant inflatable thing that the 385 crew had at the north end of the paddock wasn't actually just an inflatable Bucky's Beaver. All right. So, in the middle of our final round of pit stops here, we are concerning ourselves with at least 4, possibly 5 cars inside of the final hour of racing at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Thunderbolt Raceway playing host to something of a classic in the works, with at least 2 more pit stops to come from our current race. Well, 1 more from our race leader, 1 more from the car in second place, and then we get to figure out how this is all going to work itself out at the end of 7 hours of racing. We're going to step aside here on DriversEye Live, take our final commercial break here with the World Racing League powered by Hagerty, and come back and bring you through to the checkered flag in the final 59 minutes of racing at NJMP. Back in a moment.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at NJMP, Thunderbolt Raceway, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty, into the final hour of racing this weekend. Thanks for being with us, everybody. This is DriversEye Live. Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy, Ryan West on the mics, and Zach Johnson on production this weekend, staring in front of his computer, or staring at his computer screen for 15 hours and saying nothing. Props. Oh, spinner there at turn number 1. That is one of the open throttle BMWs. Looks like maybe the 62. I'll wait to see. That car is not restarted.
They're trying. There we go. All clear. All's well that ends well.
GTR 99 being waved into the pits. Meanwhile, Thunderbuddy 126.885.
Ow, that is a lap time right there. Let me tell you.
Quick replay of the spin down here at turn number 1. Watch for the green
Way
BMW.
too quick.
Oh, good
Nicely
heads up work.
done.
That is your race leader directly in front of that Mercedes GT4. That is excellent work by the 123.
Having a heart attack.
Yep.
It would. I mean, it's so easy. You come out of that corner and you think, "Oh, just shoot up the inside here." It's a quick burst on the throttle, plenty of room, and a good passing opportunity at turn 2. And instead, that green BMW is cutting across your nose, completely out of control. And good heads-up work there by the driver of the 123 to jump on the brakes and make sure he didn't get collected and all that. Did cost him a touch, just a little bit of time. We're going to do a skosh even. We are going to do tires here on the 123. The air wrench is over the wall.
I am excited for the end of this race right here.
Right?
This is going to be good. I am pumped.
It is. My default tends to be Thunder Bunny. Right?
I mean, as is your prerogative with your bet placement at the beginning of the season.
Oh, was it? But I think I don't remember.
You picked just Supra.
I did.
That's
JT
right.
picked 111.
Somebody picked the 111.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, so... wait, there's a lap there, isn't there? Yeah, NFC's come through and started 226 in the pit lane. GTR has completed 225, so...
No, but they're about to come back out, the GTR.
They're already back out.
Yeah.
They're already back out. So what we're waiting for is for them to come back around. Let's follow that 111 back, around on track, if we aren't already. Is this it out of turn 5? Yes, it is. 123 refires, and heads out from its stall. Radar gun is affixed firmly on the back of that Mercedes-AMG GT4. Looks like it was a clean stop, nothing being reported to the stewards upstairs. So it's job done for that crew of NFC Motorsports. And I think this margin on track is going to be something like 25 seconds or so. From the 123 back to, should be the number 111. I think we'll have jumped the GTR car in this cycle. Yes, it has. 111 is a cross start finish. There's the 99 leaving your shot into the final corner. And the 914 that our projections didn't love, but still gave an outside chance to, will be the next car across the line. I think they just gave up too much time in the pit stop.
I think so, too. A whole minute extra over some of the other teams.
Here it comes. And relative to the 111 and the 99, the pace has been there. But you certainly can't give up that much time to the 123. I mean, they've been going blow for blow for the last 2 hours there as they both work their way back into contention. And if nothing else changes, you would just have to assume that that minute that they gave up there is just going to be too much. Now, let's see what the pace is like at the 123 in this final stint. They've got fresh left side tires on the car to go get after it these final 52 minutes. .304.2.
Yeah, so a whole minute faster.
Thunder Bunny's stop lap was a 3:02.6.
And it really goes back to what we started talking about, a year or two ago, that it's come a long ways, but the thing that you have to start doing in order to be competitive, the VAC car's plenty fast, but they lost a minute on the pit lane.
Yeah.
And it's so important because that's a free minute. It's a minute you don't have to spend a dime on. It's free. You can just practice more and you're there.
Well, there are some other elements, right? Maybe you look at fuel can design and vent design and some of those things that change flow rates and but the tire changes, I completely agree, right? Driver changes, absolutely.
My understanding on the fuel can thing is that there is basically one fuel can that is the fuel can that everybody uses now. It's like the good one. I don't think that that's a substantial differentiator anymore.
But your point remains, right? Like this
absolutely.
Started to turn in the World Racing League about two and a half years ago, where it went from, hey, just go out and do as many laps as you can, as comfortably as you can, without hitting anything, and you can finish well, to, okay, now you've got to be more consistent. Now you can't take any penalties, and now then you had to be quicker in the pits, and it was just the next frontier of competitive advantages.
An arms race.
Right. Well, yes, but without having to spend a ton of money necessarily, right? You don't have to spend a lot of money to be maybe a little bit more consistent on track. Maybe it's just a little bit more time in the simulator, right? Or maybe you're spending, putting your amateur drivers in the car a little bit more on the Friday, right? And then when it became about pit stops, you saw people practicing more or having a regular crew instead of just trying to find somebody local for the weekend.
Right.
And yes, there is some cost associated with that, but there was always going to be a next thing as to how you got better and quicker over the course of a 7, 8, 9 hour race. And like you say, you can come in and put the lap times in and be quick and have a bunch of quick drivers, but you're giving away a minute. And it's really tough to come back from that.
That's an extra second a lap you have to find, in addition to what you were already doing.
On one stop.
Yeah.
Multiply that by 5 or 6. Right?
Exactly.
I don't want that to take away from what that car has achieved over
absolutely
2.5 hours. And for that matter, the 123 car, right, which does have a professional adjacent crew, right, that has been doing this in the WRL all season.
All right, so I reran the projections.
It likes the 123. That's my guess.
It does like the 123, but the 99 and the 111 have a chance.
Sure.
It likes the 914 for 5th. 5th.
For 5th?
Yep. It thinks the 333 is going to overhaul the 914.
Because it still thinks that the BMW needs... the 914 needs to stop.
Right.
Yeah.
So, whether it does, I would assume that it doesn't. That would be my assumption, but yeah, you never know. Maybe they're gambling on a yellow.
Car off drivers left exiting turn. Is this turn 1, I believe?
Turn 2. So far, is it outside the shot?
Yes.
Oh, you know what? You can actually see dirt kind of kicked up there to driver's right.
Yeah.
Who is that?
It's being reported as a 385.
Yep. Guess I'd buy that. Spin center, light impact is the report. So it's actually made it... I wonder if it's just hooked and been overcorrected, and it's made it all the way to the Armco there on driver's left.
That's what I'm thinking.
A light impact, that car should be able to continue. If there's anything more than that, you may have to go recover that car.
Which would be disastrous for PC racing.
Oh, because now you're not turning green flag laps. You're stuck turning laps under yellow. Yeah.
So how many laps
time runs out?
Do we think we have remaining? Because it says the 914 needs 30 laps before another pit stop. I thought there was a way to check how many remaining laps there are.
The very first version of Joseph Software actually did that. I don't know. Final lap count. It should be the second to last graph.
Is that in lap time distribution?
No, it's above pit stops remaining. It looks like 263. 262, 263 is going to be the total for the lead cars. If I single out PC Racing here,
I'm still trying to count pit laps or pit stops for the VAC.
Oh, sorry.
So if we're at 263 and the system is saying it can only go 30 laps, then they're probably going to make it, because I'm assuming they're not going to miss by 3 laps.
I think they would. I mean, short is short. And saving 3 laps worth of fuel is a lot of fuel.
Right.
Has that car continued from turn 2?
Not yet. We're going full course yellow.
Full course yellow.
Oh, my. Oh, my.
There are so many cars that didn't want to see this.
So many implications.
PC Racing, NFC Motorsports. I mean, this is going to close an already close lead margin at, I'll tell you who did want to see this. Probably VAC.
Yeah, absolutely. Because now they can get a cheap pit stop to top off.
And that's exactly what they've got. They've got 1 can of fuel over the shoulder of a crew member.
Yep.
Drip tray in hand of another.
PC Racing has 14 minutes to spare at this point.
Okay.
And they will still be on the lead lap, but now they don't have to save any fuel. Right now, projections say PC Racing absolutely will catch Moorhead Speedworks, but that was before the yellow.
I think it's still going to go that way.
I
can't imagine this is going to be a long recovery. The NJMP crews have been fantastic.
Just
this
lightning.
Weekend.
They've been
quick as a Thunderbolt.
Yeah,
I guess. That's
yeah.
not that fast because sound is not that. Anyway. Drip tray down, extinguisher out, and fuel can goes in the right rear corner of the 914. We're really only looking at a can worth of fuel here. No, they haven't even picked the second one up. Empty these 5 gallons
They
out.
were only 3 laps adrift, allegedly.
Yeah, they've got more than enough extra fuel added to that car now. It's 5 gallons. Car starts but does not move, stalls, and then continues. Burn that clutch up, man. No movement from anybody else really down here in the pits. Thunder Bunny very casual at the moment. GTR has not some chatter there with the driver. Mo's got out of that car, it looks like. So your Continental fire suit down there in the pit lane.
Might this be a good time to take a final?
We already did.
Lap. Oh, we already did. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
We're good.
Woohoo! We win.
Yeah, NBC should just hire us. We know how to properly space our ad breaks. No commercials in the final 7 minutes for us.
No. Brendan, do we have a camera on Mo's wife?
No, why?
I mean, if we're gonna
he's doing
roll with the
NBC
thing.
bit, I like it. Yeah, that's fair. Yep.
Ooh. So in GP2, the 160 Moorhead Speedworks is now 30.5 seconds behind the 158 Unruly Autosport.
That is for second, correct?
Yes.
Yep. I think Moorhead's done with stops. I'm not quite sure the 158 is.
Let me tell you. Pit expected in 32 laps, so they should be good.
Oh, they'll be good. Yeah. Okay.
Harrison will need to come in again.
The 44 has pitted.
Good opportunity here to just check over the car, make sure you're not going to break anything. Trying to chase these points right now, especially since you're not really racing anybody.
No, certainly not on track. The car you're racing is stationary in the paddock.
Yeah.
Another word of appreciation to everybody this afternoon for your company, whether you're down in the paddock or live on social media. Appreciate
Okay.
you spending your Sunday with us.
So, JT, can you do the math the other way? At what time does Moorhead Speedworks have to come back out to be safe?
Yeah, I can probably do that. I'll need to do that once we go green, though.
That's totally fine. Because that would be something else to have a last 3-lap battle.
It's going to be around like 8 to 10 minutes.
It would be the time that, it's the margin that PC has. Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to get another lap under yellow here. I thought we were going to be clear. But I wonder if there's a little ding in that Armco over there. That means we've got to place a tire barrier. I don't see any more EVs over there, but...
yeah, usually not a lot of Tesla owners at the racetrack, especially in this part of the country.
I don't know if NJMP is EV racing friendly or not.
I would venture to guess that New Jersey and the Northeast in general lacks the archetype of person who would take a Tesla to a track day.
I believe there was a whole situation at Summit Point a couple of months ago about not allowing EVs on track anymore. Electric vehicles, obviously.
Well, there was the National Corvette Club had launched a thing saying that they didn't want to let hybrids on track because it was unsafe.
Interesting.
And people that had ordered E-Rays kind of lost their mind, and they very quickly rescinded that decision. It would quite like a C8, I've decided.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
It is the safety car in Jersey Motorsports Park, so I guess I shouldn't say that too loudly, but man, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You don't want a discount Ferrari 458?
Is that what we're calling it?
No, that's what they benchmarked it against. They bought a 458 and took it apart, and that's what they wanted.
Do I want a 458 built by Americans instead of Italians? I don't know.
Yes. Absolutely. That's an easy answer there, Brendan.
That's fair.
I think that's one of the things where you need to hear out loud first.
Yeah, that's fair.
We're going to come back to green here.
Yeah, 38 minutes remaining. Your lead battle is separated by 3 cars there in the queue. 123 ahead of 111 with just a couple of production cars to choose between them. The margin was 24 seconds before the full course yellow. It's much less than that now as we head back to green flag racing. GTR 99 just another couple of seconds back in the lineup, and somewhere in the mix is an orange BMW with an LS engine, very much in this same conversation for your overall race win. 38 minutes remaining, 234 laps complete, and 4 cars within 8 seconds. Phenomenal stuff. There's a good jump for the 123, but the 111 has made quick work of traffic and is right up onto the back bumper of that Mercedes AMG. 99 there working through, looks like the Cardorks BMW. And again, somewhere in here we'll be looking for number 914. I mean, if you're in the 111 here, you're sitting, right? There's no rush. There's no reason to push the issue, show the nose. Just wait for your opportunity, maybe in some traffic. Save tires in the meantime. Keep them cool and pounce when the opportunity presents itself. First lap back to green. It's going to be quicker from the 111 here. 27.1. Plays a 27.7 from NFC.
All right, the number is 12 minutes. Moorhead would need to get their car out by. The 147, that is.
And can you just imagine, Brendan? We lost the TCR car as well earlier today. We could have an additional car in this fight right now.
I know. I hadn't actually considered that for a little while, but you're absolutely right. They were meant to be right in this mix.
Yeah.
I want to welcome a guest here briefly.
All right.
Yeah. He's been joining us via YouTube chat for most of the weekend, but Chad Moorhead pops in, says he's here to air some grievances, which I assume can only be with us.
Yes.
What's up, Chad? Welcome up.
No. Only grievance I have there is with that V8 right side exhaust E46. I cannot hear the live stream at all. So I catch bits and pieces of you mentioning my name, and I'm like, what did they say? And then it comes by.
Well, we've loved it because it's made for an awesome race so far this afternoon up in GTL. Something of a battle in GP1 at the moment as well, where we're watching the number 44 click off laps.
Yeah.
Trying to chase you guys down for second. What's the story with the number 147?
So we had a little bit of contact with the 123, and I don't think our damage is related to that. It looked like it was pretty much side to side and didn't cause our failure. The driver feels like he hit something on track with the right front, and anyways, broke a front right control arm bracket.
Okay.
And so we're kind of dead in the water. I mean, we could probably repair it in a couple hours, but obviously we're out of time. So
You guys are in a pretty comfortable position championship-wise, with the exception maybe of the national championship. So this is not like a huge blow. You'd obviously like to be out there instead, but
of course,
we wind the season down. Maybe not the end of the world for you guys.
Yeah, no bonus points for this race. Pretty small turnout, but it could be worse. Obviously, we got the win yesterday, so that's money in the bank.
Personal best from NFC Motorsports in the race lead, margin 1.1 seconds, and a change for third on track with the 914, the side exhaust LS BMW you mentioned, having gotten by the 99 headed down into turn 1 on this lap. So all change there at the top of GTO. Have you heard from Johan yet?
I have not.
Okay.
I have not. He texted us this morning at the start and asked who was in the car and that kind of thing, but I haven't heard beyond that.
Yeah, I haven't looked. Quick guy. Have you guys missed him today?
I mean, it's always nice to have him,
Right.
have him in your back pocket. But I mean, Jerry knows this track very, very well.
It was quick yesterday, man.
Yeah, he's probably got more time here than any other track. So at a point, this was kind of his home track. So, I mean, he was cranking out 28s, no problem, consistently. So with him and Ari in the car, they were pretty well matched on speed.
Have you guys been here before?
No, this is our first time.
Okay.
My personal first time, I believe Ari's first time, and also his wife and daughter who are in 160 right now.
So I remember having a conversation with you, I think back at Barber, about how basically the development cycle of the car, you've done a lot of the work to unlock the potential of the rules, and now it's about optimizing the car, right, as you guys go to each track. What does that process look like at a place that you've never been?
Yeah, it's difficult. So, I mean, we reach out to a lot of people that are familiar with the facility, kind of get an idea on track surface, that kind of thing. Do you have to use the curbing? That sort of thing. And then we watch a lot of video, obviously. But we've gotten to the point where our setup doesn't really change too much. I mean, it's minute changes in either shock settings or camber. But for the most part, we've got the 99% solution, and we take that to pretty much every track.
Did you guys anticipate the tire wear and abrasive situation coming into this, or was that a surprise?
Well, our issue, I think, is we're on a new tire this weekend.
Oh, okay.
So we're on a new tire and a new tire size this weekend, and so it was just kind of starting from zero on what pressures and temps to run. We talked to a couple other teams that were running that tire and kind of get an idea of what to run, but a lot of it was learning. And we did the promoter test day on Thursday, so that helped, certainly. But for whatever reason, the left front is taking a beating here. I mean, obviously it's a clockwise track, but it's taking more of a beating than I anticipated. So we had 2 sidewall failures, one this morning and one yesterday. Yeah.
Is that related to supplier, you think, or
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, it's a Bridgestone. The tire's been used up and down the grid. I think it was just a pressure temp issue. We were probably not in the window, and we probably should have scrubbed them as well. They were heat cycled, but we started out on stickers.
Okay.
So.
What drove the change in size? Was that just supplier, or were you guys trying to unlock a little bit more?
We were trying to get a little bit better tire wear, honestly. Yeah. So we'd been running 265s, so we were kind of one of the narrower tires in class.
Okay.
Most other teams out there are running 285, 295s.
Oh, wow.
And, well, I think Choice, when they showed up with their wide body E46, they were running like 315s. So a lot more tire on the ground.
Yeah. Well, they were so quick back in NOLA.
Yeah, and that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And so after High Plains, where we were just chewing through tires, we decided to see if we could find something with a little bit more contact patch. So we found a 285 that fits, and that's what we're running this weekend. I think it's a good tire. I think we need to do a little bit better prep as far as scrubbing them in and temps and pressures.
You guys set to run every race the rest of the season? Going to go to Hallett?
Yep.
Awesome.
Yep. We're already signed up for Hallett. We're going to do the test day as well.
You been there, or is that another new venue?
That is new to me as well.
Awesome.
And I think it's new to maybe Johan's been there because he's probably been to every track, but I'm pretty sure the other 2 drivers for 147 at least have never been there.
Cool.
So Hallett, High Plains, and New Jersey are all new to us.
So what is your purpose as you guys get through the season? Are you guys still sort of marketing this as something for Moorhead Speedworks, or are you just now supplying cars for customers to go out and get track time?
So our whole WRL effort from the beginning, when we were running with WRL back in 2017 or whatever it was, it's been with the same customer this whole time. So he's our
both cars?
Both cars.
Cool.
Yeah. So he's our only, I guess you could say, arrive and drive customer for endurance racing. The other half of the business is a lot of sprint racing, specifically Spec E46. But we do a lot of like BMW CCAC mod cars or IP cars, a bit of everything. But as far as the actual turnkey arrive and drive support, that's just one client, and he's all in on doing WRL. Really enjoys it, so I think we're just going to continue to do that.
Love to see you guys around. I think last time we talked, you maybe dropped some hints at the potential for something else in the future. You guys pretty locked in on GP1 and 2 at the moment, or is that still out there?
There's some stuff coming.
Man, that's not anything different than what you told me months ago. Come on.
Chad, you can up RJ right here because we're expecting a calendar announcement in the next few rounds.
I'm
you
waiting
can
for
up jump him right now.
I'm waiting for a rules book announcement before I say anything. Yeah.
I mean,
okay. All right.
Have you looked?
I think I might know what it is.
All right. Well,
I've heard about the rule book adjustment.
I'll leave it to one side, then I'll let it be known when it's time for it to be known.
Yeah.
But I am genuinely intrigued.
Yeah, you might see something before the end of the season.
Oh, cool.
We would like to get out and do some testing, but it's going to be a next year effort for sure.
Cool.
I don't know if we'll make a race with the GTO cars, but I've already said too much.
It's your own fault, man. Not taking any responsibility for it.
I think it's well known. At least, I talked to Jason and the guys from Thunder Bunny and everything, so I haven't told them what it is,
Gotcha.
but they're aware that we're coming for them. So, but
exciting, man.
We're still all in with a GP1 effort as well. We're building another GP1 car to complement 147. 147 is just, she's tired.
Another 330?
Another three. Well, I guess you can call it a 330.
Okay.
The VIN says it's a 330.
Okay.
There you go. But yeah, essentially taking what we learned on that car and starting fresh with it instead of a evolution of a car. So everything on 147 that has been a progression over years will be implemented in this new car from the get-go.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, thank you for stopping by, man.
Yeah.
You guys busy down there, or are you done for the day?
No, 160's out there running, and
Cool.
potentially could get second. So I'm all in for a quadruple podium here.
We'll go down and make it happen, man.
Yeah.
Gap is 11 seconds.
Yeah. She's hard charging, so we'll see.
Awesome. Well, it's good to chat with you, Chad. Thanks for coming up and stopping by, and best of luck to you. We'll catch you at the next few races, I'm sure.
All right, sounds great. See.
That was Chad Moorhead with Moorhead Speedworks. It sounds like the 147 is not going to be making its return, which means that the 44 should pretty comfortably take that second place. Only going to lose a few points, the 147 to the 44, and the 147 already got the dub yesterday. So I think they will be happy with that as far as their point standing. But you know who will be really stoked, JT, is the crew of the 64 and Open Throttle Racing getting that car a first place finish.
Yeah. That's going to be big.
Big if true. The mighty V8 BMW, one of the more problematic cars, I've been told, to turn into a race car, and it's going to see, as long as nothing crazy happens, but in the words of Ellie Goulding, anything can happen. Hopefully the 64 comes through in the checkers there. That'd be nice.
Yeah, heck of a weekend for that Open Throttle squad, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
I know that car's been on the podium in GP1 before. I don't think it's ever had a win.
I think it has been on the podium, but I agree. I don't think it's been on the podium or been on the top step either.
Yeah, just going through real quick, I'm seeing a second place at Mid-Ohio on Sunday. Or sorry, a third place.
So this margin at the front, 1.5 seconds from the 123 back to the 111, started to distance themselves enough from the 914 that they're not really under pressure. And the consistency that has been the hallmark of the modern auto body entry over the last couple of hours. 27s at the start of this green flag run kind of became 28s and 29s, which would be indicative, to some degree at least, of using those tires up, getting a little extra heat in them, and maybe starting to lose some of that grip back. Do we think maybe that the 111 is just managing the margin at the front of the field here, or do we think that this is everything that they can get out of that car?
See, I think they're saving just a little bit because, I mean, there's always that tire question if there's a fall off or any sort of thing. So you kind of want to, if you can, try to save it for like the last 10 minutes or so.
We are flashing the headlights on the Mercedes. Head is down. That's we've been told it's Aaron Povolato in that Mercedes, which I don't think is really a surprise. I kind of assumed it was going to be him into the end. We know he's the quickest and arguably most experienced driver in that car. Big Aaron Povolato fan myself. Back to the old Coney Challenge days, I guess, is kind of where he started making a name for himself. At least in my memory. But head is down there inside that number 123 Mercedes. Lights flash on the number 111 there, headed into turn number 5.
That's really what we need now, is for people to flash their lights enough that they implement the FIA rule where you can only flash it 4 times per straight or whatever.
Oh, is that a standing yellow at turn 10?
I have a 385 slow and stopped in turn 9.
Okay, well, we're picking the white flag up there, which
is vehicle.
I think it's just stopped now. Are we going to get another full course yellow here?
Oh man, the projections are just something else right now.
Are we 50-50 on the lead 2 cars yet?
It's the top 4. The top 3 basically control their own destiny.
I mean, that's of course true. Everybody's done with stops, so absolutely.
No, but I mean like straight up on like the pit, like it could go any direction.
Yeah.
For the top 3.
I think that's true of the top 4. Frankly, I just don't think the GTR car has the pace at the moment.
It's pretty confident that the 123 is going to be in the top 3. Otherwise, yeah, the top 4 are pretty wide. It's confident that the 123 and the 111 will not come fourth.
Yes.
But the 99 and the 914 are really, really, it's up to them, like entirely. But the 914 has a better shot at the win now than it has all day, according to this.
We continue there at turn number...
No, there's still a standing yellow.
We haven't had a hot pull yet this weekend, from memory, and I can't imagine they would leave the car there unless it's in an obviously safe location, but even then, I don't really want to do that to the driver or the crew, even at this late stage.
Safety cars coming out.
Yellow, there it is. Just saw the flagger there on the right side of your shot. Pick it up.
Yeah, we saw the multi-view showed it coming out of pit lane here. That sprinkler from that turn 3 camera is throwing me off.
What are you? Are you talking about the kind of twinkling light in front of the camera? It's a spider web.
Ah.
Yeah. It's a little fuzzy guy on top of the camera when I went out earlier to adjust it.
That's horrible.
Little friend.
Yeah, just letting you know if if I'm out there having to do cameras and there's a spider on it, that camera's staying put.
Oh, no, you're going to be in Florida. You have much different things to worry about.
I can deal with
Wait
just
till
about
they send
anything.
JT to NOLA and they tell him don't go over there to that part of the track. That's where the gators live.
So that I'm okay with that. Spiders, not okay.
No,
I have arachnophobia.
I'm out on the gators.
Oh no, that's not too bad. PC Racing coming down pit lane. No, guys, no, bad.
Yeah, interested
Why?
in that. Very interested in that.
You've got 5 laps, guys. Come on.
Is that all they need? 5 more?
Coming across the line, it will be 4, I think. Because Moorhead crossed the line while on pit lane to turn right.
The hood pins.
No, guys, no, put it back.
GT is suddenly a big PC Racing fan.
They've got 19 minutes.
Checking things here and assuming that as long as they're not overheating or doing any additional damage to the car, they can send it back out.
Yeah, I mean, 19 laps to do 4.5 laps.
Yeah, they're 19 minutes.
19 minutes, yes.
Yeah, you think they're okay here, but assumes they don't just take the car into the paddock and... I mean, 5 laps and a point or whatever it is not really worth the having to do major repairs on the car before you go out to Hallett in a couple of weeks, so... Wouldn't blame them for that decision, but... This is a 385 there off the left side of your screen on the back of the hook.
That poor 385, man.
Yeah. So
that's cost 3 full course yellows this weekend.
It's caused both of the last 2, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I would normally lament a full course yellow at this late stage, and to be honest with you, I'm still not jazzed about it. I understand that it had to happen. But in this case, it kind of doesn't matter, because it hasn't changed anything from the last full course yellow. Really? Other than the 2.5 margin that Aaron Popoleto built for himself.
Maybe in GTO. Have you looked in GP2?
That's fair.
It has definitely changed something.
Yeah, that what was it? 11 seconds is now 1.2.
It had got down to, I believe, 9.
Yeah.
Before the full course yellow, and so now, yeah, it's 1.2. So it's a couple car lengths between Unruly Autosport and Moorhead Speedworks.
Keep an eye on the safety car here. We haven't really even got the field fully under control yet.
Good to see PC Racing is back out.
Lights are still on the safety car at this point, so think we're gonna get at least another lap, one more lap here under caution.
We've got about 15 minutes to go.
Yep, caution laps are up around 240. So it'll take another couple of minutes away. I think if you're the NFC car here, you welcome all these laps under yellow. Keep the tires cool. That's one fewer lap that you have to spend defending from Laura Hayes in the number 111 Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra.
That's a good call.
right, coming across the line, the 682 944 banger has passed the 32F Racing BMW.
Yeah, we hadn't really mentioned we lost the 32, did we?
No, I was hoping it was a temporary thing, but not the case.
Yeah, they pulled that car in on the in-car, and I believe it's on the hauler.
So, a reminder as we enter the final quarter of an hour here. We are back at it in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit in 3 weeks' time. The weekend of October 20th, 21st, 22nd, out in Jennings, Oklahoma, about 40 minutes west of Tulsa for the Western or Midwest Region Championship. Are you laughing because what is 40 minutes west of Tulsa?
No, it's just that you're very precise.
That's what it is, man.
Oklahoma geography.
Do you know why? Because that's how far you have to go to get a hotel room.
Got it. Okay. You gotta get the RV, dude. You gotta get on the RV life.
Yeah, I mean, Hallett would probably be the ideal place for something like that, but...
And High Plains.
Sure, yep, same thing.
And probably NOLA. We got use cases all up and down. We're good.
Sure. Not really an RV guy.
I'm not asking you to be an RV guy. I'm just saying you should sleep close to the track.
Sure. Easier some places than others. It's been great here at NJMP this weekend. But anyway, that Hallett event will be live on DriversEye Live, of course, as we crown our Midwest champions in 2023. Join us live on YouTube and Facebook for that, and come see us if you'll be out in that out at that event. Green flag is in the hands of the starter. It waves, and a decent jump by the 123 Mercedes allows Aaron Povolato to put about 2 car lengths between itself and the Supra of Thunder Bunny Racing. The 914 gets a decent jump in traffic as well, and it now makes the lead 3 cars 1, 2, and 3 on the road. GTR 99 is mired a little bit further back in some lap traffic. Hasn't looked like they've had the pace this afternoon anyway when it came down to a head-to-head fight with the 3 race leaders. There they are, 1, 2, and 3 in your shot.
And across the line, Moorhead Speedworks 160 within a tenth of the 158 BMW from Unruly.
They'll have been side by side. Little wiggle out of one of the production cars headed out of turn 5. And the lead 2 cars just gapping the 914 a little bit. Headed down to 7 and 8. Here you just use up that left front, right? Throw caution to the wind, nothing left to conserve. Yeah.
You go.
I mean, it's going to build heat quickly, but should be good to the end. As long as you can maintain some level of grip for the next 6 to 7 laps. Yeah.
Go like hell.
And they are. Let's watch these lap times. Remember, an NFC car reset their personal fastest lap of the race, 125.981 on lap 236 on a pretty new set of left side tires. In the heat of the day, hottest we've been this weekend. But the head was down and getting everything that car has to offer out of it.
And we are confirmed the 160 has taken second in GP2.
There we go. Solidifies that quadruple podium for Moorhead Speedworks this weekend. Chad just came up and told us about.
We just talk about something that Chad said that I think he kind of buried the lead on, in that Ari pays for his family to drive the other car. That's fantastic. Why doesn't everybody do that?
I actually hadn't noticed that. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
That's so cool. I 100% would do that. If I was in his position, that is exactly the thing I would be doing. That is a great idea.
within a tenth on lap time at the front of the field here. Question, are we going to catch lap traffic before the end of this one?
Yes.
I was going to say my guess here is yes, but we're so spread out and the field is so thin at this point that I don't know that it's going to make a huge difference. Margins between third and fourth are going out a touch here. The 914 falling off the back of the 111 a little bit out to 4 seconds now in clear air. And the GTR 99 about 12 and a half seconds further back from that. So I think third and fourth are settled at the moment.
I mean, it's only going to take the 111 making one mistake trying to get by the 123, and the 914's going to be right back in it. When was the last time
you saw that happen? Oh, car off the exit of 5. It's not the 160, is it?
As I said, anything can happen, Brendan.
It was the 160.
Mm-hmm.
Was there enough margin there, or has the 158 gone through? I think the 158's gone through. The orange and black BMW.
It went through last lap.
Oh, sorry. I thought it went the other way.
So Moorhead had taken second, but 158 has taken it back.
Taken it back. Okay, I thought it happened as a result of the off there. My mistake. I see. Yep. It was a slower lap out of the 160. I love the yelling in the background there.
Really makes you feel like you're in Sebring.
All right, 3 second gap in GP2 now for that second place position.
Yeah, GP3 is pretty well decided here.
Yeah.
3 laps between open throttle racing and AOA racing.
On the bright side, the entirety of the GP3 class is still running. Way to go, guys.
Pretty impressive.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Nice. And Easy Riders set their fastest lap.
Excellent.
10th by 10th, Thunder Bunny has been inching up to the back of the NFC Motorsports Mercedes.
It's just going to come down to making the move. We've also seen this battle this season between the 111 and the 123.
Where was that, Ryan?
That was also at Road Atlanta.
Yep. It'll be a little bit bigger this time around. It's out to 0.6 of a second as Aaron Povolato dips into the 126s with just over 7 minutes left on the clock. If we do some quick math, I think we're on 5 to go. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, depending where the cars are on track. 5.
I'm going to do some irresponsible math. Speaking of math here.
Why?
Why not?
We know what the situation is.
Why not?
We could not have more information than we have at this exact moment.
Why not?
Okay.
So they're in 5, traffic's in 8.
Yeah, now that we're up to temperature here, that 123 is actually just starting to pull away here by a couple of car lengths. Certainly around the front half of the circuit. Now, remains to be seen whether or not... Oh, can't do that. 44 pulls into the paddock at mid-pit, having overtaken the 147 2 laps ago. So that is job done for PC Racing. Knew exactly what the target was, and then immediately ducked into the pit lane. And we'll get ready to pack up and head home. But we've got business to settle at the front. Come across the line. It's going to be out, well, actually, only a couple of thousandths to choose between them that time. But it certainly looks like that 123 has a little bit of an edge around the first half of the circuit. It's quicker, shorter corners with longer acceleration zones, but longer straightaways. Seems to suit that Mercedes a little bit. They're both going to come up to... I didn't catch which car that was. A lapped car, anyway.
One of the open throttle.
Yeah. 123 is through, uses all the road on the exit. 111 a little more conservative, getting past the open throttle BMW, and a little tighter line on the exit of turn 4. Opens up 5 very nicely for the Supra, however. Down into turn number 6. We're looking back here at turn 5. Try and pick up the leaders here. Yep, just gone through shot. I'll pick him up at camera 10 there, Zach, if we can. All right, here we go. Pick up the leaders at turn 1.
Slight traffic for the leader.
Yep, they get past the Mercedes, but it's balked to 123 a little bit there at turn 1. Triple One has had a good exit, despite having to just close off the corner exit a little bit to get past the Mercedes, but it's benefited that car, relatively speaking, much more than it did. I'm sorry, it's hurt the 123 a little bit more than it did the number 111. And with 3 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock, I think we're just going to be on the wrong side of 2 to go here. I think we're going to come up to the line with just under 3 minutes remaining, and that'll give us about 2 laps to settle this one on track. This is the race for the overall race lead, race win. It's been an afternoon for all of these cars.
It has.
I mean, and it was decided not by full course yellows in the last 3.5 hours, but very, very much on track by pace, by some strategy, and ultimately by execution down in the pit lane. Props to all 4 of the cars left on the lead lap at the moment. 914 and 99, relatively comfortable in 3rd and 4th respectively, but boy, did they put in some work this afternoon. In particular, that BMW from Modern Auto Body VAC. Just a tremendous amount of quick laps put in and consistent laps put in over the course of 2 hours. 2 hours plus, really, after the red flag, to haul themselves back into contention and even be in a position to contend for an overall podium and ultimately a race win. Didn't go their way in the end, but as things stand, an excellent result for that 914 crew is, I believe, first-time starters in the World Racing League. If not, certainly a welcome occasional visitor. Love to have them back more often because it has added another layer of competition in GTO that is a class we were already pretty spoiled for in terms of quality entries. Headed down into turns 9 and 10. I think we're going to get the white flag this time by Mercedes v Toyota through the long left-hander at turn number 10. We'll come up out of the rise and into 11A, 11B with the margin exactly at 2 car lengths like it's been since we went back to green about 10 minutes ago. The white flag waves at start-finish. And with almost exactly half a second in hand, Aaron Povoleto leads Laura Hayes into turn number 1. They'll come up the rise at turn 2 for the final time, riding that curb to its conclusion to try and open up the radius at 2, out over the exit curb. Good launch for Povoleto in the Mercedes. A quick dab of the brakes to set the nose. You want to get the maximum grip you can out of the car through turn 3 to give you that launch up the back straightaway, up over the crest, into turn 4, quick dab of the brakes, down a gear or 2. Half defensive there from Povoleto. It's going to compromise the amount of speed he can take at the apex and open up a little bit of a run here for the 111 into the short straight into turn 6. They're going to come up on the number 85 from AOA Racing. Number 111 keeps it tight. 123 out a little bit wide at 6, but has enough in hand to be on the racing line on the way into turn 7 without opening the margin too much for the Supra. tight to the curb on the inside, driver's right at 9. We'll cut it back to the left, keep it tight to the inside. He's a little bit wide. Hayes shows the nose to driver's left on the inside of 10, but Povoleto gets the launch, flashes the lights at the number 85, is going to get the move done into 12. Hayes will follow him through, but onto the front straightaway. Aaron Povoleto, NFC Motorsports, holds off the 111 Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra in maybe one of the most exciting finishes we've ever seen in the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. What a day at Thunderbolt Raceway. 914 VAC and Modern Auto Body come through to claim the final spot on the GTO podium after a mammoth 3.5-hour run to the checkered flag to haul themselves back into contention. GTR 99 is going to come home fourth in GTO. GP 1, 2, and 3 a little bit more settled at the top, but the battle we've been watching, Unruly Autosport versus Moorhead Speedworks, 158 V160 for second place in General Production 2. Right now looks like it's going to go the way of that number 158, but we'll wait for the orange and black BMW to appear off the final corner. 160 briefly had the spot after we went back to green, but 158 able to capitalize again. As our final finishers come home. All eyes in the pit lane to the left. It's not a second and a half off the final corner. The 158 will lead home the number 160 for the second spot in GP2. Final margin just over 3/4 of a second. That's enough talking for one weekend. That was tremendous. I am just floored by what we saw this afternoon, particularly up in GTO. It's not very often that we get that much depth and that much excitement out of an overall race for a win in a 7-hour enduro, but man, did we get it today. That was just awesome by all involved. So impressed.
I'm really impressed by the 123. They have that awful day yesterday, having had a pretty big shunt. I think they get the backup car back out, and they come all the way through the field to take the victory today. That's an outstanding result for them. Can't say anything more about it, frankly. Heart goes out to the 111. I think just didn't quite have the pace, and as is standard with the Thunder Bunny Racing Squad, not wanting to push it too hard and make mistakes and start making contact. So I think they took away maximum points that they could this weekend. I really look forward to the next race for sure. This has been a fantastic race today. I think yesterday became kind of a foregone conclusion a little bit early, which is never what you want to see when you're out doing racing. You don't want it to be artificially close, but you don't want it to be super, super clear either. And I think this race really delivered today.
I'll let that be your closing thoughts, Ryan.
Absolutely.
Let's get things wrapped up here and get everybody home. GT, your closing thoughts.
That was good. Good news that we got to experience New Jersey Motorsports Park for the first time, and it was awesome. I think we really enjoyed the racing we had this weekend. Today, was great. Warmer temperatures. We got to see how the natures of these cars would evolve over a stint. We had a close racing throughout the day, and all these strategies, closed in together at the end to give us exciting finishes. And so, well done, WRL, again.
Yeah, Ryan made a comment. He's already scooted away. He didn't go celebrate his daughter's birthday. But Ryan made the comment about 111 maybe being a little heartbroken. I don't think you are. I don't think anybody left anything out there.
No.
You'd be disappointed if maybe you made a mistake or something cost you. But in the end, I think both the 123, who, by the way, started shotgun on the GTO field, stone last. Up 15 positions at the end of the day to bring home the class victory. I don't think anybody's disappointed with the work they put in today, the time spent behind the wheel, the time as a team, just execution at the top echelon of what the World Racing League provides, and ultimately resulting in a great finish. The other thing we didn't have today is a whole lot of penalties. Right? Very few unforced errors from particularly the top 4 in GTO. And as it turns out, if you stop shooting yourself in the foot and you execute for the entire race distance, things are still pretty even at the top.
Yeah.
So go figure there. And thanks to everybody for keeping your noses clean today and all weekend, really, because at least from our perspective, trying to make things exciting and sharing what we see and what we know makes our job a lot easier and a lot more fun. So congratulations up and down the grid. Go ahead, JT.
I'll just say big thanks to the marshals trackside all weekend and the safety crews. Just top-notch stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a fantastic debut at New Jersey Motorsports Park, Thunderbolt Raceway. Ironically, it's the last time that this track surface will be raced on. This is the end of the spectator season for NJMP. This track surface will be torn up and a new layer put down, along with some configuration changes around the 7, 8, 9, 10 area. Some new options being provided. And if we do get to come back here in 2024, and I certainly hope that we do based on this weekend, maybe a different look to NJMP and another little wrinkle and set of unknowns for us to sink our teeth into next season, should that come to pass. Keep your eyes out for a 2024 schedule. Hopefully by the time we meet again at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit in 3 weeks' time, we'll have a little bit more to talk about on that front. Looking forward to whatever that may offer us. Thanks for being with us this weekend, everybody, on DriversEye Live, here or further afield. It's been great to have your company, great to engage with all of you this weekend, and hope you enjoyed the racing as much as we have. 3 weeks from now, Saturday at 8:30, I think the schedule is, Central Time, 9:30 Eastern. Join us from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the West Region Championship, Midwest Championship, the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. For JT Tammy and for Ryan West, and for Zach Johnson on production, who has done a phenomenal job all weekend. I am Brendan Kazmarek. Thanks for being with us. We'll see you in a couple of weeks where we'll get to crown some champions for the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. Till then, take care.